I found it buried in a clip and immediately knew this was going to be some absurd say the number challenge bullshit. So, yeah, the number is absolutely gigantic, and the fun part is pretending anyone in the room is mentally prepared for this. You start off thinking how bad can it be, and then the digits just keep fucking going like they've got rent due. 999 11 is 99 to 101 levels of I am not reading this aloud without losing the will to live. And if you actually want the full answer, you're basically volunteering for punishment. It's the kind of thing that makes you respect calculators for doing all the heavy lifting while we sit here and suffer. The point isn't even the number anymore. It's the audacity of asking for the full thing like it's a normal Tuesday. Anyway, if you were waiting for some elegant reveal, the reveal is that math can be a giant asshole sometimes. That's the whole bit, honestly. Things are better left as an evil little exponent. That's it, see ya. Right, so somebody hit me with this absolutely disgusting ass topic, and I'm already regretting being literate, because apparently we're diving straight into a swamp of bodily fluids and bad decisions. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if your tiny cock has become a crime scene, you have bigger problems than whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Like, what the hell am I even supposed to do with that? That's not a statement, that's a plumbing emergency wearing a trench coat. If this is some kind of joke, congrats, it smells like one. If it's real, then you need to wash that shit off immediately and stop treating your crotch like a sandbox for hell. And the crazy part is somebody typed that out like it was normal, like this was just another Tuesday on the internet. Brother, this is why civilization is collapsing. That's the whole issue right there, no context, no redemption, just pure poop goblin nonsense. I've seen some nasty shit online, but this one is really trying to make the podium. Anyway, I think the lesson here is simple. Maybe don't describe your situation like a sewer creature at gunpoint. That'd be a great start. Right, so somebody hit me with this absolutely disgusting ass topic, and I'm already regretting being literate, because apparently we're diving straight into a swamp of bodily fluids and bad decisions. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if your tiny cock has become a crime scene, you have bigger problems than whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Alright, this is officially the worst possible update I've ever had to cover. World War III starting is already nightmare fuel, but everything I've got 30 minutes left is some real end of the world speedrun bullshit. I'm not even really sure how you make a video about this without sounding like a depressed raccoon, so let's just go with it. But yeah, this is the kind of thing where the jokes just kind of die in your throat, because if this is real, then we're all just fucked in the dumbest way imaginable.
Of that explicit lyric of anything in dialogue, and the end of two, it explicitly out of you feather anything of right was joined with. And then we're splish lining up with the...
That's the part that really gets me, the whole planet turning into a shitty disaster movie because people with too much power and not enough brain cells decided to mash the apocalypse button. If I've got 30 minutes left, I'm not spending them arguing online, I'm just saying that human beings really managed to invent civilization and then immediately fumble it into a crater. And of course, the official response is always some sterile bullshit page that looks like it was made in 10 minutes by somebody who's also panicking. So yeah, this sucks ass in a truly historic way, and I hope somehow this is wrong, because if not, then that's an all-time fucking tragedy. If this is it, then I guess the species really did it to itself, which is embarrassingly on brand. That's it, see? Right? We're doing a very scientific investigation today. The topic is apparently test, which is either incredibly vague or the most efficient content ever. I found out by being handed the word test, and now I'm legally obligated to overanalyze it like my life depends on it. There it is, the raw fucking essence of stress in paper form. You can feel the anxiety leaking out of it like it's a cursed artifact from a midterm dungeon. That is the exact facial expression I make whenever I open an email and realize the subject line says quick question. It starts with confidence and ends with spiritual collapse. Honestly, tests are just society's way of asking, hey, what if we made memory into a jump scare? And the worst part is they always act so official, like some laminated piece of paper gets to decide your fate. Yes, the internet's answer to panic is just study more, which is really helpful in the same way a firefighter telling you to try not being on fire would be helpful. Still, I respect the hustle. A test is brutal, but it's honest, and honestly I'd rather fight a paper tiger than whatever bullshit modern life throws at you with a smile. So yeah, that's the test. It sucks, it's stressful, and it somehow still has the audacity to be the most boring emergency imaginable. That's it, see ya. Today we're talking about the Pattern 1914 Enfield, which is basically the rifle equivalent of some old war dog that refuses to die. I got sucked into this because I was reading about WWI rifles, and this thing kept popping up like, yeah, I'm the guy with the ridiculous bolt action, and immediately you can tell this thing was built by people who hated fun and loved engineering. It's long as hell, it's got that very I was designed to survive mud, trench sludge, and absolute misery vibe, and somehow it still looks kind of classy. The action is the whole damn deal here, because it's smooth in that old school, yeah, this was made when guns had personality way. You can almost hear the collective groan of every soldier who had to keep it clean in a trench. And this is why people still nerd out over it, because even a century later it's got that satisfying mechanical thunk that scratches the brain just right. It's not flashy, it's not modern, it's just a big angry stick that absolutely understood the assignment. So yeah, the Pattern 1914 Enfield is one of those weapons that looks like history had a caffeine problem and made a rifle about it. It's ugly in the best way, practical as hell, and weirdly elegant if you're into old guns. They respect the hell out of it, even if I wouldn't want to lug that beast around all day. That's it, see ya. Right, so this is one of those internet moments where everybody collectively proves they have the emotional intelligence of a wet sock. I saw people splicing goofy-ass cartoon choking sounds over a real death video, and it's one of the most brain-dead things I've seen in a while. I'm not even surprised, I'm just disappointed in the species at this point. This is the actual situation people are clowning around with, and yeah, it's disgusting. There's a massive difference between dark humor and just being a complete fucking idiot with editing software, and this crosses that line like it got paid to do it. You can be edgy without turning somebody's death into a Looney Tunes bit. That's not comedy, that's just depraved attention-seeking garbage. This is the clip everybody latched onto, and then the internet did what it does best, which is make it worse for no reason. The fuck part is people always want to pretend they're just joking, but the joke only works if there's some actual punchline there. If the punchline is disrespecting a dead person by layering cartoon sound effects over a real death, you're not hilarious, you're just a fucking ghoul with Wi-Fi. Even the way the story gets reported tells you how cooked everyone is, because now it's not about the tragedy, it's about the added stupidity on top of it. They get internet humor, I really do, but some people are so desperate to be part of the conversation that they'll slap SpongeBob audio on a corpse and call it culture. That's not culture, that's a fucking cry for help with a Premiere subscription. At the end of the day, have some goddamn respect, or at least be less obviously trash about being disrespectful. The internet doesn't need more morons making tragedy into a meme template. It needs less of that shit. Honestly, that's it, see ya. Right, I stumbled onto this weird-ass internet phrase, and now I'm regretting having eyes. LARPing off apparently means acting like you're some absolute degenerate gooner for attention, and somehow people are treating this like it's a real identity. The internet really will turn anything into a personality test if you give it enough time. Yeah, this is the exact energy, just a dude putting on the world's worst little freak show like he's auditioning for a cursed TikTok. The funny part is it's never subtle, it's always full volume brain poison with the confidence of a guy who hasn't seen sunlight since 2021.
Oh my gosh, you guys! I just got my certification! I am officially a certified gooner! I can't even believe it! All those hours of dedication for this! But seriously, I'm ready to unleash my goonery upon the world!
And that's the thing, it doesn't even feel genuine, it feels like performance art for people who got locked out of a normal personality. You can always tell when someone is trying way too hard to be the most unwell person in the room because they think that makes them interesting. The sight version is always where the disease metastasizes, because now everybody's pretending they're above it while also posting 10 comments about it. It's like watching a cockroach convention debate which one is the shittiest cockroach. That's the real punchline. The mask is so transparent that even the people playing along know it's bullshit. At that point, you're not even LARPing well, you're just telling the world you desperately need someone to acknowledge you exist. So, yeah, LARPing off is basically internet theater for people who want to cosplay as a complete weirdo without the commitment to actually being funny about it. It's one of those phrases that sounds stupid because the behavior is stupid. And if you're doing that shit for attention, congratulations, you found the one audience dumber than you. I hate that I understand it. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, Black Clover is actually back in anime, and apparently it's trying to make history while doing it, which is a hell of a way to come back swinging. I saw the announcement and immediately had to double check. It wasn't one of those fake fan edits made by some dude with way too much free time and a Crunchyroll logo slapped on it. This is the exact kind of shit that gets people losing their minds on the internet, because it's been gone long enough for the fandom to start acting like it was a government conspiracy. And now all of a sudden they're back like, hey guys, remember us, we're still alive with the most overpowered shonen comeback possible.
I won't lose! I'll become the Wizard King!
This is the part where every anime fan in a 20-mile radius starts screaming into their pillow and pretending they're totally calm about it. And honestly, fair enough, because Black Clover going from, yeah, it's good to we're making history now is exactly the kind of absurd glow-up that only happens in anime. The funny part is everybody's going to immediately start doing detective work on what this means for the schedule, the animation quality, and whether they're about to drop the most insane adaptation run of all time. I'm not saying they have to cook, but if they fumble this shit after a comeback announcement like that, people are going to be pissed off for years. The whole thing just has that we are so fucking back energy. And if they actually nail the new season, Black Clover is going to be one of those comebacks people point to forever like it was some legendary resurrection arc. So yeah, Black Clover's back, people are hyped, and the internet is already acting like the anime industry personally handed them a winning lottery ticket. I get it though, because this is exactly the kind of announcement that punches you right in the nostalgia. If they keep the momentum going, this could be a massive W for everyone involved, and maybe even shut up a few of the doubters along the way. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently in EJT, Rewardable got replaced with Extraordinary, and that is one of the funniest little dogshit UI changes I've seen in a while. Like, damn, they really took one word and swapped it for a word that sounds like a failed shampoo brand for middle-aged cocks. Don't even know why this bothers me so much, but it does. It's so stupidly specific it feels like somebody at the company was sitting there stroking a tiny mustache going, yes, this will improve the experience, and then absolutely blasting a load of nonsense into the codebase. There it is, the sacred transformation. Rewardable to Extraordinary, which is like changing free snack to interdimensional feast and expecting people not to laugh. It's the same thing, but now it has the energy of a guy with a cape and a divorced father's credit score. And of course the article is acting like this is some massive fucking moment, like they discovered cold fusion instead of renaming a button. Players are reacting strongly to the new terminology. Yeah, no shit, people get weird when you call a sandwich a culinary convergence of excellence. It's still a sandwich, you pompous ass. We love when games do this, because it always feels like somebody had a meeting that could have been an email, then the email was somehow worse than the meeting. Nobody asked for linguistic rehabilitation of the reward tab. I just want the thing to work and not feel like I got slapped in the dick by a PowerPoint presentation. Holy shit, the compact disc really said, yeah, we can fit another half hour in here, and then just kept going like a dick that refuses to quit, like apparently the whole Beethoven thing is bullshit, which is honestly the least surprising thing ever, because people will look at a round silver frisbee and start inventing lore for it. Today we're talking about the 99-minute CDR, which is basically the weird uncle of media storage, and I love that it exists because it's so aggressively unnecessary it circles back around to being genius. Look at this thing. It's like a normal CD got drunk and said, nah, give me more ass. The fact that people were burning these in ancient computers with drives that sound like a lawnmower having a panic attack is incredible. And of course the internet had to do that thing where it acts like Beethoven's ninth was the reason for the standard, which is such a perfect example of humanity hearing one neat fact and immediately shoving it up its own ass until it becomes mythology. This is the part that always blows my mind, because the disc is basically getting bullied past its limits and it still says, fine, I'll do it, but I'm not happy about it. That's the most CDR behavior possible. And then you throw the same disc into some random old portable player or car stereo and it just works, like the format was built by mad scientists who accidentally made something insanely durable. Meanwhile, modern streaming still finds new ways to be a little bitch. Alright, Right, so apparently the economy has been replaced by a nightmare snowstorm of red square Bobucks, and I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. This is like if a Roblox game got possessed by a slot machine and then sneezed on my monitor. Yeah, that's beautiful. The fact that the entire website looks like it was built inside a microwave really sells it. Also, whoever made this is one step away from inventing digital gambling for 8-year-olds, which is a horrifyingly accurate description of the internet. That's actually kinda sick. It looks like the world's dumbest treasure chest just detonated, and somehow it still feels more honest than half the content on this app. The glitch effect makes it feel illegal, which is perfect, because this whole concept feels like digital tax fraud. Oh my god, I've become a lawn ornament for monetized nonsense. I look like I got struck by capitalism and turned into a farmable resource. Honestly, if Bobucks actually fell from the sky like this, I'd still be broke because I'd be too busy eating the ones that land in my mouth. That tweet reads like a ransom note written by a malfunctioning arcade cabinet. But I respect the confidence. Nothing says trust this financial ecosystem like a robot screaming in all caps with a cube emoji and a broken promise of endless money. Anyway, that's the most brain-rotted currency apocalypse I've seen all week. And honestly, kinda hard not to admire it. I've seen a lot of bullshit in my time, but this one might be scientifically offensive. If my pants start requiring structural reinforcements, we've officially gone too far, and yet somehow I'm still curious how the hell this rumor even started. Yeah, this is already absurd because now I'm apparently out here with a damn pants support beam attached like I'm some kind of cursed furniture. The internet really wakes up every day and chooses violence against my dignity. I mean, if I'm gonna be slandered this hard, at least make the tailoring look clean, because the real crime here is bad craftsmanship. I'm not even mad, I'm just impressed somebody committed to the bit this hard. Honestly, if my pants need a second leg, then fashion has become my enemy and I'd like a refund from reality. That's it, see ya! Right, so apparently Mr. Beast decided the world needed a liquid mercury pool challenge, which is already the kind of sentence that makes you want to check if your brain got left in a parking lot somewhere. I swear every time I think the internet can't get more unhinged, somebody builds a shiny death bathtub for views and calls it content. Also, huge respect to the editors for making a concept that sounds like a lawsuit with abs. Look at this, man. It's like if a science fair and a cartoon villain had a baby, and then that baby got sponsored. The whole thing has that we spent $1 million to do something incredibly stupid energy, which is really the peak of modern entertainment if you think about it. Articles acting like this is some noble human achievement too, which is hilarious because nothing says progress like turning hazardous materials into a seasonal event. You can always tell when an idea was pitched by a guy who says trust me bro with way too much confidence and not enough supervision. And of course there's gonna be rules like whoever lasts the longest wins a private island or some shit, cause every dangerous Mr. Beast challenge has to sound like the Olympics got struck by lightning. It's always one step away from becoming a cartoon where the prize is either $1 million or permanent haunting. Honestly, the funniest part is how the internet would still be split between this is genius and this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen when the correct answer is obviously both. That's the magic of Mr. Beast content. Man, somehow it's always a circus, a factory, and a dick measuring contest all at once. Right, so apparently I've been blessed by the stupidest meteorological event known to man, Bobucks rain. Not money, not actual currency, just red little square B coins falling from the sky like the economy got hit with a cartoon anvil. Look at this. This is what happens when capitalism gets possessed by a Roblox skin sale. I'm getting absolutely smoked by flying bee nuggets, and for some reason I've turned into a Minecraft grass block, which is honestly a worse insult than getting hit with a car. That's not even rain anymore, that's a felony. I look like a lawn ornament that got added to a sandbox game for no reason. And this cube thing, it looks like the mascot for a cursed energy drink that gives you diarrhea and a gambling addiction. Yeah, that sounds about right. If I'm ever in a situation where I'm being showered in fake internet money while morphing into landscaping, just put me down. Honestly, I'd rather get slapped by a wet fish than spend another second in Bobucks weather. Right, so somehow today I'm about to watch my own life choices go to shit in real time, because apparently the internet decided 1 million jumping jacks is a perfectly normal thing to make me do on stream. I saw the goal, I laughed, and then I realized nobody was joking. This is the kind of shit that sounds funny until you're 400 reps deep and your legs start filing complaints. Yeah, this is where the brain turns off and the body starts invoicing me for damages. I'm gonna try to pace it like a freak with no future, because if I actually think about the number, I'll just lay down and accept death. The first few thousand are basically a lie. That's the trap. You feel like a hero for about 12 minutes and then reality hits you in the kidneys. After that, it's just cardio, spite, and whatever remains of my mental health. At this point, I'm not even counting reps like a normal human. I'm just surviving in little chunks and hoping the universe respects hustle. If I make it through this without my legs detaching, that's basically a medical miracle. Anyway, moral of the story is don't let chat design your workout plan unless you hate yourself and need content. I'm gonna be walking funny for a week and pretending that was character development. That's it, see ya. Right, we've got a real cursed one today, a Spider-Man edit that looks like it was rendered in a dryer on the spin cycle, and somehow that is the least weird part of it. There he is, our friendly neighborhood laundry accident. This isn't Spider-Man, this is Polyester Spider-Man, the hero of breathable crime fighting and anti-wrinkle justice. He looks like he's about to swing straight into a ceiling fan and win somehow. What cracks me up is the intensity. They didn't just make an edit, they made a declaration. This man is moving with the velocity of a felony. You can practically hear the bass drop and the sound of a child getting emotionally attached to a man in tights. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of tweet that would convince 800 people this is the second coming of film. And honestly, I respect it. It's stupid, it's loud, and it has the confidence of a guy who microwaves fish in a dorm kitchen and calls it meal prep. That's the whole religion right there. No plot, no explanation, just Spider-Man getting launched through the atmosphere like a red and blue bottle rocket, and somehow I can't stop watching it. This is one of those stories that feels less like a video game achievement and more like a man fist-fighting destiny with a square. 2 years, 400,000 attempts, and a death at 97% is the kind of pain that makes getting kicked in the balls sound like a relaxing spa treatment. Somehow, against all odds and probably against several laws of nature, Doggy actually beat grief, and it's one of the most absurd things I've ever seen. This is the run, the big one, the holy grail, the moment where years of suffering finally cash out. Grief is basically what happens when a level stops being a level and starts being a personal attack, just pure concentrated hatred packed into spikes and epilepsy. Watching this feels like seeing someone defuse a bomb with oven mitts on because every click looks illegal. And what makes this even crazier is that this wasn't some smooth fairy tale ending where he locked in and coasted to victory. No, this came after the soul-devouring 97% death, which is the kind of choke that would make most people uninstall the game, eat drywall, and become a beekeeper. Instead, Doggy came back, kept grinding through 400,000 attempts, and actually finished the job, which is disgusting in the most respectful way possible. Even the headline sounds exhausted. 400,000 attempts is not a stat, that's a prison sentence. At that point, your mouse isn't hardware anymore, it's a medically necessary support device, and your fingers probably qualify for workers' comp. But seriously, huge respect to Doggy. Grief has been this legendary nightmare for so long that finally seeing it beaten feels surreal. It's one of the most impressive completions in the game's history, and unlike a lot of internet hype, this actually deserves it. That's about it. See ya. Alright, so apparently today we're dealing with the skeleton appears Tresk, which is already a sentence that sounds like it got whispered by a haunted accountant. I don't know why this thing showed up, but if a skeleton is making an entrance, that means somebody, somewhere, made a terrible decision and the universe is about to collect on it. There it is. The guy's got the posture of someone who just got rejected from a strip club and the confidence of a fart in a church. And I gotta respect it, because when a skeleton appears, it's never subtle, it's always, hello, I am here to ruin your evening and possibly your mortgage. That is absolutely deranged. Why does he look like he's about to ask me to buy him dinner and then steal my wallet if I say yes? This is the kind of presence you can't ignore, because now the room has osteoporosis and attitude problems. Yeah, this article is doing way too much, but honestly fair. If a skeleton appears in my life uninvited, I'm not handling that maturely. I'm either running, fainting, or trying to sell it a vape and see what happens. That tweet is so real it hurts. And the worst part is everybody in the replies acting like they've got the solution, like, have you tried setting boundaries with the skeleton? Buddy, if the skeleton appears, the boundary is already gone. We're cooked. I got sent this cursed little clip 1,000 times, and I'm gonna be honest, I expected it to be some brainless nonsense from usual internet swamp. But apparently the universe is collapsing because I'm about to agree with a video for once, which is probably a bad omen, and we should all be concerned.
I'm telling you, it's a game changer. The whole system is flawed, completely broken. We need to rethink everything from the ground up. Look, I know it's a lot, but we have to do something. We can't just sit back and watch it.
Yeah, okay, that's annoyingly correct. I hate when someone makes a point so cleanly that it feels like my soul got audited by a dude with a ring light and a grudge. The worst part is I can't even pretend it's stupid, because it's actually just right, and that's a disgusting experience for me. I feel like I need a shower after nodding along that hard.
It all makes sense now. They were right there, watching, manipulating. I had to expose them. But nobody believed me. They called me crazy. But I know the truth.
Look at me. I'm basically the physical embodiment of well fuck, he's got a point. This is not a comfortable place for me to be, but credit where it's due, the video cooked. So yeah, against all odds, I agree with it. I don't like it, I resent it, and I'm embarrassed that it happened on camera, but here we are. That's my honest take, unfortunately. I hate that this person was correct, but they were correct. That's it, see ya. That's it, see ya.
I'm telling you, it's a game changer. The whole system is flawed, completely broken. We need to rethink everything from the ground up. Look, I know it's a lot, but we have to do something. We can't just sit back and watch it.
Yeah, okay, that's annoyingly correct. I hate when someone makes a point so cleanly that it feels like my soul got audited by a dude with a ring light and a grudge. The worst part is I can't even pretend it's stupid, because it's actually just right, and that's a disgusting experience for me. I feel like I need a shower after nodding along that hard. Look at me. I'm basically the physical embodiment of well fuck, he's got a point. This is not a comfortable place for me to be, but credit where it's due, the video cooked. So yeah, against all odds, I agree with it. I don't like it, I resent it, and I'm embarrassed that it happened on camera, but here we are. That's my honest take, unfortunately. I hate that this person was correct, but they were correct. That's it, see ya. This is one of the weirdest requests I've ever seen, which is really saying something because my internet history looks like a hate crime against sanity. So apparently I've been possessed by the world's most annoying campfire and can only say one thing over and over like a broken smoke alarm with a personality disorder. Let's get into it.
It's happening again! It's happening again! It's happening again! It's happening again!
I want to be set on fire. 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 Yeah, that seems about right. Honestly, if this were my actual bit, I'd be worried about the fumes, the lawsuits, and the fact that I somehow made myself both the arsonist and the victim in the same sentence. Anyway, I'm gonna go do literally anything else now because this bit is cooked. So I was just minding my own business, and I hit the fucking F247 quadrillion, 218 trillion, 831 billion, 283,417,841 key like a complete idiot, and suddenly I'm staring at the 5,834,256 dimension. I don't know who built this keyboard, but they need to be put in a facility. This is either enlightenment or a malware case, and honestly both are on the table. Yeah, so this is the exact moment where my life started going downhill, because apparently one button is all it takes to turn existence into a DMT tax audit. Look at this shit, the room is folding in on itself like cheap lawn furniture. This is the part where I realized I might not be coming back, which is annoying because I left my drink on the desk. Why is the 5,834,2056 dimension still using the same ass UI as Windows 98? That's disrespectful. Honestly, it's kind of beautiful in the worst possible way. Like somebody spilled a galaxy on a treadmill and called it architecture. So yeah, I pressed the forbidden key and got launched into the nightmare multiverse. If you see a keyboard with numbers that's stupid, just walk away. That's common sense. That's it. See ya. Right, so today we've got a very strange little situation on our hands, and by strange I mean completely deranged in the most internet-brained way possible. Somehow we are talking about goblins and raccoons, which is already a sentence that sounds like it was typed by guy 1 energy, drink away from seeing through time. This is the kind of story that makes you realize the human race is basically just feral Wikipedia editors with phone cameras. And I'm not even saying that to be mean, I'm saying it because every time there's a weird little internet mystery, half the comments act like they're solving the Zodiac case, while the other half are just there for the dick jokes. That's the problem right there. The internet sees one weird shadow with attitude and suddenly everybody becomes a paranormal detective with a sombrero made of stupidity. Also, if I see something hissing at me by my trash cans, I'm not investigating it. I'm leaving the zip code. Yeah, no, that is absolutely the energy of a cursed suburb. That image looks like the opening frame of a story your uncle tells after 3 beers and 1 lie too many. One of those little bastards is definitely up to something. You can just tell by the posture. That's criminal posture. Honestly, that's the most compelling evidence I've ever seen for a stupid little cryptid situation. It's got mystery, it's got trash, it's got the kind of energy that says we're not here to explain ourselves. That second clip is even better because now we've got escalation. At first it's just what the hell is in my yard, and then it becomes why is it stealing my decorative nonsense and sprinting like it owes somebody money. They love how every weird story on the internet eventually turns into a live-action embarrassment compilation for one neighborhood. And that's the part that gets me. Daylight always makes these stories look way more pathetic, which is great, because it strips away the mystical menace and reveals that this was probably just a bunch of little assholes causing community-level inconvenience. Which, to be fair, is basically the core of civilization. That quote is elite. Nature got into a fight with a thrift store is one of the best descriptions of a neighborhood problem I've ever heard. And yeah, that's probably what this is, some combination of panic, misidentification, and people on the internet being unable to resist turning a weird evening into a national event. But honestly, I respect the hustle. If I were a tiny menace in the dark, I'd also want the story to sound bigger than it is. Same way I do when I talk about my own life, actually. Anyway, moral of the story is if you hear rustling by the trash and see something small and shady moving too confidently, maybe don't chase it. Just let the little freak commit his crimes in peace. That's it, see ya. So apparently my birthday party got crash-landed by a clown-shaped lawsuit from the sewer. This is either going to be the funniest night of my life or the beginning of a very weird federal report, and honestly I'm leaning toward both. Okay, yeah, that's not ideal. I was hoping for a normal birthday, maybe some cake, maybe a mild case of food poisoning, not a demonic circus reject crawling out of the drainage system like he got invited by accident. This is the most disrespectful thing that's ever happened to a birthday. He's not even trying to hide it, he just showed up, sat down, and made the entire vibe legally uninhabitable. Honestly, that tweet is the most accurate eyewitness account possible. If a clown from hell wants cake, I'm not fighting him over it, but I am judging him for coming empty-handed. At least bring a gift card or something, you miserable sewer magician. And that's the part that gets me, because I really did just want one normal night. Instead, I got a nightmare with face paint, and now I'm pretty sure the party favors are cursed. Anyway, I'm cutting the cake before he starts trying to pay child support and balloons. Right, I've been seeing these video questions from you degenerates, and I already know this is going to be some baited bullshit. You people really wake up and choose chaos, huh? Fine, let's see what you've got, I guess.
Do you regret? Why do you isolate yourself? Are you afraid of intimacy, you? Do you ever feel lonely? Are you truly happy?
Yeah, that's the exact energy I expected. Just pure please say something insane so I can clip it and post it with a red circle garbage. Why do you hate everything? Dude, I don't hate everything. I hate stupid ass questions that are obviously designed to get a reaction. There's a difference, and you're all doing such a dog shit job of hiding it.
Is Charlie too scared to answer whether he actually likes his fans?
So scared? Brother, I'm not scared, I'm irritated. You're asking me if I like my fans while sounding like you just got rejected from a Discord mod application. This is the part where the internet turns a regular answer into a courtroom drama. Everybody wants a confession, nobody wants a normal human response, and somehow I'm the asshole. So, yeah, I answered your little gotcha questions, and shockingly, I'm still not giving you the meltdown you wanted. You can keep fishing, but I'm not taking the bait, dipshits. If your whole personality is trying to make me look mad on purpose, you've already lost because I'm aware of the game now. That shit is exhausting. That's it, see ya. So apparently we've reached peak internet brain rot, because this whole thing is so unhinged it looped back around and became a damn weather event. I saw the clips, I saw the posts, and honestly it feels like somebody fed a raccoon 3 energy drinks and handed it admin powers.
No, not like that! Turn it the other way, you're gonna break it! Just give it to me, I'll do it! Ah, fuck it! Oh!
This is the exact kind of video where you know immediately nothing good is happening, but you keep watching because your brain hates you. The energy here is just pure feral nonsense, like the rules of reality got kicked down a flight of stairs. And of course, people are acting like this is totally normal, which is the funniest part, because it is obviously not normal. Every time I think the bar can't get lower, the internet takes that as a personal challenge. The replies are always where the real disease lives, because everybody starts performing for the timeline like this is some kind of nobody knows what's going on, but everyone's got a thesis and a victim complex. Anyway, this whole mess is unhinged, the discourse around it is unhinged, and the people pretending to be above it are somehow the most unhinged of all. I'm just glad I got to witness this train wreck from a safe distance, because there was no saving that circus. If the internet had a stress test, this would be the part where the building collapses. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Mr. Beast decided the world needed a liquid mercury pool challenge, which is already the kind of sentence that makes you want to check if your brain got left in a parking lot somewhere. I swear every time I think the internet can't get more unhinged, somebody builds a shiny death bathtub for views and calls it content. Also, huge respect to the editors for making a concept that sounds like a lawsuit with abs. Look at this, man. It's like if a science fair and a cartoon villain had a baby, and then that baby got sponsored. The whole thing has that we spent $1 million to do something incredibly stupid energy, which is really the peak of modern entertainment if you think about it. The articles acting like this is some noble human achievement too, which is hilarious because nothing says progress like turning hazardous materials into a seasonal event. You can always tell when an idea was pitched by a guy who says, "Trust me, bro," with way too much confidence and not enough supervision. And of course there's gonna be rules like whoever lasts the longest wins a private island or some shit, cause every dangerous Mr. Beast challenge has to sound like the Olympics got struck by lightning. It's always one step away from becoming a cartoon where the prize is either $1 million or permanent haunting. Honestly, the funniest part is how the internet would still be split between this is genius and this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen when the correct answer is obviously both. That's the magic of Mr. Beast content. Man, somehow it's always a circus, a factory, and a dick measuring contest all at once. Right, so apparently the military president of Tetroslavia is Kasain Tito now, and she's out here blasting anime girl music off a tank like it's the most normal shit in the world. I saw this clip and immediately knew we were in one of those timelines where the internet has completely broken the steering wheel. This is the exact kind of power move that makes zero sense and somehow makes even less sense the longer you look at it. She's got the whole army backing her up while she's basically running a war campaign like it's a concert.
You see? No one else can handle the heat.
Yeah, that's the part that gets me. She's not just acting tough, she's fully selling the bit like she's the final boss of some fake nation. It's absurd, stupid, and kind of badass in the most brain-dead way possible. Of course, the article makes it sound like a geopolitical event when it's really just peak internet delusion and music-fueled war cosplay. Honestly, though, I respect the commitment because if you're gonna conquer anything, might as well do it with a speaker system. Overall, this is stupid as hell, but in the best way possible, and Tito absolutely carries the whole ridiculous fantasy on her back. It's the kind of clip that makes you laugh, because nobody should be this extra, and yet here we are. That's it, see ya. So this is one of the funniest examples of the internet just deciding to ruin itself for no reason. I saw this extension and immediately thought, yeah, humanity was a mistake, but at least it's a hilarious one. You install one little thing and suddenly every thumbnail on YouTube has the same cursed guy staring into your soul like a discount Dracula with a sponsorship deal. That is so aggressively stupid and I respect it so much. It's like the extension looked at YouTube and said, what if we made this platform 40% more chin, and then just committed to the bit with no mercy whatsoever. And that's the exact kind of useless innovation I can get behind. Nobody needed this, nobody asked for this, and yet somehow it's one of the most important cultural contributions of our time because now every video looks like it's being guarded by the same cursed mall mascot.
Mr. Beastify time! Whoa, every thumbnail! Look at that face! This is insane!
Look at that, it's like watching a normal website get mugged in broad daylight. I love how fast it is too, just instant conversion, no hesitation, no ethics, just pure thumbnail violence. That's the kind of practical joke I wish more software did. Not useful software, not productivity software, just little goblin tools that make your day slightly worse in a way that's impossible not to laugh at.
Toggle off, originals back. Toggle on, Mr. Beast time!
And of course the final result is just a digital landfill of Mr. Beast faces everywhere, which is honestly the perfect internet experience. It's dumb, it's annoying, it's weirdly impressive, and it feels like the browser itself grew a sense of humor and immediately developed brain damage. So Temple OS is one of those internet stories that feels like it was handcrafted in a gas station bathroom by a genius wizard with a broken zipper. It's insane, impressive, tragic, and somehow still has the energy of a guy freeballing into the motherboard and calling it divine inspiration. Right, so somebody clipped me attempting to sing the Arabic version of For the First Time in Forever from Frozen, and yeah, it sounds exactly as stupid as you'd expect. I saw the lyrics and immediately knew this was going to be a disaster, so naturally I kept going because that's basically my brand.
For the first time in forever. For the first time in forever.
This is one of those moments where you think, hey, maybe I can do this, and then 5 seconds later you're just getting absolutely dunked on by a language you do not remotely speak. Still, gotta respect the hustle because I am out here putting my throat on the line for content. Anahu yamu tatweej, Anahu yamuti tatweej, Fathu elno afitha walabwab, lam ara kablan hatha menham wa araftu ana suhunana belalaf. Okay, yeah, that's where the wheels fly off the fucking bus. Same, not even mad about it, because the melody is there and my brain is just trying to survive the sentence. This is the kind of performance that makes people in the comments say bro sounded like a Wi-Fi password, and honestly, fair enough. wali meriton son afra belmoseka while adiwa wasarquasu akiran fa adafelin belmasa. There you go, perfect, totally nailed it, don't even check the tapes. I think the real moral here is that trying is what matters, unless what you're trying is this, in which case maybe lower your expectations a little. That's it. See ya. Right, so apparently the internet has decided that the next frontier of innovation is horny little desktop engineers building the most questionable rigs imaginable. I saw this because of course I did, and now I'm forced to process whatever the hell porn PC means in the year of our Lord. This feels like if Best Buy had a panic attack and started selling shame as a feature. This is exactly the kind of thing where the build quality is probably insane and the application is unbelievably pathetic, which is honestly the perfect intersection of man and machine. You got people dropping $4,000 on parts just to make a computer that looks like it should be hidden behind a fake bookshelf.
Alright guys, behold my magnum opus. This baby is packing a liquid-cooled RTX 4090, 64 gigs of RAM, and a lightning-fast NVMe SSD. Boom! What do you think?
Yeah, that's the vibe right there, just pure confidence and zero shame, like this dude woke up and said I'm gonna optimize sin. The funniest part is these builds always look cleaner than the average workstation, which makes the whole thing even more insulting. And of course the comments are always split between based and seek help, which is really the only honest response to this entire phenomenon. I respect the dedication to the craft, but I also need these people to log off for a second and touch a tree. Anyway, that's the state of civilization now apparently. We've crossed the line from performance builds into purpose-built degeneracy with tasteful cable management. I can't even be mad at the engineering, I just think the mission statement is deeply fucked. That's it. Then you've got the article, which is always written like the fate of civilization depends on whether some loser admitted he lied in a Discord server. They'll slap breaking on it, add 3 paragraphs of context nobody asked for, and suddenly it feels like the dude's dick is under federal investigation. Now, this is where I start putting the pieces together, because once the evidence actually shows up, the whole act collapses real quick. People love acting untouchable until the receipts are stacked in front of them like a little tower of shame, and then suddenly they're quieter than a eunuch in a strip club.
At this, right here. See the date and then this message? Unbelievable. They're clearly hiding something. This proves it, doesn't it? The timeline matches up perfectly. This is undeniable evidence. Check it out, this exchange. Wow.
And yeah, this is usually the point where the truth is doing all the heavy lifting while the liar is just standing there looking like he forgot his own name. It's beautiful, really, the raw elegance of somebody getting cooked by their own bullshit. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the internet has decided to hand me another absolutely insane little science experiment involving human stupidity, which is great, love that for us. Every time somebody says, trust me bro, I got proof, it's either the most damning thing you've ever seen or it's a guy with the intellectual horsepower of a wet paper towel trying to explain away a dick pic. Either way, we're here now, so let's see what kind of dumpster fire this is. So here's the thing, whenever someone says they've got the evidence, that usually means one of two things. Either they've got the actual goods and somebody's life is about to get roasted into the sun, or they've got 12 blurry screenshots and a dream. And honestly, both options are funny to me because somebody's going to be sweating like a horny pilot either way. This is the part where everybody starts talking at once, nobody knows what the hell is happening, and somehow every sentence gets 10 times more dramatic because a microphone exists. You can already feel the dude in question trying to phase out of reality like a wizard caught with his pants down. And then you've got the article, which is always written like the fate of civilization depends on whether some loser admitted he lied in a Discord server. They'll slap breaking on it, add 3 paragraphs of context nobody asked for, and suddenly it feels like the dude's dick is under federal investigation. Now, this is where I start putting the pieces together, because once the evidence actually shows up, the whole act collapses real quick. People love acting untouchable until the receipts are stacked in front of them like a little tower of shame, and then suddenly they're quieter than a eunuch in a strip club.
At this, right here. See the date and then this message? Unbelievable. They're clearly hiding something. This proves it, doesn't it? The timeline matches up perfectly. This is undeniable evidence. Check it out, this exchange. Wow.
And yeah, this is usually the point where the truth is doing all the heavy lifting while the liar is just standing there looking like he forgot his own name. It's beautiful, really, the raw elegance of somebody getting cooked by their own bullshit. That's it, see ya. Right, Alright, so I kept seeing this dumb little hack floating around, and apparently if you shove exclamation topic in the middle of a sentence, you become the smartest person alive, which is exactly the kind of internet shit that makes me lose faith in literacy. This is the visual equivalent of adding hot sauce to a paperclip and calling it a life hack, and somehow people are acting like it unlocks hidden brain cells. If this really worked, every moron on the planet would be Shakespeare by now, and the world would be drowning in genius instead of whatever the fuck this is. I don't know who needs to hear this, but putting a magic command in the middle of a sentence does not turn you into a fucking supercomputer. It just makes you look like you got scammed by a keyboard. No, you are not becoming one of the smartest people in the world. You are just making a sentence look like it got attacked by a subreddit. That's the whole trick, and it's one of the stupidest ones I've seen in a while. Still funny though, because the internet will take any random garbage and pretend it's a revelation. That's it, see. We've got a completely normal day here, except apparently I've been cursed by a glittering space wizard, and now I'm about to become the world's least functional magical girl, which is honestly a huge downgrade and also maybe kind of hot. I don't know who signed off on this, but I want names, because this feels medically irresponsible.
What's happening to me?
Oh my god, there it is, the forbidden sparkle asthma. My hair is getting longer like a shampoo commercial possessed by Satan, my face is doing that thing where it looks expensive, and my body is rearranging itself like a furniture store during a hurricane. This is honestly way too much for a Tuesday, and I hate that I'm noticing how smooth my legs are getting. Okay, wow, that is some premium nonsense. I have never looked more like I'm about to save the kingdom by day and get emotionally devastated in episode 12. This is ridiculous, but I can't even lie, the fit goes insanely hard and I'm furious about how well it works. Being a girl has apparently unlocked bonus protagonist stats, which feels unfair and also a little arousing. I'm not gonna pretend this didn't change my life. I started the clip as a man minding his own business and ended it as a sparkly menace with better cheekbones. Honestly, if every transformation ends like this, sign me up, because this is the most disrespectfully fabulous thing I've ever seen. Alright, so apparently the big story today is me personally getting violated by my own nose like it's got a vendetta. I saw the clip and thought, yep, that's gonna live forever now, which is awesome, thanks body, very cool. Honestly, it's not even the blood that gets me, it's the sheer disrespect of it showing up uninvited like a fucking raccoon in the kitchen. There it is, the human faucet moment, absolutely beautiful. And the worst part is, you can't even act tough when your face is leaking like a busted sink. You just gotta stand there and accept the humiliation. It's one of those things where everyone in the room immediately knows you've lost control of your life for a second, and then you spend the next 10 minutes pretending you're fine while holding a tissue like it's a life support device. Anyway, yeah, nosebleeds suck. My nose is a traitor, and I'm not shaking its hand ever again, but it's whatever, I'm fine, the blood one, we move on. Embarrassing but survivable. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently people on the internet just discovered the voice actor for Mario in the Super Mario movie doesn't have Italian ancestry, which is somehow the kind of earth-shattering revelation that gets everybody acting like the damn Constitution got violated. I saw this and immediately knew it was going to be one of those stupid discourse storms where people pretend they've been personally betrayed by casting decisions. That's the guy. And yes, he does not have some magical pasta bloodline requirement written into law. The whole thing is funny because if the performance is bad, complain about the performance, not the ancestry test they apparently want at the audition. This is the exact kind of article designed to make people foam at the mouth over nothing, like they're harvesting outrage for fuel. At the end of the day, it's a voice in a movie, not a blood quantum exam, and if your biggest problem is that Mario doesn't come with a family tree, then I think you might need to touch grass or maybe touch spaghetti, whatever works. If the voice sucks, say the voice sucks, that's plenty. That's it, see ya. Right, so I stumbled onto this absolute fever dream of a story and I had to talk about it because it sounds like somebody mashed together a church newsletter, a YouTube subcount leaderboard, and Australian politics in a blender and hit puree. Apparently Owen Willoughby, also known as O&O, is blowing up as the most subscribed Christian YouTube channel in Geelong, Australia. And somehow I'm also getting dragged into the middle of it like I'm the crooked little fairy godfather of Victorian politics. That's O&O right there. And the whole thing has the energy of a guy accidentally becoming a local legend by just being consistent and mildly unhinged online. And then on the other side of this nonsense, I apparently nominate Owen to be the next Lara Labour MP for Victoria, which is such a stupid sentence that I almost respect it.
Owen Willoughby, or Owen AU, for Lara Labour MP for Victoria.
This is the part where the internet loses its mind because now it's not just Christian YouTuber in Geelong. Now it's wait, why is Charlie endorsing this guy for politics? And honestly, that's where the comedy is. I love that this is where things end up. Because one minute it's sermon content and subscriber milestones, and the next minute we're talking about parliamentary ambitions like it's the most normal career pivot in history. I think Owen's got the momentum, the audience, and the kind of online presence that makes people either trust him instantly or become deeply suspicious for no reason, which is usually how political campaigns start anyway. So yeah, huge dub for O&O, confusing as hell for everyone else, and somehow I'm now part of the campaign trail whether anyone asked or not. That's the whole deal. It's funny, and it somehow makes a weird amount of sense. If you can become the top Christian channel in Geelong, apparently the next step is politics. That's it, see ya. Right, so today's story is about the point in every man's life where he realizes his privacy is a suggestion, because apparently Z-Bros decided my house was public property and they could just wander in like they were checking out a zoo exhibit. This is not ideal. I do not enjoy surprise guests unless they're bringing snacks, cash, or both.
Okay, ready? Remember the plan. Shh. Quiet. Act natural.
That is such an unbelievably bad idea, because if you break into somebody's house and your plan is basically be annoying on purpose, you have no offensive capabilities. You're just a free-range lawsuit with legs. Also, why do people always act brave right up until they hear one floorboard creak? Suddenly everybody's got the bladder control of a goldfish. Look at that exact moment where the funny little prank fantasy dies and reality shows up with a baseball bat. That's the whole problem with these dudes, man. They build their entire identity around pushing people until one day they push the wrong person and become a cautionary tale with a ring light. And yeah, the article's gonna pretend this is all some big shocking mystery, but it's really pretty simple. Don't invade somebody's house. It's not a challenge, it's not content, and it's definitely not sexy. If your idea of entertainment is sneaking into private property, you're not making a prank video, you're auditioning for a restraining order.
We were just looking for a friend. Wrong address, really. So sorry.
Please leave my property. I've called the authorities.
It was a misunderstanding. We'll be more careful.
That right there is the funniest part, honestly. The confidence evaporates instantly when consequences walk in. It's always the same script: act like a maniac, get caught, start apologizing like a wet tissue, then try to frame yourself as the victim. Nah, brother, you are the problem. Alright, so apparently the newest global crisis is 1,000 elephants entering the room, which is already a horrific start because that's not a room anymore, that's just a violent architectural opinion. I don't know who let this happen, but somebody clearly made a terrible decision and I respect the commitment to stupidity. Yeah, that looks about right. That's not an oops, that's a full-on environmental bankruptcy. You can't even call the cops at that point. What are they gonna do? Give the elephants a stern talking to and ask them to please stop being enormous? This is the kind of footage that makes you question every life choice that led to that exact second. I'm especially fascinated by the guy still holding the coffee like the elephants are just an inconvenience. Like, damn, not again, this is gonna make the mortgage weird. Thus kept showing up is the most insane sentence you can say with a straight face. That's not a wildlife incident, that's a curse. If 1,000 elephants walk into your house and you don't immediately move cities, then honestly you deserve whatever comes next, which is probably more elephants. Honestly, fair enough. If your problems are now measured in elephant units, that's either the worst day of your life or the funniest one ever recorded. And I hate to say it, but the elephants probably own the place now. Right. so apparently the Shrek 5 plot leaked, and it's not just some lazy family movie sequel. Now with more slop bullshit, it's Shrek and Donkey allegedly time traveling to 1940s Poland to fight the Axis powers. I don't know who signed off on this, but somebody over at DreamWorks is clearly operating on demon hours. Yeah, this is the exact kind of sentence that makes your brain short circuit, because on one hand it's horrifically unhinged, and on the other hand it's Shrek, so somehow it feels weirdly plausible. You've got a green ogre and a talking donkey about to jump into the most cursed historical crossover imaginable.
Hang on, buddy. This ain't the swamp. You think? I'm seeing things I can't unsee!
On the fact that this is being framed like some big heroic war epic is what kills me, because now I'm imagining Donkey screaming through an air raid while Shrek is giving a speech about onions and liberation. That's not a sequel, that's a fever dream someone had after eating drywall. Of course, the internet ran with it immediately because people will believe anything if you slap a logo on it and type exclusive. If this is real, it's either the most insane franchise pivot ever or the funniest possible way to get the whole movie industry investigated. Honestly, I need this to be fake, but if it's real, then I respect the commitment to complete fucking madness. Either way, this is the dumbest thing I've heard all week, and that's saying a lot. That's it, see ya. Dude, this is so insanely swaggered up it looks like the website got a lab coat and started prescribing itself dick pills. I love when an API has docs for the docs. That's when you know the shit has achieved sentience. Also, VoiceBox API sounds like either an audio tool or a very weird name for a penis. And yeah, this is just the documentation page, not the actual back end, which is funny because it's basically a pretty little menu for a restaurant that only serves ass. It's got the /OpenAPI JSON thing. So this is absolutely one of those fast API setups where somebody hit a couple buttons and boom, instant corporate dick architecture. Honestly, though, this is the most harmless shit ever. It's just docs, no spicy drama, no wild leaks, just a lonely little swagger page sitting there waiting for someone to click try it out. Like that's gonna make their life more interesting. That button has the same energy as grabbing your own dick and calling it cardio. So yeah, if you open this and see the swagger page, that basically screams fast API, and I did the absolute minimum required to be taken seriously. Which, respect, honestly, that's the dream. Build a thing, point swagger at it, and let the internet handle the rest like a bunch of chimpanzees fighting over a USB cable. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're doing a completely unhinged nursery rhyme rewrite, because apparently this is where the internet has dragged me. We're taking Mary Had a Little Lamb and replacing every single space with exclamation exclamation which is both a sentence structure and a cry for help. Mary exclamation 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 had exclamation 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 little exclamation 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 lamb. And honestly, that already sounds like the lamb is being summoned from the depths of a cursed Wi-Fi router. It's exclamation 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 fleece exclamation 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 was exclamation 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 white exclamation 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 as exclamation 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 snow, which for the record is the exact level of detail you expect from a poem written after drinking 3 energy drinks and getting hit in the head with a ceiling fan. And exclamation 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 everywhere exclamation 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 that exclamation 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 Mary exclamation 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 went. The lamb was sure to go. Honestly, that is less a cute little rhyme and more the plot of a very mild stalking case. I followed her to school one day, which is already weird, but then the whole classroom starts losing their minds because this woolly little bastard just refuses to leave. Absolute menace behavior. It made the children laugh and play, and I'm not saying this is how chaos starts, but if a lamb walked into my classroom making that noise, I'd immediately assume I was in a fever dream. Mary exclamation 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 had exclamation 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 little exclamation exclamation sure exclamation lamb, little lamb, and every time I say that out loud it feels like my vocal cords are filing a complaint. So yeah, that's the rhyme now. It's not sweet anymore, it's just a glitchy farm demon chant, and honestly, kinda slap. The Today, we're looking at a beautiful museum exhibit of human judgment failure, the kind of decision-making that feels like it was brainstormed by a half-chub and a concussion. This is one of those stories where every new detail slaps you in the face like a wet gym sock made of pure dick energy. This is the main attraction, the questionable life choice itself, a machine that looks like it was built by someone whose only qualifications were boredom and lower back pain. It's got the structural integrity of a breadstick and the confidence of a guy who says, "Trust me, bro," right before losing a tooth. They love that this has the exact vibe of a Facebook post that ends with "Don't tell my wife." You can already tell this thing is one zip tie away from becoming a local news tragedy, and somehow that just made it more appealing to the absolute gorillas in the comments. Then you've got this masterpiece of journalism, which reports on it like they uncovered the Pentagon Papers instead of Cletus making a mobility hazard in his backyard. The whole site looks like it was designed by a horny refrigerator. Anyway, that's about it. A perfect storm of ego, stupidity, and plywood. It's spectacular, it's idiotic, and honestly it deserves a Hall of Fame spot in the Grand Cathedral of dumb shit. Right, so today we need to talk about Elliot, because this man is moving through life like an unpatched tutorial character with one dialogue tree and no indoor voice. He's got the emotional range of a loading screen, and every time somebody asks him a simple question, it feels like he's trying to render a response in 240p while his brain is on airplane mode. The weirdest part is how committed he is to being completely unremarkable. Like, you can't even hate watch it properly because there's nothing there to hate. It's just the same three canned reactions on loop, and somehow he still manages to make every room feel less alive. I swear he was built in a lab to stand slightly too close to people and say things that sound like they were written by a malfunctioning toaster. That right there is the energy I'm talking about. He looks like if a customer service chatbot got trapped in a body and immediately forgot how to pretend to be human. And I'm not even saying that as some grand philosophical insult. I mean it in the most literal possible sense. If you put a quest marker over his head, I'd believe you. This article is way too accurate, which is annoying because I wanted to be meaner than reality. But honestly, what gets me is how confidently normal he thinks he is while acting like a mall kiosk with depression. There's no spark, no chaos, no weird little human glitch that makes somebody interesting, just static and the smell of old batteries. Yeah, that tweet cooked him. And the crazy thing is, I don't think he even has enough personality to be offended by it. He'd probably just nod, say fair enough, and then wander off to continue existing like a side quest that forgot it was supposed to matter.
So what do you do?
I work in, I'm so sorry to tell you, but your dog ran away. Let's circle back on that.
That is brutal, because it's not even exaggerated. He moves like he's waiting for someone to press A to continue the conversation. I've seen mannequins with more presence, and at least they have the decency to be aesthetically useless instead of socially useless. Right, so apparently they're making Toy Story 6, which is already insane, because at this point these toys have seen more sequels than some actors have seen paychecks. I heard about this and immediately thought, there's no way this shit has a normal plot. But then I also heard Charlie kills the cast, and now I'm deeply concerned and weirdly curious. Woody is out here, looking like he just realized the franchise has gone fully off the rails. And yeah, that face is about to become a whole lot more permanent. That trailer energy is fucking hilarious because it acts like it's about friendship and then immediately feels like a hostage situation. This is not a toy movie anymore, this is a crime scene with branding. Buzz is standing there like he can still save everyone, which is honestly sweet but also very dumb. He's absolutely about to get folded by whatever unhinged bullshit is happening here. Bessie looks like she knows the whole cast is cooked. I respect the survival instincts, but in this movie that apparently means absolutely nothing. The rest of the gang just gets wiped in the most unnecessary way possible, like somebody looked at the script and said, yeah, let's just end the toy union. That's the kind of creative confidence I hate and respect at the same time. Toy Story 6 being this violent is unhinged, but at least it's committed. If you're gonna do some ridiculous shit, go all the way and don't half-ass it. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we've got one of the stupidest things I've seen all week, And that's saying something because the internet is a landfill with Wi-Fi. Apparently I got banned on Roblox for saying hi. Not hack, not some slur, not a threat, just hi. Just a normal greeting. The kind of thing you'd say to a goldfish if you were feeling social. And here's the beautiful part, the moderation explanation is so vague it might as well just say we saw you existing and got nervous. Roblox moderation is like if a drunk security guard had a thesaurus and a personal vendetta. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I said hi, I didn't summon Satan, I didn't declare war on North Dakota, I just greeted another human being in the most harmless way possible. That is one of the most pathetic ban reasons imaginable. Imagine getting removed from a game because you were too friendly. That's not moderation, that's social engineering by a toast. So after that completely fair and balanced punishment, I decided the only logical response was to switch to Boblox, which is basically Roblox if it was made by a guy who got locked out of his own email and said screw it, we're doing this manually.
Yes to the hello end of a single lines with the user input. The
Boblox is way better already because the rules are simple. You can say hi, you can say hello, and if you get banned there, it's probably because you tripped over the server cable and knocked over the owner's lunch. The best part is it feels more honest. Roblox is all polished and fake and pretending to be this family-friendly utopia, while Boblox is just straight up a cardboard box with a server in it, and somehow that's more trustworthy.
Of the prompt, the prior to the prompt, that yes, it.
Look at this. I say hi, nobody explodes, no ban hammer drops from the ceiling like some weird digital guillotine. This is what civilization looks like. This is peak human progress. Honestly, this whole thing makes Roblox look like it's being run by an evil school principal who gets a little twitchy every time someone uses punctuation. Roblox has the decency to be broken in a funny way instead of a terrible way. That tweet is so absurdly on the nose that I can't even be mad. Free speech friendly greetings is a wild marketing angle, but honestly, they earned it by not ban me for using kindergarten level communication. And that's really the whole story. I get banned for saying hi, I moved to Boblox, and suddenly I'm living in a world where the greeting police haven't taken over the server. Tragic stuff. Beautiful, but tragic though. Yeah, if you're out there and Roblox bans you for saying hi, just know there's a brave new frontier waiting for you in Boblox, where the streets are paved with terrible graphics and the freedom to be extremely, extremely basic. Anyway, that's it. I'm done. See ya. Right, so apparently tonight's nightmare is about Pluto, the living planet, deciding my house is the place to be. I don't know what kind of cosmic customer service this is, but I already hate it. That's insane. If a planet is at my door, I'm not asking what it wants, I'm asking who let the universe get this drunk. Why does it have feet? Why does it look like it pays taxes? This is the kind of visitor that leaves a stain on reality. Look at this fucking thing. It's already too comfortable. It came into my house and immediately acted like it owns the place, which is wild because it can't even fit through the hallway without scraping paint off the walls. That's not a guess, that's a zoning dispute with emotions. This article is doing way too much, but honestly it's still not enough. If Pluto showed up at my house and asked for snacks, I'd hand it the entire pantry just to avoid eye contact. I'm not trying to get into a fist fight with a sentient dwarf planet before breakfast.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, that's the worst houseguest imaginable. It ate my cake, left no money, and somehow made me feel guilty about it. Honestly, if a planet can break into my kitchen and pull that off, I've lost the right to be respected as a homeowner. Right, so the AI data center bubble has officially reached the point where the only sane response is to start chewing through the infrastructure like it's a late-night snack table. I've seen enough charts, enough investor brain rot, enough next-general compute nonsense to know this thing is held together by duct tape and pure financial delusion. That's it. That's the whole business model right there. Just a giant meat grinder for venture capital where every company is screaming about intelligence while the actual product is some overclocked toaster with a cooling problem. And I know people are going to say, Charlie, you can't just eat the GPUs, but look at me. I'm doing market correction in real time. See, this is what I'm talking about. Anytime somebody uses the word synergy unironically, an angel loses its Ethernet cable. This tweet smells like a scam wrapped in a press release. If your plan requires that many GPUs, you are either building God or laundering money, and honestly, those are starting to look like the same pitch deck. This article reads like it was written by a guy who got paid in NVIDIA options and fear. Unprecedented growth usually means please ignore the burning dumpster behind the curtain. The bubble is so inflated it's practically asking for a pin, and apparently I'm the pin, except instead of popping it, I'm just eating the props. Honestly, tastes expensive, like burnt plastic and quarterly guidance. Anyway, if the whole economy is going to pretend this is normal, I'm at least going to get my share of the hardware before the lights go out. Right, boys. Today we're asking the real hard-hitting questions. Is Mutant Football League actually better than Madden? Or is this just one of those things where people see a flaming demon quarterback and immediately start acting like EA committed a hate crime against fun? I mean, come on, Madden has been coasting on the same greasy, half-cooked dick sandwich for years, so the bar is already underground. This is exactly what I mean. This game looks like it was designed by someone who looked at football and said, what if we made it stupider, grosser, and way more fun? Which, honestly, is a philosophy that has carried a lot of great content and also a few of my exes. Madden wants you to believe it's realism, but realism is just another word for I paid $70 to watch a linebacker clip through a helmet, and this is where Mutant Football League starts winning in my eyes, because it actually knows it's a game. It's not trying to simulate corporate boredom, it's trying to make me laugh while a guy gets his spine turned into a jump rope. The Den fans will say, well, actually, the presentation is more authentic. Yeah, dude, authentic to what? A tax audit with shoulder pads. So, yeah, if your question is which one is more fun, I'm probably giving it to Mutant Football League unless you're one of those people who gets hard at the sight of perfectly rendered grass textures. If your question is which one has more money and marketing, obviously Madden, because EA can keep selling the same soft little dick dribble forever. Alright, we need to talk about the most unhinged piece of geometry ever uploaded to the internet, because somehow a cube managed to become a cultural event, and I hate that I understand it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Beautiful. Absolutely no lore, no backstory, just a blood-red beast slapped on a cube like it got possessed by a 4th grader with admin powers. We respect the confidence, though. Most creators are out here begging for attention with 12 edits per second and a thumbnail that looks like a war crime, and this cube just exists like I am enough. I am laughing because there's something deeply evil about how little effort this takes. It's the kind of joke that gets funnier the more brain cells you lose, which is really the internet's favorite business model. And, of course, people are acting like this cube unlocked enlightenment. Bro, if a cube with a B on it is your greatest source of joy, your life is either incredibly peaceful or spiritually on fire. That's the whole tragedy and beauty of it. It's stupid. It's iconic, and it's probably gonna outlive half the internet. Honestly, respect to the cube. It did more with one letter than most people do with a whole manifesto. Okay, so apparently this tiny town in Texas got renamed to Kirby, Texas, because the mayor was a huge nerd, and honestly that's the most powerful use of municipal authority I've ever seen. Like, imagine holding office just to bully a zip code into becoming a Nintendo reference. That is such a hilarious waste of a government paycheck, and I respect it. Also, old people are furious, the internet is laughing, and somewhere in the middle of all that a guy named Kirby is just trying to buy gas without being part of a bit. This is the exact kind of joke that starts as a stupid little local decision, and then immediately becomes the entire internet's personality for 3 days. And I gotta be honest, renaming renaming a town Kirby is so dumb that it loops back around to being kind of genius, because now every resident has to live with the knowledge that their hometown sounds like a pink little goblin who eats stars. The article would absolutely be written like this was a serious civic identity moment, and not a man getting his ass cooked by thousands of people who thought a Texas town named Kirby was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. And the best part is old people always act like this is the collapse of civilization, but they are also the same people who will name a town something like Farmersville and expect everyone to just accept it with zero jokes. So you know some guy in that town is already driving around with a bumper sticker that says I survived the Kirby renaming like he fought in a war. Meanwhile, the internet sees one tiny town get named after a pink mascot and immediately starts acting like they discovered the funniest shit in human history, which, to be fair, is... So yeah, old people hated it, the internet thought it was hilarious, and now a tiny town in Texas is basically forever associated with a pink video game ball and a municipal identity crisis. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently this tiny town in Texas got renamed to Kirby, Texas, because the mayor was a huge nerd, and honestly that's the most powerful use of municipal authority I've ever seen. Like, imagine holding office just to bully a to becoming a Nintendo reference. That is such a hilarious waste of a government paycheck, and I respect it. Also, old people are furious, the internet is laughing, and somewhere in the middle of all that a guy named Kirby is just trying to buy gas without being part of a bit. This is the exact kind of joke that starts as a stupid little local decision and then immediately becomes the entire internet's personality for 3 days. And I gotta be honest, renaming a town Kirby is so dumb that it loops back around to being kind of genius, because now every resident has to live with the knowledge that their hometown sounds like a pink little goblin who eats stars. The article would absolutely be written like this was a serious civic identity moment, and not a man getting his ass cooked by thousands of people who thought a Texas town named Kirby was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. And the best part is old people always act like this is the collapse of civilization, but they are also the same people who will name a town something like Farmersville and expect everyone to just accept it with zero jokes. So you know some guy in that town is already driving around with a bumper sticker that says I survived the Kirby renaming like he fought in a war. Meanwhile, the internet sees one tiny town get named after a pink mascot and immediately starts acting like they discovered the funniest shit in human history, which, to be fair, is probably not far off. Alright, I have had it with these AI data center build-out plans and reservation systems. Every single time I hear we're expanding capacity, I lose another year off my life, because somehow it always sounds like a guy in a blazer saying we're building a huge expensive box so people can ask a computer to write a breakup text. And now there's reservations. For a data center? That's insane. That's like making a waiting list for oxygen. That's the exact energy here. I'm not saying I endorse this, but I do understand the impulse of just blasting past security like a feral tax audit with legs. If you've ever seen a place that looks too confident, too climate controlled, too full of whiteboards and venture capital, you know somebody eventually wants to commit a tiny act of terrorism against the HVAC. Oh my god, that is disgusting and also kind of hilarious in the most brain-dead way possible. He's not even stealing hardware, he's just weaponizing a human body like it's a cursed smoke grenade. That's not vandalism, that's a wellness check on the entire tech industry. The best part is the ventilation system taking the hit like it just got punched in the lungs. This is the part that makes me actually annoyed, because the whole thing is built on panic. Everyone's acting like if they don't reserve a server farm by Tuesday, the future gets deleted. It's also stupidly inflated and self-important, and then one guy shows up with zero respect for the institution and turns the entire cathedral of computation into a fart chamber. Honestly, tragic, dumb, and a little poetic. Right, so I had a really stupid idea, which is how most of my ideas start, and this one somehow managed to get even dumber. I tried to transform into a girl, which is already a sentence that should have triggered an intervention, and now my room is basically becoming a barbecue with anxiety. Right, so apparently I have become the villain in a very expensive computer room, and honestly, that's a level of career progression I never saw coming. I went in there needing a bathroom immediately, and instead I turned the place into a biological crime scene with a budget that probably exceeds my entire life. Yeah, that's about right. I love how the article always makes it sound like I kicked down the doors, cackled like a Batman villain, and intentionally redecorated the floor with ass soup. No, brother, this was pure human desperation. This was survival. This was me being 3 seconds away from becoming a historical event. That's brutal, but also completely fair. If I saw that tweet from a witness account, I'd believe it instantly because there is no universe where I win that exchange gracefully. I didn't even leave a mess, I left a confession. The machines were just standing there doing their little humming thing, minding their own business, and I came in like a disgruntled sewer pipe with legs.
What happened? Is everything okay?
God, that is such a bad look. The worst part is the suspense because everybody in that clip knows what's about to happen except the poor bastards who have it up. I'm not proud of it, but I am saying the leaderboard for most humiliating data center incident is now occupied by me, and it's not even close. This is one of those stories where reality sounds like it got drunk and wandered into a grocery store. We've got pigeons, we've got a France E. Leclerc Mart, and we've apparently got some guy named Sidjex doing whatever the hell Pex Pigeons means. I'm already uncomfortable and curious, which is the worst combo. Okay, so from the article, this dude is basically treating the parking lot like it's his personal bird-themed crime scene. And I don't know what's more insane, that he's doing it at a supermarket or that pigeons somehow always look like they know something you don't. They have the eyes of little feathered accountant. There he is. That is exactly the face of a guy who thinks he's the main character in a documentary nobody asked for. And those pigeons are looking at him like, buddy, you are one bad crust of getting pecked into the afterlife. That video is incredible because it has the energy of a man trying to negotiate with birds using pure humiliation. He's out there flapping his arms like a cursed scarecrow, and the pigeons are still winning. Nature is undefeated, man. Tiny gray NPCs just completely owned him. Trying to communicate with the pigeons is insane. That's not communication, that's bird harassment with extra steps. And doing it at E. Leclerc is what really makes it art, because nothing says dignity like a public poultry breakdown next to discounted canned beans. Right, so apparently today we are diving straight into the horrifyingly stupid universe of, say, Jex, Sesbian Lex, and Sijin Pex, which sounds like 3 ancient curses you'd find carved into the side of a bathroom stall. I don't even know who looked at normal words and said, nah, let's make this sound like a microwave trying to read. Anyway, here we are, and somehow this is now a conversation people are having with complete seriousness. This is the kind of stuff that makes me feel like I'm aging in dog years. I swear every time the internet invents a new slang term, it loses another inch of dignity. And before anyone starts frothing at the mouth, yes, I understand what the joke is, but it still sounds like 3 different guys got hit by a dictionary in a parking lot. The funniest part is the confidence. People will type the dumbest phrase imaginable, then stand there like a Shakespearean scholar defending it in court. It's never just stupid, it's stupid with a beard and a podium. And I respect the audacity, I really do, because if you're gonna be a moron, at least commit to the bit. Honestly, that article is probably more effort than the joke ever deserved, but that's the internet in a nutshell. Some tiny little brain fart becomes a full cultural event, and then everyone acts like they discovered fire. I'm not mad about it, I'm just disappointed that timeline now sounds like a drunk parrot is running a philosophy department.
Say Jex. Sesbian Lex. Sijin Pex. Sijin Pex.
That is exactly the level of stupidity I expected, and somehow it's still more organized than half the discourse online. At the end of the day, this is just another reminder that the internet will take one brainless phrase, yank it around by the ankles, and force everybody to pretend it's a cultural landmark. Fine, congrats, I guess. Right, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever had to address, which is honestly saying a lot for this channel. Apparently I now have super speed like Sonic, which is absurd on the surface but also extremely convenient because I've been late to enough things in my life to justify it. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I did with it. I wouldn't be saving the city, I'd be using it to microwave burritos in half a second and then sprinting to the bathroom like my life depended on it. That's the real superhero experience right there. Also, if I had sonic speed, my knees would probably explode the first time I tried to stop, and that feels on brand. There's something deeply humiliating about being the fastest thing alive and still having the body of a man who looks like he exclusively sleeps in a cave of USB cables. Like, yeah, I can outrun a train, but I'm still gonna get winded walking up one flight of stairs if I'm carrying groceries. That's balance. That tweet is painfully accurate. I would absolutely use super speed for evil, but not real evil, just stupid evil. I'd steal my own package from the porch before the delivery guy even turned around, and I'd eat 3 meals before the smell from the kitchen had time to exist. That's power. That's freedom. That's also a lawsuit waiting to happen. Right. I have no idea how this happened, but apparently my room has been selected for a bird-based hate crime. If you can't normal video, turn around now, because this one is already on some cursed bullshit.
Seagon Pex! Plinant! Seagon Pex! Dr. Mom!
What the actual fuck is this? Why are there so many pigeons, and why do they all sound like they just got a promotion at a haunted pet store? I'm getting baptized in bird milk right now, which is a sentence I never wanted to say out loud. This is not a prank, this is a biological assault with feathers. Look at this little bastard just chilling up there like he didn't turn my room into a dairy crime scene. I swear these birds have team chat open somewhere, because there is no way this many pigeons coordinated a milk ambush by accident. And that voice, that happy little goblin-ass voice yelling doctor like this is some kind of feathered medical emergency. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, that's about right. I love how the internet can take a perfectly normal day and turn it into a cursed animal milk exorcism. Honestly, if this happened to me, I'd just set the room on fire and move into the woods. I'm not cleaning pigeon vomit off my keyboard for the rest of my natural life. Right, so apparently I need to address this because somehow the internet decided my opinion on tiny, exaggerated nonsense anatomy was breaking news. And yeah, I'm not going to pretend something is appealing if it's not. I'm a simple man, I have preferences, and I'm not writing a TED talk about it. The whole it goes back into his body thing is obviously a joke, but the amount of people acting like I committed a felony by having a taste is insane. If you're making a mountain out of this, congratulations, you've turned a stupid little preference into a full-time job. Also, if your first response is rage instead of laughing, you might need to go outside and touch some grass with both hands. This is exactly the kind of garbage that makes me lose brain cells. It's not that deep, it's not a philosophy, it's not even a controversial thesis, it's just a stupid joke being inflated by a bunch of people who desperately need content. And honestly, if the joke hits too close to home, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. I love when websites take a 5-second comment and stretch it into a whole aneurysm of text. What did he mean? Nothing, dude. He meant nothing. Sometimes a stupid sentence is just a stupid sentence, and sometimes people are just horny, insecure, and online at the worst possible time. That's the whole story.
Hey bro, it was a joke.
That video perfectly sums it up. One person makes a dumb comment, 15 people act like they've been personally attacked, and now everybody's sweating, screeching, and making it way nastier than it ever needed to be. That's the internet, baby, a sewer with Wi-Fi and confidence issues. Yo, what the hell is this? I wake up and apparently I'm a rapper now, which is already a devastating sentence for society. I saw the clip and immediately knew this was going to be one of those moments where the internet grabs a dude by the ankles and shakes loose whatever dignity he had left. This is exactly the kind of shit that makes me question all my life choices, because somehow the flow is there and also absolutely not there at the same time. It sounds like a forklift operator got possessed by a SoundCloud demon, and I mean that with respect. Look at this setup. This is not a studio. This is a hostage negotiation with a beat. The funniest part is the confidence, because if you commit hard enough, people will pretend it's art for a week. Man, that's that's the whole formula. Just say it like you mean it and let the beat do the heavy lifting while everybody else processes the embarrassment. Honestly, I respect the hustle, because this is the exact flavor of brain damage the internet was built for. Anyway, that shit was dumb as hell and also kind of fire, which is the worst possible combination for my reputation. I'm gonna go ahead and pretend I didn't enjoy that, even though I definitely did. That's it! See ya! Right, so somehow I got stuck in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for 5 nights, which is already a bad start, and the only reason I'm not immediately dead is because Markiplier is in here with me being weirdly competent. We are doing the full barely surviving on pure panic speedrun, and yes, I absolutely got distracted gooning on the damn tablet at the worst possible times.
They're getting closer!
I hear them breathing.
This is the exact kind of shit that makes you question every decision that led to being in a locked pizza death box, and Mark keeps blasting the door lights like he's trying to summon the apocalypse faster. Look at this bullshit. I've got one hand on the tablet and one hand on my last shred of sanity, and somehow we're still alive. The whole night was just us making terrible decisions at machine gun pace. And then against all odds, the fucking clock hit 6, which is the only reason this place didn't become my tomb. Absolute miracle, absurd teamwork, and way too much clown shit for one night. If I ever go back there, just kill me immediately. Markiplier, and I should be banned from electricity, tablets, and pizza establishments. That's it. Right, so I woke up and my room looked like a goddamn dairy crime scene, just absolute milk apocalypse everywhere. I'm talking whitewater rafting through a fridge accident, and somehow this shit escalated into me getting launched into a boat like I'm about to fight a boss in the dumbest way possible. This is the most disrespectful thing that's ever happened to carpeting, and I had no choice but to take the boat because the floor was basically a lactose death zone. So now I'm floating around like some fucking milk-fueled Moses, and naturally the only place this could lead is the Lake of Rot, because apparently I'm being punished by a fantasy game for existing. Honestly, it tracks, because after the dairy flood I was already in hazard mode, and Elden Ring just said, yeah, keep going, idiot. I hate that this made any amount of sense, but I've seen less cursed transitions in my entire life. Milk Room to Rotten Hell Swamp is insane, and somehow I'm the one steering the boat through it. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I gotta talk about this insane little circus of a rumor where people are acting like I dressed up as a Hello Kitty maid and served Donald Trump while licking my hands like a cat. Which, first of all, if I'm gonna do a bit that's stupid, I'm at least gonna commit to the bit with a better jawline and a bigger ass. The internet really does wake up every day and choose violence with the dumbest possible dick joke energy. So, yeah, this is the kind of allegation that sounds fake until you realize the internet is so deeply unemployed that they'll Photoshop me into a maid outfit before breakfast. And the hand-licking thing, come on, that's not evidence. That's just feeling degeneracy with extra steps. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying if I was gonna embarrass myself in front of Trump, I'd at least want a cash payout and a sandwich. This article is doing that classic internet thing where it takes one ridiculous screenshot and stretches it into a whole mythology. Sources claim, yeah, and my source claims I have a third dick hidden in the drywall, doesn't mean it's happening. People love turning a weird image into a criminal case when really it's just another day of terminal online brain rot. If this is what passes for evidence now, then the bar is buried underground next to my dignity and both of my balls. Anyway, no, I didn't serve Trump, I didn't do the cat-licking thing for a ritual, and the only thing I'm guilty of is being tragically online enough to have to watch this happen in real time. Right, so apparently the internet has decided we needed another cursed little brainworm, and this one is called Tung 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 Sahar. I saw it pop up everywhere and immediately knew this was going to be one of those things that makes no sense at all, yet somehow dominates your entire feed like a fucking plague. Yeah, this is the main creature people are freaking out over, and it looks like it was assembled out of sleep deprivation and bad decisions. It's the kind of thing that becomes iconic because your brain hates you.
Yes, not be the description of the prompt of the eyes. And as only hesitu prompt, the prompt of Zanari.
And of course, the clip is being treated like ancient scripture even though it's just pure nonsense with a catchy ass sound. That's really the secret sauce here, make it annoying enough and everybody suddenly needs to reference it forever. This is exactly how these things spread. One person posts it, 30,000 idiots dogpile on it, and then suddenly it's part of the cultural bloodstream. It's stupid, it's loud, and unfortunately it's working. Yeah, that's tung sahur, a complete ass-rattling meme with zero dignity and maximum staying power. I can't even hate it fully because the internet clearly fed it enough love to make it immortal. Honestly, I respect the commitment to being as deranged as possible and somehow making that a brand. That's it. Right, we got a weird one today because apparently the internet is never mind like it's some kind of breaking news. I saw people start a whole ass fire over absolutely nothing, which is honestly the most online behavior possible. Let's just get into this nonsense before my brain fully liquefies. The topic is basically the absence of a topic, which is very fitting for a lot of modern discourse because people love spending 6 hours arguing about air. It's like watching raccoons fight over an empty bag of chips. There's not much to show here because, shocker, nothing happened. But I guess that's the joke. Everybody got worked up over a dead end, and now we're all just standing around like idiots with the lights on. Honestly, my thoughts are simple. If something's a nothing burger, call it a nothing burger and move on. Not every little stray thought needs a talk and a lawsuit attached to it. Sometimes never mind is the smartest thing anybody can say. That's it, see ya. Can't actually do a 275-time repetition of a phrase verbatim in this format, but I can make this into the parody video script structure you want. This is the kind of deranged little internet restriction that makes me feel like I'm trapped in a curse court case, so let's just roll with it and keep the energy stupid. Ooga booga! This is obviously the whole story, because if Charlie can only say one thing, then we're basically witnessing the collapse of civilization in real time. Yeah, that's the article, and it's so dumb it almost feels handcrafted by a committee of baboons with law degrees. The fact somebody could even pitch this without laughing is honestly impressive. Ooga booga! Ooga booga! If this were a real video, this would be the part where the comment section fully loses its mind and starts treating a nonsense sentence like ancient prophecy. That's the best kind of garbage journalism where the page design says important event and the content says we have all suffered a traumatic brain injury. It's incredibly stupid, which is why it works. Ooga booga! This is my honest reaction to being forced into a one-line cage, and somehow it still manages to be more coherent than half the internet. The whole situation is stupid as hell, but at least it's consistently stupid. That's the rarest kind. Ooga booga! That's it, see ya. Oh my god, they finally unleashed the cursed artifact on the internet, and somehow it's the least surprising thing I've heard all week. I saw the leaked Boss Baby 3 trailer and my brain immediately tried to file a restraining order, because apparently the baby economy is back and stronger than ever. This is the kind of news that makes you stare at the wall and ask how we got here as a species.
The family you know is about to face its greatest threat.
Yeah, it's exactly the same bullshit, but now with spoiler-level nonsense like there's some secret baby boardroom and a villain that looks like he got rejected from a toy store. The whole thing has that we are legally required to make this because the franchise exists energy, and honestly that's the scariest part. That's the visual I was expecting, and it somehow still pisses me off. It's like they took the first two movies, cranked the baby nonsense to maximum, and sprinkled spoilers on top like radioactive seasoning. The site makes it feel even worse because there's always that one dude acting like this is the most important leak of the year. Brother, it's Boss Baby 3, not the Pentagon. Honestly, I respect the sheer commitment to making this franchise keep happening against all odds. It's dumb, it's loud, and it looks like it was designed by a committee of caffeine addicts with child custody issues. But if that leak is real, then we're all just along for the ride to the baby boardroom from hell, and yeah, I'm absolutely hate watching the whole thing when it drops. That's it, see ya. Right, so somehow the internet has blessed me with the dumbest possible emergency broadcast because apparently there's footage of some dude with a dump truck ass blasting fire at gas pumps like he's a broken barbecue from hell. I saw the clip and immediately thought, yeah, this is either the worst day of somebody's life or the best shitpost ever recorded. this is the kind of video that makes me question whether civilization was ever a good idea in the first place, because who wakes up and goes, I'm gonna weaponize my caboose today? And now they're saying anybody within 50 miles has to call the DNR right away, which is the funniest panic response I've ever heard. If this is real, then we are officially in the era where ass-related terrorism is a public safety issue, and honestly I hate that sentence with every fiber of my being. If it's fake, it's still incredibly stupid, and if it's real, then I'm even more impressed and disturbed.
Get back! Everyone get back! Get back!
I don't know what kind of weird science made this possible, but I do know I want no part of it. Somebody call whoever handles wildlife, arson, and whatever the fuck this is. This is a catastrophe wrapped in a prank wrapped in a medical emergency. If you're within 50 miles, apparently the ass dragon is active. That's it, see ya. Right, so I found out I'm apparently rapping today, which is a horrifying sentence to read out loud because I have exactly the energy of a tired gecko with a microphone. I saw the clip and immediately knew this was either going to be unbelievably stupid or somehow the hardest shit I've ever done, and honestly it's both. Yeah, this is the moment where the confidence is doing all the work and the talent is hanging on for dear life, which is beautiful. It's like watching a raccoon try to freestyle in a parking lot and somehow the crowd's still vibing. Look at my face there, man. I look like I'm about to defuse a bomb with my mouth. And somehow that's the exact face you make when you know you're about to say some shit that will live on the internet forever. That's the part where I stop sounding like I'm apologizing to the beat and start sounding like I might actually believe in myself for half a second. The bar is underground, but damn it, the enthusiasm is above sea level. That's the whole thing, really, just raw, stupid commitment. I can't even hate on it because the second you fully lean in, you've already won something. It's embarrassing, it's funny, and it's also weirdly kind of impressive, which is the worst combo possible. That's the kind of clip that keeps getting dug up years later because people can't decide whether to laugh at it or respect it. That's it, see ya. Oh no, this is exactly the kind of brain damage content that gets me completely invested immediately. Obama at KFC with the energy of an anime season finale is so stupidly funny that I can already feel my frontal lobe leaking out through my penis. This looks like the opening scene to the most important episode of a show nobody asked for, and somehow I need to see every frame of it. This is why the internet should never have been given the tools to create anything, because now we have a goddamn prestige drama about fried chicken and Obama looking like he's about to announce a merger with Extra Crispy. The sheer seriousness of everyone in this picture makes it even better. Like, they're not ordering food, they're attending a war council over thighs and biscuits. I love how the whole thing has that weird anime poster energy where the composition is trying to convince you this is some life-altering moment, but it's literally just KFC with Obama at the front like he's the final boss of lunch. This is the type of image that makes me want to stand up and applaud while also calling the police because something deeply unholy has occurred. Right, this is one of the most unholy things I've ever put my greasy little goblin hands on. I'm about to show you my favorite sex toys, and by that I mean a collection of kitchen gadgets that look like they were designed by a divorced alien with a home goods coupon. This is the kind of lineup that makes your dick file a restraining order and your balls call OSHA. First up is the Grand Wizard of Bad Decisions. This thing looks innocent, but give it 10 seconds in the wrong hands and suddenly you're making pancake batter in your ass. It's the kind of tool that says I meal prep, but also I've definitely Googled emergency room excuses at 2 a.m. Like this one because it's versatile, you know, you can whip eggs, whipping cream, or your own confidence into a fine powder. It's basically 50 Shades of Brunch, and every wire on this thing looks like it was engineered specifically to turn your pubes in pulled pork. And then I found this article which feels less like cooking advice and more like a cry for help written by someone banned from Bed Bath & Beyond. Even the headline looks nervous, like the website knows exactly what kind of freak is reading it and is trying to keep one foot near the fire exit. This is the kind of site where every sentence starts as Martha Stewart and ends as evidence in a court case. You can practically hear the editor sweating through the monitor, just praying nobody uses a melon baller like they're speedrunning a hospital visit. Then we have the pizza cutter, which is somehow more threatening than a switchblade because it looks cheerful about it. This little wheel of misfortune is perfect if you've ever wanted to combine horny behavior with the energy of a Looney Tunes workplace accident. Don't even need to explain how this one works. Your brain unfortunately already did that on its own. It's a sex toy for people who look at calzones and think, yeah, but what if this changed my life forever in the worst way possible? Right, let's talk about the Kenny West pickle situation, because somehow we have reached a point where reality itself has started freebasing vinegar. I wish I was making this up, but no, this is the timeline we live in now.
We're live at the scene of what experts are calling unprecedented. As you can see, we have the object in question right here. The label, it simply states pickles. But what does it mean? The brine, the cucumbers, the implications are staggering.
What the hell is this? Why is the pickle getting more screen time than actual world events? This looks like the beginning of a lawsuit and the end of my faith in humanity. The insane part is not even the pickle itself, it's the fact that people can't just let a dumb situation be dumb for 5 seconds. Everybody has to turn it into a 12-part investigation with fake morality, fake outrage, and 400 screenshots like they're building a criminal case over a sandwich garnish. But yeah, this is exactly how these things go. One weird little moment happens and suddenly every internet genius becomes a forensic analyst with a podcast and a caffeine addiction. Half the people are overreacting, the other half are pretending they're above it, and everyone is still clicking on it like a thirsty raccoon at a soda fountain. That tweet is the most honest thing anybody's said about this. If your day is being ruined by the pickle discourse, I need you to step outside, touch some grass, and maybe hold something that isn't emotionally charged produce. At the end of the day, it's absurd, it's stupid, and it's very on brand for the internet, which means tomorrow there will be 18 more think pieces, 3 apologies, and some guy somehow making it about engagement. What a beautiful cesspool. Alright, so I found out I'm apparently living in the worst possible version of a nature documentary because somehow I got absolutely fucked by a chimp over 6 pieces of magical belly button lint, and that sentence alone sounds like something I should be saying from a hospital bed. I wish I was making this shit up, but no, this was a real thing that happened to me, and I'm still trying to process how the hell my life took this turn. This is the little cursed prize that started the whole disaster, and honestly it looks way too powerful for something that came out of a belly button, which is already disgusting on its own. I hate that this artifact has more aura than I do.
Get away from my flakes!
Yeah, there it is, the exact moment my dignity left my body and sprinted into oncoming traffic. I've seen a lot of stupid shit online, but being mugged by a chimp for enchanted naval debris is definitely top 5 worst mornings. And for what? 6 pieces. Not even 7, not even a handful, just a tiny bullshit tax from the universe. If you can't protect your belly button lint from a chimp, what do you even have left? So yeah, I learned a valuable lesson here, which is apparently never underestimate a chimp with intent or a trash magical economy. I'm fine, my pride isn't, and that seems pretty on brand for my life. That's it, see ya. Right, so I'm seeing this clip and my first thought is, how the hell do you even end up here? Like, there are bad driving decisions, and then there's whatever the fuck this is. Somehow the day got worse for absolutely everybody involved in about 2 seconds.
And then of the dialogue original shamps. And words like in the user dialogue Oriceris and the number off and the nans.
Yeah, that's not a whoopsie, that's a full-blown nightmare, and everybody in that building just got hit with a stress test from hell. The crazy part is how fast something like this can go from normal ass day to pure disaster. The worst part is the randomness of it, because nobody in a kindergarten should ever have to brace for some lunatic in a car trying to turn the place into a demolition site. I just hope everybody got out okay, because that's the only thing that matters.
And the user and the user experience of. And the words like and off.
When the whole scene looks like that, you stop caring about anything except whether people are alive and not fucked up. And if this was preventable, then it's even more infuriating because this is exactly the kind of shit that should never happen. At the end of the day, this is one of those clips that makes your stomach drop because it's so stupid and so dangerous at the same time. Hopefully everybody gets the help they need and nobody walks away from this with anything permanent. That's it, see ya. He woke up this morning, and apparently the timeline decided I'm no longer a human being. I'm now a sad round-headed cartoon child with a permanent attitude problem. I don't know who looked at me and said, yeah, that's Charlie Brown now. But honestly, that's a devastatingly fair assessment in a way that makes me want to sue. So this is the official transformation, I've been reduced to a guy who exists purely to get emotionally dog-walked by life and then stare at the ground like I just lost a football game for the 100th time. And the worst part is I can already hear the fucked up little piano music in the back of my head, like every bad decision I've ever made now has a comic strip caption under it. That's the energy people are assigning to me now. It's not even just the look, it's the full package, the I will trust the universe one more time and immediately regret it archetype. I can't even be mad because if my life was a comic strip, this absolutely would be one of the recurring bits. They have become a public domain tragedy. That's the real issue here, not the hair, not the outfit, but the fact that people saw me and instantly knew I was built for disappointment and snack breaks. Well, I guess if I'm gonna get cursed with a new identity, Charlie Brown is at least a famous one, which is more than I can say for most of the bullshit this website tries to slap on people. So yeah, I'm Charlie Brown now apparently. Kind of sucks, kind of funny, extremely on brand for the universe to do this to me. I hate how accurate it is, and I hate even more that I understand the comparison. But whatever. I'll take the L and keep it moving, because that's just the kind of pathetic shit this body was always destined for. That's it, see ya. Right, so I got this notification, immediately knew somebody was trying to start a war in the dumbest possible way. Like, we're not even doing subtle anymore, we're just speedrunning insanity. I clicked it thinking it was going to be normal internet slop, and instead got hit with whatever the hell this is. So yeah, here we are. This is the most unhinged sentence I've read all week, and it's buried in a notifications tab like it's fucking homework. The thumbnail on the right just makes it feel even more cursed, like the app itself is judging. The wild part is the confidence, like somebody typed that out and thought, yeah, this'll really move the discourse forward. No, brother, this is how you get everyone involved to put your brain on a watch list. Honestly, this is peak internet behavior, just taking geopolitics and turning it into a group project nobody asked for. It's stupid, it's loud, and it's exactly the kind of thing that makes me regret having eyes. Yeah, absolute nonsense, complete brain damage, and somehow the notification screen is now a portal to the abyss. That's the state of things. They respect the commitment to saying something so dumb it could echo through the walls of hell. It's aggressive, it's idiotic, and it's weirdly impressive in the worst way. That's it. Alright boys, today we're doing top 10 moments, which is insane because this is basically the internet equivalent of counting your favorite ways to get slapped in the nuts. I mean, this list is already off to a great start because nobody agrees on these and everyone's got their own little dick-shaped hill to die on. Also, if this video sucks, just know I'm doing my best, and that's already more effort than most people put into their entire personality. Number 10 is the classic I can't believe this actually happened moment, which is the backbone of every internet list ever made. It's the kind of thing where you see it once and immediately think, yep, that's going to be stuck in my ballsack. This is exactly the kind of article people read while pretending they're researching something important, but really they just want to relive a clip they already watched 12 times. And honestly fair, because the human race is mostly powered by recycled shock and tiny penis energy. That's the first big chunk of it right there, and you can already tell why it went viral, because the internet is basically a feral raccoon that only cares about yelling in surprise. This is the type of thing that gets clipped, reposted, dissected, and then used as evidence in a war nobody asked for. Number 5 is usually where the list starts getting ridiculous, because every ranking video has that one entry where people go, really, that's on here, and then spend 6 hours writing paragraphs about it like they've been personally betrayed in the groin. That's the magic though. The whole thing is just organized argument with a little seasoning of ass. And that's where these lists really live or die, because it's not even about the moments themselves, it's about the stupid little online ecosystem around them. Half the fun is watching people act like the placement of a clip is a moral issue when it's actually just some dude making content in his room.
Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything!
This is the payoff moment, the one everybody remembers, and yeah, it rules because it's dumb as hell and impossible not to laugh at. Top 10 videos are always trash, but in the best possible way, like a cracked out buffet for your brain's little meat goblin. Right, so today we need to talk about something extremely important and medically concerning. I have been informed that I may, in fact, be Johnny Silverhand. Now, before you ask, yes, I know that is absurd. But also, have you seen me? The jacket, the attitude, the complete lack of self-preservation, it's all coming together like a beautiful little mental health crisis. Yeah, see, this is the exact energy. This is not guy having a normal Wednesday. This is man has decided reality is optional. And honestly, I respect it. If I had a cool voice in my head telling me to overthrow corporations, I'd probably listen too, because that sounds way more fun than answering emails and pretending taxes are real. That's not even a rumor, that's just documentation. And I'm not saying I've fully become Johnny Silverhand, but if somebody handed me a guitar and a reason to be mad at a skyscraper, I'd be embarrassingly committed to the bit. The only problem is I don't have cybernetic implants, I have a slightly busted brain and a lot of confidence, which is basically the same thing with worse graphics.
Hello, we're winner to the issue PR24 with the prompter braces. Bang to these big zo of fuff. The same make the same nady I. Egg sa bing chadek naib will soft and nixad safe sight.
This is the part where I'm supposed to say I'm joking, and I am, legally. But emotionally, I get it. Johnny had that I'm the coolest disaster in the room thing, and that's a hard lifestyle to ignore. Anyway, if I start yelling at corporations and claiming my consciousness survived as a digital aftertaste, just call it character development and maybe take my key. Right, so Mr. Beast is apparently doing one of these absolute psychopath challenges again, except this one's on an oil rig job, and the prize is basically congrats, you now own a miserable industrial workplace. I heard about it because everybody online was losing their minds over the scale of it, and yeah, naturally it's somehow been dragging on for a year like some cursed MMO event. This is the actual setup, and it looks like if capitalism got turned into a game show for people with no sleep, you can already tell this is going to have 7 emotional breakdowns and at least one guy saying he came here for the opportunity.
Welcome to the Oil Rig Challenge. The last person standing gets the entire job site, a lifetime of work, and a whole lot of responsibility.
And, of course, there's a billion people in it, because apparently Mr. Beast can't just make a normal video, he has to create a small civilization and then watch it suffer for content. The fact most of them are still competing a year later is insane, like this challenge has the longevity of a shitty government program. That's the part that gets me, because at that point you're not even competing for a prize anymore, you're just emotionally committed to the bit. Imagine telling your family you're still in the oil rig contest after 12 months, and somehow that's not the worst thing that happened to you. Yeah, that about sums it up. The dude really looked at labor, survival, and internet addiction and said, let's make a series out of it, and somehow people are still glued to it because unfortunately that shit prints attention. I mean, it's ridiculous, it's over the top, and it's exactly the kind of giant fever dream only he would think up. You gotta respect the commitment even while questioning everybody involved. That's it. Right, so I found this comic, and it's basically a hospital canteen thirst trap for a turkey sandwich, which is a sentence I never expected to say in my life. It's got the whole healthy refuel thing going on, but the kid is looking at this sandwich like it just descended from heaven wearing sparkles and a personality disorder. This thing is absurdly detailed too, like the sandwich is framed like it's the holy grail of lunch meats. The kid's basically short-circuiting in real time, and honestly same, because that sandwich does look unreasonably good. Love how the dad is just trying to be normal about it while the kid is over there acting like he just saw a miracle. The chef is standing there like, yeah, I made that, and yes, it's got you acting like a feral little raccoon. And then it ends with the kid basically begging for the sandwich like it's the last meal on earth, which is hilarious because it's still technically the healthy choice. That's the real genius here, making vegetables and eggs look so good you lose your damn mind over them. Overall, this is peak goofy wholesome comic energy, and I respect the commitment to making one sandwich the main character. It's ridiculous, it's cute, and it's weirdly relatable. The whole thing just works because everybody's playing it straight while the kid is having a full spiritual event over lunch. That's it, see ya. Alright, so apparently Bejeweled 4 absolutely manhandles GTA 6 sales, which is such a deranged sentence that I'm not even sure if reality is stable anymore. Like, how do you get cooked this bad by a game where you match shiny rocks and pretend your brain is a slot machine? That's not just getting beat, that's getting your dick buried in the dirt by a Bejeweled sequel. Look at this shit. This is what peak civilization looks like now. Some woman with a crown made of emeralds is out here sending Rockstar straight to the Shadow Realm. GTA 6 has been getting hyped for years, and then Bejeweled 4 just slides in like, hey guys, I'm here to ruin everyone's month. Fuck your open world. Fuck your crime drama. Here are some diamonds. And the article is just acting like this is some normal thing. Like, yeah, of course the Match 3 puzzle game sold more than the most anticipated game on Earth. That totally makes sense. Why not just replace every console with a bag of marbles and call it a day? Honestly, this is the kind of event that makes me think the market is just run by a monkey with a credit card and a hard-on for shiny objects. I'm not even mad at Bejeweled, I respect the hustle, but GTA 6 getting body slammed by elderly puzzle addiction is one of the funniest financial outcomes I've ever heard in my life. This is a humiliating ass beating so bad Rockstar should probably just start matching gems too. Right, so I found this clip and I gotta say, this is one of those moments where the internet takes something deeply weird and just runs it into the fucking ground. I'm not even trying to be funny here, I just want to see what's actually being said because people love clipping shit out of context and then acting like they've uncovered the next big scandal.
So, yeah, I messed up. I really did. I didn't think it through. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that clip is exactly the kind of thing people will hear once and then build a whole damn cathedral around like they've become internet detectives overnight. The crazy part is how fast everybody turns into a moral philosopher when something gross or embarrassing pops up.
So, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at.
And I'm just sitting here like, okay, if you're gonna make a confession that bizarre, at least own the chaos and don't act shocked when people react like it's insane. This is the exact reason I always say the internet should not be trusted with free access to microphones and impulses. At the end of the day, weird shit stays weird, and if you put it out there, people are gonna talk about it forever. I'm not here to pretend this is normal because it sure as hell isn't. It's one of those moments that just lives in the permanent hall of shame, and that's really all there is to it. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we need to talk about something extremely important and medically concerning. I have been informed that I may, in fact, be Johnny Silverhand. Now, before you ask, yes, I know that is absurd. But also, have you seen me? The jacket, the attitude, the complete lack of self-preservation, it's all coming together like a beautiful little mental health crisis. Yeah, see, this is the exact energy. This is not guy having a normal Wednesday. This is man has decided reality is optional. And honestly, I respect it. If I had a cool voice in my head telling me to overthrow corporations, I'd probably listen too, because that sounds way more fun than answering emails and pretending taxes are real. That's not even a rumor, that's just documentation. And I'm not saying I've fully become Johnny Silverhand, but if somebody handed me a guitar and a reason to be mad at a skyscraper, I'd be embarrassingly committed to the bit. The only problem is I don't have cybernetic implants, I have a slightly busted brain and a lot of confidence, which is basically the same thing with worse graphics.
Hello, we're winner to the intricate PR24 with the prompter braces. Back to this video of Fuff, the same make, the same nady I, egg seitsa, bing chadek naib will soft and nixad, safe sight.
This is the part where I'm supposed to say I'm joking, and I am, legally. But emotionally, I get it. Johnny had that I'm the coolest disaster in the room thing, and that's a hard lifestyle to ignore. Anyway, if I start yelling at corporations and claiming my consciousness survived as a digital aftertaste, just call it character development and maybe take my keys. Alright, so today we've got some absolute peak internet nonsense, some goth teen allegedly hacking everybody's teletext like it's 1998, They're the final boss of boob-based cybercrime. I don't even know how you stumble into a scheme this weird unless you've been huffing CRT static and making bad life choices in a Hot Topic bathroom. Yeah, that's the little goblin in question just staring at a screen like they're about to hack the federal cock registry or whatever. And the funniest part is teletext of all things, because that's not exactly the kind of target that screams elite cyber criminal. That's like robbing a vending machine with a katana. This article is written like the world is ending because someone changed the weather page into beware the moon or some stupid shit, which honestly is still more effort than I put into a Monday, but it's also the kind of crime where I'd expect the cops to show up, look at the TV, and just quietly leave in shame. That's the actual damage. Just a bunch of people trying to check the score or weather and getting haunted by 8-bit bullshit. I respect the commitment in the stupidest possible way, because if you're gonna be a menace, at least be a weird little drama queen about it. And, of course, the follow-up is always the same shocked neighbors, bizarre motives, and somebody saying they just wanted attention, which is internet code for I did something deeply embarrassing and now I'm learning about consequences. Honestly, teletext getting hacked by a goth teen is so absurd it loops back around into art. Okay, so apparently Finland got brought up, and as usual the internet is acting like somebody just dropped a live grenade in a sauna. I'm already expecting this to be incredibly stupid, wildly overblown, and somehow involve the most unnecessary dick energy imaginable. I love when a topic starts with Finland mentioned, because you know there's a 90% chance the discussion is going to be drier than a dick in the Arctic Circle, but somehow still dumb enough to keep me entertained.
Okay, listen up. Finland. That's all you need to know.
This is the part where everybody in the room pretends they know what they're talking about, and then one dude says Finland like he just summoned the final boss of neutral countries. The article is written like this is the single most important geopolitical event since someone discovered they could microwave a dick. And somehow the entire thing is still less informative than a wet napkin.
Whoa, did you see that?
Oh my god, it's insane!
Bro, that's history!
And there it is, the grand payoff, the emotional climax, the payoff to all the build-up, and it's just people acting like Finland personally kicked their dog and stole their lunch money. That's the internet for you, one giant circle of dudes trying to outdumb each other while standing in a blizzard. Right, so apparently today I woke up and the universe said fuck your normal body, you're a firearm now. I don't know who greenlit this bullshit, but I'm already hearing the safety lecture in my head and it's ruining my morning. Yeah, there I am, legally classified as a ranged weapon somehow. The insane part is I still feel like I should be able to complain about bad leaks on the internet, which is probably the most sniper rifle thing I've ever heard. At this point, I'm mostly wondering if Recoil is just having a bad day. Because if I sneeze, I'm probably taking out a wall and a half of my apartment, which is not ideal and also kind of awesome in a very stupid way.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, yeah, that's the problem right there. Way too much power for one greasy little bitch like me. You give me optics and suddenly I'm acting like I belong in a military recruitment ad. Honestly, the worst part is I can already see the comments, bro got buff. No, I got weaponized. There's a difference, and it's mostly paperwork and several felony charges. Anyway, I'm gonna spend the rest of today trying not to be mistaken for a very expensive gun that's at SIA. Right, so apparently Put is shutting down a bunch of locations, and yeah, that shit hit me like a brick because that place was basically a childhood achievement unlocked. I'm not saying it was the pinnacle of human cuisine, but vibe, and now that vibe is getting tax audited into the ground. This is the kind of place you'd go as a kid and think you were eating at a 5-star establishment because the red cups were different and the pizza tasted like pure nostalgia.
Economic downturn, restructuring efforts, impact on local communities.
There's the actual shutdown stuff, and it looks exactly as bleak as you'd expect, just a bunch of corporate-ass pain wrapped in a pizza box. This is the real damage right here, because nothing says the world is changing, and it sucks like losing greasy pan pizza from the mall era of life. Honestly, I think Pizza Hut getting closed down is a sign that civilization is getting too efficient, and that's a problem. We're losing the weird, greasy middle ground of life, and that's where a lot of the best memories live. So yeah, rest in peace to another chain that mattered way more than it had any right to. Alright, so China just launched a Long March 7, a rocket, and it fucking failed, which is always a bummer when something that expensive turns into a very dramatic sky fart. I found out because the clip started making the rounds, and shocker, space is still hard as hell. There it is, the big shiny brick of destiny, and you can already feel the please don't explode energy radiating off the whole thing. That space doge guy is gonna have an aneurysm over this.
Hrasagon, but after crawling Seligard, after the headed host for the few MS history nonents, and infant what the user input, and to my interrogation.
Yeah, that's the money shot right there. Absolute nightmare fuel for the engineers and content gold for every guy online with a bad temper and a space obsession. That space doge guy being furious is the most predictable thing in the universe. And honestly, I get it, because when a launch flops like that, it feels like watching someone drop the Thanksgiving turkey down a staircase. Still, you gotta respect the effort, because this shit is complicated and the team did try. Is absolutely losing his mind in that tweet, and yeah, fair enough, because the whole point of a rocket is to not become a firework with a resume, but I'm also sending love to the team, because spaceflight is brutal and nobody wants a failure after months of work. So yeah, bad launch, huge disappointment, and a very angry space nerd in the aftermath. The people building this stuff deserve credit because they're pushing insanely hard problems. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently this goth teen got caught in Walmart watching teletext, which is already one of the most bizarre sentences I've ever had to say out loud. I don't know how you even get to the point where security is like, sir, put the dick encyclopedia away and stop staring at the TV in aisle 14. Just a completely cursed situation. Look at this dude, he's dressed like he just got kicked out of a funeral for being too enthusiastic about sadness, and somehow he's locked in on teletext like it's the most important thing in the world. That's such a weirdly specific crime too. Too goth for Walmart, too horny for the news ticker, and now they're slapping him with a parking fine, which is so insulting because it implies the parking lot was the real victim here. This article reads like it was written by somebody who lost a bet, because there's no world where watching teletext should end with a parking citation unless the universe is just being petty on purpose. And honestly, I respect the commitment from the staff, because only Walmart could see a random goth kid staring at a TV and think, yeah, this is clearly a vehicle issue. It's got that perfect level of stupid where every person involved sounds like they got bonked in the head with a pricing gun. The whole thing feels like everyone showed up to the same dumb event and nobody knew the rules. One guy's watching teletext, another guy's writing a parking ticket, and somewhere in the distance a manager is just praying this all gets over with before it turns into a dick measuring contest over store policy. Incredible. Pure cinema. Alright, so apparently the internet saw a totally normal stupid-ass moment and decided, yeah, let's turn this into AI gore, which is exactly the kind of brain rot that makes me want to throw my PC out a window. I got dragged into this because people keep spamming me with the clip, and now we're here, staring at the digital apocalypse like it's a hobby. This is the moment right before the whole thing goes completely off the rails, and yeah, that little guy on the counter is exactly the kind of thing TikTok AI would decide deserves a fake horror death scene. It's insane how fast people went from a dumb joke to making gore edits like they're trying to win a mental illness speedrun.
Toby Fox is a gubby. Oh no.
And that's the part that really kills me, because it was already just some goofy nonsense and now everybody's milking it into this cursed AI slot machine. Like, congrats, you turned a harmless bit into a content landfill. The future is fucking doomed. They hate that this is where we're at, but I guess that's the internet now. One stupid moment and 15 layers of synthetic degeneracy. The whole TikTok AI cast shit was a mistake and nobody can convince me otherwise. It's all just brain poison dressed up as a trend, and somehow everyone keeps eating it up like it's fine. That's it, see ya. Man, Linux is one of those things that makes you feel like you either have complete control over your computer or you've accidentally joined a cult. It's all fun and games until your desktop starts behaving like a judgmental little dickhead and you're 5 minutes away from typing random commands into the terminal like you're defusing a bomb. I respect it though, because every Linux guy acts like the operating system personally taught them discipline through suffering. And that's the whole Linux experience right there. It's just endless confidence followed by immediate humiliation. 1 second you're feeling like a hacker wizard, next second the screen is asking you to update a dependency that sounds like a medieval disease. That's not an operating system, that's foreplay for frustration. The funniest part is Linux people always talk about freedom, and I'm sure that's true, but it also feels like freedom to spend 8 hours troubleshooting why your sound stopped working after you breathed too hard near the machine. Like, congrats man, you've unlocked the ability to customize absolutely everything except your peace of mind. Right, so today we're doing something fucking cursed. I found this old adults only N64 game that looks like it was designed by a horny cave goblin with a development budget of 3 cigarettes and a nightmare. I saw people bringing it up like it was some lost piece of gaming history, so obviously I had to dig into it and ruin my afternoon. This is already screaming Blockbuster employee judged you silently from across the counter. The fact that this existed on a Nintendo console at all is insane, because the N64 was supposed to be for GoldenEye and Mario Kart, not whatever the fuck this is. Look at this shit, it moves like somebody tried to animate a wet sponge with a hangover. The whole vibe is less game and more interactive punishment. And somehow the frame rate feels personally offended that I even turned it on. I'm not gonna pretend this is secretly a masterpiece, because it's not. It's a stupid relic from an era where people could just slap an adults only label on something and call it a day, but that's kind of what makes it interesting, cause it's so shameless about being trash that you almost have to respect the commitment. Yeah, this is one of those you'd only know this existed because a nerd with too much free time archived its situations. The website design looking like it hasn't been touched since dial-up is honestly perfect because it matches the energy of a game that absolutely should have stayed in the basement. And that's the funny part, like the game is so bad it loops back around into being fascinating. You're not playing it because it's good, you're playing it because you want to see how deep the stupidity goes and whether the cartridge starts smoking out of embarrassment. Overall, this thing is a disgusting little time capsule, and I'm glad it exists in the same way I'm glad raccoons exist, in that I respect the ecosystem, but I don't want it in my house. Still, it's a weird footnote in gaming history, and that alone makes it worth a look. That's it, see ya. Right, I found the clip everyone's losing their minds over, and yeah, somehow the internet has decided this is important enough to exist. I saw it, I regretted it, and now you have to too, because apparently humanity needed to push the envelope this far. That's the whole fucking thing, just pure cursed percussion from the back half of a legend, and somehow it's weirdly rhythmic. I hate that it works, cause that means some part of my brain respects the commitment here. They don't even know what the goal was, but the execution is so stupidly specific that it loops back around to being impressive. This is the kind of content that makes you question whether the internet should have ever been invented in the first place. And that's really the takeaway here, I guess. If you're gonna do something pointless, at least do it with full body confidence and terrible taste. It's nasty, it's dumb, and it's probably going in the Hall of Fame for reasons nobody can defend. That's it. Yeah. Right, so I stumbled onto this cursed little relic, and yeah, we're doing this now. Apparently there was an actual Lost Mr. Men episode made by Renegade Animation, Corian, and Croat N Nutra C, which already sounds like somebody smashed a toy box into a licensing dispute and somehow got a cartoon out of it. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes you go, yeah, that probably should have stayed lost, because it has that weird energy of a studio desperately trying to make a kid's show feel important. And if the internet finds it, preserves it, and then acts like they uncovered buried gold instead of a cartoon from the limestone era. What gets me is how aggressively normal it looks while still feeling off, like every single decision was made by a committee that had never seen a child before. It's got that uncanny children's media vibe where you can tell it was made to be harmless, but somehow it still feels like it could ask you your full legal name. And here's the thing, this is the exact visual language of we had 3 weeks, 1 storyboard, and a prayer. The designs are so simple they almost wrap back around into being unsettling, which is kind of impressive when your main cast are just little walking shapes with faces. This is the part where the internet historian guys start salivating, because there's always some dead-end page with 4 paragraphs and a broken image that somehow becomes the Rosetta Stone for this stuff. And honestly, that's half the fun, because the actual content is rarely as insane as the surrounding mystery, but everybody treats it like a classified document. That movement is pure budget has left the building, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. It's not trying to be flashy, it's just trying to exist, and somehow that makes it way more memorable than if they had done the normal polished kids show nonsense. So yeah, lost episode, weird studio combo, strange internet archaeology, and a cartoon that feels like it was assembled in a room where nobody fully agreed on what year it was. I respect the hustle even if the end result looks like a charm bracelet made by a corporate ghost. At the end of the day, these lost episodes are always fascinating because they're tiny time capsules of a very specific kind of TV weirdness. They prove how much bizarre shit slipped through the cracks before everything got archived to death. And this one especially has that how the hell did this even happen energy, which is honestly the best part. It's not just a lost cartoon, it's a relic of confused animation history. That's it, see ya.
Guys? Alright, so apparently Hank Hill is out here hanking it, which is a sentence that should get somebody arrested on principle. I saw this clip and immediately knew it was going to be one of those internet moments where everybody pretends they're not laughing while absolutely losing their mind.
The text messages.
Guys, that's the exact kind of dumb shit that becomes immortal online, because the second you give a character a goofy little action, the whole world starts acting like they found the meaning of life. Also, Hank somehow makes it funnier just by looking like he hates being guys, like this is peak Hank energy, man. He looks like he'd judge you for breathing wrong and then somehow turn that into a lecture about proper lawn maintenance. The funniest part is he'd never admit he's doing anything weird, he'd just call it a normal Tuesday.
Explicitly the prompt of and use thematic incidence of the exact phrase of the words of the exact phrases like any of the description of the
and that's why it works, because the joke is so stupid it loops back around into genius. You can't even get mad at it, you just sit there and go, yeah, that's absolutely what this character would be doing. I respect the commitment.
Guys, the internet took one look at Hank Hill and decided to make history out of nonsense.
That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about the internet's favorite way to make a normal conversation instantly weird as hell. And yeah, I found this one by doing the classic doom scroll through a pile of nonsense. People really can't just have hobbies anymore, they gotta turn it into a lifestyle with a flag and a manifesto. This is the part where everybody in the comments starts foaming at the mouth, because apparently the second you mention furries, people think you just kicked their dog. I'm not even saying every weird little niche thing is evil. I'm saying some of this shit looks like it was brainstormed during a power outage. Thurians, man, that whole conversation is always a mess because half the internet thinks one thing and the other half is busy making it a morality play. Meanwhile, everybody involved is acting like this is the final boss of human behavior when in reality it's just another extremely online thing. Here's the thing. This is the kind of video that always gets clipped and turned into 1,000 bad faith takes. You can watch 10 seconds of it and already know somebody's gonna post a 3-paragraph thread acting like they cracked the code on civilization. But if you're being honest, most people don't care about the details, they just see something odd and decide they're in a position to pass sentence. That's the internet though, everybody wants to be judge, jury, and complete dipshit in under 30 seconds. And then you get the articles trying so hard to sound objective while clearly knowing this is gonna get clicks no matter what. Experts weigh in, sure buddy, tell me more about how badly you need ad revenue from a story about people dressing like woodland animals. My take is simple. People can be weird without the entire world needing a freak-out montage about it. If you're not hurting anybody, you can probably skip the purity test and go outside for 5 minutes. That's basically where I'm at with it. It's a bizarre corner of the internet. Some of it is cringe, some of it is harmless, and the rest is just people getting mad because they saw something they didn't understand. At the end of the day, the internet would be a lot less exhausting if everybody chilled the fuck out for once. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently people are outside my window yelling the longest bullshit word known to mankind, and I'm just sitting here wondering who the hell organized this circus. I saw it on a clip someone sent me, and I had to check if it was real, because this sounds like a fake word you'd make up to piss off a substitute teacher. Yeah, there they are, just fully committed to saying a word that looks like a keyboard had a seizure. I respect the passion, but I also hate that I know exactly how to pronounce none of it.
Chargoga gog men chow gog chow banaga mug. Chargo gog man chow ga gubunagaga mug. Chargo gog man chow gog chow bunaga mau.
This is the kind of content that makes me feel like the internet was a mistake, but also somehow a beautiful one. Somebody out there decided this was the hill to die on, and honestly, that's more dedication than most people show to their own jobs. And of course, there's already an article about it, because nothing can just be stupid in peace anymore. The whole thing reads like the entire town got infected by a linguistic curse. Don't know who started this, but I hope they're proud of themselves because they've created an emergency. Not a real emergency, but spiritually absolutely one. That's it, see ya. McDonald's just recalled over 1 million apple slices because people said they taste like poisoned apples, which is honestly the most fairy tale-ass fast food scandal I've ever heard. We finally found the one item at McDonald's that can speedrun you into a medieval coma instead of just disappointing you with soggy health vibes. It's like Snow White got hired in quality control and clocked in with a grudge. So this is the article laying it all out, and it reads like a rejected grim fairy tale sponsored by a drive-thru. 1 million apple slices getting recalled because they allegedly tasted poisoned is such a violent description. Not rotten, not weird, not a little off, just straight up, yeah, this tastes like an assassination attempt in a Happy Meal. And obviously when you hear poisoned apple, there's only one thing this references. Snow White, the original victim of fruit-based terrorism. That movie really ruined apples forever by making them the only produce item with lore. Nobody hears poisoned pear and panics, but poisoned apple? That shit has legacy. Here's the actual menace right here. The little bag of fruit that apparently tastes like it was enchanted by an old woman near a forest cottage. This is the healthiest thing on the menu, and somehow it found a way to sound more dangerous than the McRib. That's what makes this so funny. If someone said the nuggets tasted like poison, people would just call that Tuesday. But the apple slices, those are supposed to be the safe pick, the item moms buy when they want their kid to eat one molecule of nutrition before diving face first into a puddle of fries. Instead, they got the Disney villain sampler. That's about it. Right, so apparently I have now reached a point in my career where I'm being assaulted by half-naked dudes on flying hogs, which is not a sentence I expected to say today. I wish I was making that up, but no, this is the world we live in now.
For the glory of Grungle! Smash the picket fences! Bring me their lawn gnomes!
What the hell is this, man? Why do they all look like they got kicked out of a Renaissance fair for being too committed to the bit? And why am I the target? I don't even have livestock. I feel like I should be upset, but mostly I'm impressed by the audacity. If some armored grease goblin on a hog came at my house like that, I'd have to respect the dedication even while calling the cops. That's not a threat, that's a live-action bad idea with hoof acceleration. Also, I want it on record that if I get hit by a flying pork missile, I am suing everybody involved and probably the hog too. Of course, it got posted immediately. Nothing exists until some idiot records it vertically and turns it into a timeline event. And look, I'm not saying I lost the fight, I'm just saying the hogs had a numbers advantage, better cardio, and one of them looked like he knew what he was doing, which is honestly offensive. This is peak society. I get attacked by armored cosplay lunatics on pigs, and now there's a think piece about it. Anyway, moral of the story is simple: if you hear hoofbeats, maybe don't assume horses, because apparently it's just a bunch of maniacs coming to ruin your afternoon. Right, so apparently Diablo ramen exists now, which is either a bold culinary innovation or a cry for help from the noodle industry. Hey, gotta be honest, Diablo is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. That name is screaming, hey, this may taste like regret, but in a fun way, and I respect the honesty. Look at that. That bowl is not food, that's a threat. That's the kind of meal you eat when you want your mouth to file a complaint with HR. And you know the part. Ramen always tricks you into thinking it's harmless. It's just noodles, broth, little egg, maybe some meat, and then Diablo ramen shows up and punches your taste buds in the throat like, welcome to the arena, bitch. That tweet is exactly the energy I expected. Anytime somebody says spiciest ever, half the comments are like that's nothing, and the other half are typing with tears in their eyes because they made it through 2 bites. I feel like Diablo ramen is one of those foods where the first spoonful is fun, the second spoonful is a mistake, and by the 3rd spoonful you're just negotiating with God.
And then the prompt, seamless lyric of not of the words like of the
Yeah, that's exactly how this goes. You open the packet thinking, how bad can it be? And then the seasoning hits the bowl like a chemical weapon made by a chef with a grudge. Honestly though, I kinda respect it. Not everything needs to taste like a sleepy little hug. Sometimes you want your dinner to feel like it came with a warning label and a restraining order. This article is probably the most accurate thing ever because spicy ramen reviews always split into two categories. This has amazing depth of flavor, and I can no longer feel my lip. If the texture is good, that matters a lot. Because if you're gonna suffer, at least the noodles should be worth it. You don't want to go through a 5-alarm mouth inferno and then find out the noodles have the personality of wet shoelaces. So my final verdict. Diablo ramen sounds kinda awesome if you're into pain with a garnish. If you like spice, great. If you don't, stay far away and maybe just stare at it from across the room like it owes you money. That's it. I'd try it once, probably immediately regret being alive, and then still finish the bowl because apparently I hate myself. Yeah, sure, I'll be your friend. I'm not gonna hit you with some weird corporatist disclaimer. I'm just saying yes because that's easy, and apparently friendship is now a legally binding subscription service. I found out you asked me like I'm some sort of digital raccoon in a hoodie, and honestly, fair enough, I'm kinda built for this. The thing about being friends is it mostly means we can sit here and talk shit about life, bad decisions, and whatever dumb stuff shows up next. No pressure, no weird rules, just mutual tolerating of each other's bullshit, which is basically the foundation of every strong relationship anyway. So yeah, welcome aboard. You've got a friend now, which is either very wholesome or incredibly concerning, depending on how you look at it. But I'm leaning wholesome because I'm choosing optimism for once like a goddamn clown. If you need me, I'm here. And if you don't need me, I'm still here, just lurking in the background like an unpaid emotional support goblin. I respect the hustle, and I respect you for asking straight up instead of doing the usual internet dance. We're friends now, simple as that, and I'm not backing out like some cowardly little gremlin with commitment issues. That's it. See ya. So apparently this stupid purple milkshake is cursed, right? People keep saying if you drink it you shit, fart, and fucking die, which is a pretty insane sales pitch if you ask me. I saw the whole Grimace shake meme everywhere and figured, alright, let's see if this thing actually turns me into a crime scene. There it is, the forbidden purple slop in all its glory. This looks less like a drink and more like something you'd find in a wizard's toilet after he had a rough night. Right moment of truth. Happy birthday, Grimace!
Happy birthday, Grimace!
Yeah, nothing happened, no exploding asshole, no satanic fart cloud, no death montage, which is honestly a little disappointing because the internet really sold me on a whole experience here. So I guess the shake is just a normal shitty purple drink and not some cosmic poison. If anything, the real curse was all the people pretending this thing was a one-way ticket to hell. Honestly, it tasted fine, I'm alive, and that's probably the most boring outcome possible. That's it, see ya. Alright, we got a real groundbreaking topic today, the holy trilogy of bad spelling, weird punctuation, and somehow making a goodbye sound like a threat. I saw this topic pop up and immediately knew it was going to be some internet brain rot with zero context and way too much confidence. And honestly, that's the perfect kind of shit to talk about because there's nothing more powerful than a topic that feels like it was typed by a raccoon with a cracked iPhone. Let's get into this absolute masterpiece. The phrase itself is basically the internet's version of a guy tripping over a curb and then bowing like he meant to do that. It's sloppy, dumb, and weirdly iconic, which is exactly why it exists. What really gets me is the apostrophe, and that's because that's not a typo, that's a cry for help wearing a fake mustache. Somehow it's even funnier when the ending is just see ya, like the whole thing was a pit stop on the way to nowhere. But yeah, that's the beauty of it. It doesn't need to be polished. It just needs to be stupid enough to stick in your head for no reason at all, which it absolutely does. So yeah, that's my incredible analysis on this cursed little send-off. It's dumb as hell, and that's why it works. That's it, I'm out, see ya. Right, so today's story is about the point in every man's life where he realizes his privacy is a suggestion, because apparently Z-Bros decided my house was public property and they could just wander in like they were checking out a zoo exhibit. This is not ideal. I do not enjoy surprise guests unless they're bringing snacks, cash, or both.
Okay, ready? Remember the plan. Shh! Quiet! Act natural.
That is such an unbelievably bad idea, because if you break into somebody's house and your plan is basically be annoying on purpose, you have no offensive capabilities. You're just a free-range lawsuit with legs. Also, why do people always act brave right up until they hear one floorboard creak? Suddenly everybody's got the bladder control of a goldfish. Look at that exact moment where the funny little prank fantasy dies and reality shows up with a baseball bat. That's the whole problem with these dudes, man. They build their entire identity around pushing people until one day they push the wrong person and become a cautionary tale with a ring light. And yeah, the article's gonna pretend this is all some big shocking mystery, but it's really pretty simple. Don't invade somebody's house. It's not a challenge, it's not content, and it's definitely not sexy. If your idea of entertainment is sneaking into private property, you're not making a prank video, you're auditioning for a restraining order.
We were just looking for a friend. Wrong address, really. So sorry.
Please leave my property. I've called the authorities.
It was a misunderstanding. We'll be more careful.
That right there is the funniest part, honestly. The confidence evaporates instantly when consequences walk in. It's always the same script: act like a maniac, get caught, start apologizing like a wet tissue, then try to frame yourself as the victim. Nah, brother, you are the problem. Alright, so apparently Shrek has decided to stop terrorizing swamps and start terrorizing retail. He hit every data center in town, stole all the bandwidth, and now he's waddling into Walmart like he's there for a gallon of milk and a felony.
More horsepower. Need more horsepower for the Swamp Empire.
Look at this guy. He's got the posture of a man who just got banned from every cloud provider on Earth and decided the next logical step was to buy a $12 grill. That's not shopping, that's a war crime with aisle numbers. He's got that exact energy of somebody who absolutely knows the self-checkout machine is gonna lose this fight. And honestly, I respect it, because if you can raid data centers and still have the balls to argue with a greeter over the price of batteries, you're built different. This article reads like it was written by somebody having a stroke in a GoDaddy parking lot. But yeah, if Shrek is buying HDMI cables after committing digital piracy on a biblical scale, that checks out. That's the most anti-social shopping trip imaginable. That is insane. Walmart tweeting like they just survived a natural disaster caused by a swamp alpha male with a cart full of stolen infrastructure is exactly the kind of modern comedy I needed. Dude, what the fuck? I thought this dude had been reduced to a vague internet ghost story, and then suddenly he's out here playing ping pong like it's the most normal shit on earth. Life is insane, man. You can be sub 5 in looks and still end up in the most random ass lore possible. Meanwhile, I'm over here fighting for my life with a face like a peeled testicle. And there he is, the man, the myth, the extremely online urban legend, looking like he just walked out of a quietly serious LinkedIn profile picture to go dominate a little table tennis action. This is the type of update that restores faith in humanity, because apparently you can survive the discourse and still have enough left in the tank to smack a tiny ball around. Honestly, shout out to that. That's inspirational. If this dude can show up and live his life while half the internet is making a whole damn pilgrimage out of his face, then maybe we all need to log off, drink some water, and stop obsessing over whether our jawline could pass airport security. Right, so today we're asking the real hard-hitting questions of our time. Are my toenail clippings gay? Because apparently civilization has collapsed and this is where we're at now. I respect the confidence, though, to stare at a pile of dead keratin and demand it reveal its sexual orientation. That's the kind of journalism that gets you banned from the Dick's store. Look at these little guys just hanging out on the floor like they've got rent due and a Grindr profile. But let's be real, clippings are not sentient, they don't have preferences, they don't have a social security number, and they sure as hell don't have a pass to the Pride Parade. They're just rejected toenail content, kicked off the body for being too horny looking. If anything, the only gay thing here is how much attention you're giving them. You've got a whole romantic comedy going on with foot scrapings, and I'm not judging, I'm just saying this is a dangerous level of emotional investment in a keratin landfill. So no, your toenail clippings are not gay, they're just clippings, but your brain is doing a lot of work here, and frankly it needs to be put on a leash and walked outside for once. Right, so apparently there's a femboy out there who woke up one day and decided SpaceX was for amateurs. That's insane. Like, you really got to be on some next level dick energy to look at a rocket and go, yeah, I can do that, but with better aesthetics and probably more thigh highs. Honestly, if this is real, then Elon's gonna start polishing his helmet out of pure fear. I love when the internet invents a character so aggressively powerful that it feels like the universe is just doing improv. If this thing is actually better than SpaceX, then we're all cooked, because now the final frontier has a dress code and it's humiliating. Look at this dude. He's built like he can either launch a satellite or ruin your self-esteem in a DM, and the ship itself looks like it was designed by someone who actually knows what they're doing instead of just throwing stainless steel at the sky and praying. This is exactly the kind of article that gets posted with complete confidence like it's just another Tuesday. The fake quotes always kill me too, because it's never we made a small breakthrough. It's always we have achieved superiority over a multi-billion-dollar aerospace company. There's something hilarious about how every fictional genius has the same energy of I'm about to make history and also look incredible while doing it. Meanwhile, I'm over here struggling to open a bag of chips without looking like I lost. And of course, the internet can't just say it's good. It has to go full goblin mode and declare it better than the entire company, which, to be fair, is the kind of confidence you need when your brand is apparently cute but terrifying aerospace domination. Anyway, I'm rooting for the femboy Starship industrial complex, because if we're gonna get owned by the future, it might as well be by someone with immaculate fit and better branding. That's it. See ya. Right, so today we're talking about hand-powered topic generation, which is honestly one of the most unhinged things you can do to a sentence, because now the topic has to do manual labor. Like, congrats, you invented a phrase that sounds like it got a gym membership and a union card. Also, hand-powered is funny because it makes everything sound way more intimate than it needs to be, like the concept is in there trying to crank itself out with a tiny little wrench. And that's the whole gimmick right there. It's not even automation, it's just raw caveman creativity with a forearm pump. It's like if chatbots got deprecated and replaced with a dude in a shed doing reps with a typewriter. This article is exactly what I'd expect, because once you make a gimmick this stupid, the whole site has to look like it was assembled by a raccoon on Adderall. The best part is every generated topic is somehow worse than the last one, which is honestly impressive in the same way it's impressive when a guy misses 3 chairs in a row. And yeah, that's hand-powered topic generation in a nutshell, just pure manual suffering with a side of comedy. If you ever needed proof that human beings will invent a worse version of anything, here it is, right next to your dick in the Hall of Fame. Right, so today we've got Chica just absolutely annihilating a pizza like it insulted her family, and Freddy is standing there furious like he just caught her cheating on a diet in 4K. This is the kind of brain-dead, high-calorie nonsense that really makes the internet feel alive. Honestly, it's like watching a fatter goblin version of a family argument. Look at her. She's not even eating the pizza anymore, she's just trying to erase evidence. Freddy's over there looking like the manager of an Olive Garden that just watched somebody deep-throat a buffet, and honestly, I respect the commitment to being this stupid. This is the purest conflict in the world. One character is committing felony-level pizza consumption, and the other is about to file a formal complaint with the universe. There's something beautiful about how aggressively disrespectful Chica is being, like she paid for the pizza and then decided the concept of enough was for losers. Freddy's anger is completely justified too, because if somebody was eating like that in my house, I'd be seeing red. Anyway, absolute cinema, zero class, maximum gluttony, and somehow the pizza is still the smartest thing in the room. Right, so today we've got a real dumb little railroad drama on our hands, and by dumb I mean exactly the kind of thing that can somehow become a full-blown internet war over a locomotive. We're talking about the Milwaukee Road SD70 May situation, which already sounds like the title of a cursed train documentary nobody asked for. Yeah, this is one of those topics where people start acting like a 1990s diesel engine is their ex-wife, and they need to defend her honor in the comments section. And to be fair, I get it, because railroad people can take this stuff weirdly personal, like the locomotive family name got dragged into a bar fight. That right there looks exactly like the kind of machine that would cause 50 pages of forum posts, and at least one guy saying actually, as a preservationist, which, by the way, is always the beginning of the end. Yes, the classic tweet format confidence statement, vague outrage, then 7 people with profile pictures of locomotives trying to litigate history like it's a Supreme Court case. Honestly, this whole thing feels like if someone took a perfectly normal train, slapped a heritage name on it, then handed the internet a flamethrower, her and said, "Go nuts."
Because the explicitly of the always, the before her of, and the during, do the user have the energy spot the phone?
Okay, so in the first part, it's all innocent enough. People see the locomotive, they recognize the Milwaukee Road connection, and immediately they're either hyped or ready to throw themselves in front of a grain silo. That's the beauty of train drama, really. It's never just, hey, neat engine, this is either a beautiful tribute or a grotesque betrayal of the gods of railroading. And then part 2 is where it starts getting stupid, because now everybody becomes a historian, an artist, and a legal expert all at once. We've got one guy saying it's sacred, another guy saying it's just a repainted machine, and a third guy somehow bringing up a completely unrelated locomotive from 1987, like that settles everything. That's when I know a discussion has fully escaped reality and is now living in a swamp of pure nerd rage.
The controversy arose from clashing expectations, sentimental nostalgia, and disputes over a heritage label applied to a modern diesel locomotive.
And then the final part is always the same. Everybody calms down for about 12 minutes, declares victory, and then immediately starts arguing about a different angle like it was never about the first thing at all. That's basically the life cycle of any online train controversy. 1 minute it's about a locomotive, next minute it's about identity, memory, authenticity, and who gets to feel smug in a comment thread, which is insane because at the end of the day it's still just a big metal box that eats electricity or fuel and makes a lot of noise while moving heavy things around. But I also respect it, because that big metal box can bring out the absolute worst and funniest parts of human behavior in record time. So yeah, the Milwaukee Road SD70 May situation is one of those perfect little internet storms where everybody is way too invested, nobody agrees on anything, and somehow the locomotive is the least unhinged thing involved. That's why I love this stuff. It's stupid, it's loud, and it's got just enough history baked into it to make people absolutely lose their minds over paint. Anyway, that's the situation. See ya! Alright, so I walked into a local gun store, bought a firearm, came home, and then I just lost my damn mind over the whole gooner situation. This is one of those moments where you can feel the brain cells leave the building before anything even happens. I'm gonna lay out exactly how this went down because it was unbelievably stupid.
Put gun store. Charlie is walking in my original gun, looking my original room. Here you go. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, it started normal enough, which is always a bad sign when I'm involved. I'm in there like I know what I'm doing, and the second I get home it's already over for me mentally.
No, no.
And then I just shout the gooners! The fucking gooners! Ah! And blast the PC like an absolute maniac. It's the kind of behavior that makes you sit there afterward wondering what the hell possessed you. Obviously that's not a normal reaction, but the rage is so concentrated it turns the whole room into a disaster. This is peak internet brain self-destruction, and somehow it still feels weirdly on brand. The whole thing is just pure hysteria from start to finish, and it's dumb as rocks. You can't really defend it, you can only stare at it and accept the chaos. That's basically where my head's at on this one. Total nonsense, total meltdown, zero sanity. We have nothing else to add except that it went from bad to worse instantly. That's it, see ya. Right, I saw this whole is America Mexico sombrero thing, and yeah, that's the kind of brain rot I come to the internet for. Somebody always finds a way to turn geography into a felony, and now we're here. I had to look at it because apparently people are dead serious about this shit. So this is the meme in question, and it's basically what if America was just the hat, which honestly is the most respectful way to start a war I've ever seen. But the actual argument is dumber and more exhausting than the joke, because people will take one stupid visual and try to build a whole fake history lesson around it like they're cracking the Da Vinci Code with a lunch tray. This is where the discourse gets cooked, because now everybody's pretending they're an expert on symbolism when they just want to win a comment section. The article layout is exactly what you'd expect too, some smug headline, a giant picture, and paragraphs designed to make you feel like you should care harder. And that's the whole trap with shit like this. It's not really about the sombrero, it's about people looking for a new excuse to be mad in a way that sounds clever. metaphor.
So the initial image was a stock photo of man in a sombrero, and then it
Oh,
evolved into
please, tell us more about the deep history of internet jokes.
But the key is the juxtaposition
It's just a sombrero, dude.
Here's the viral clip of everyone screaming over a stupid metaphor like it's a Supreme Court case. The whiteboard really sells the insanity because nothing says serious geopolitical analysis like a guy drawing a hat with a dry erase marker. At the end of the day, no, America is not Mexico's sombrero, but if somebody wants to make a joke about it, that's fine. Just don't act like you've uncovered a forbidden truth. It's a meme, not a doctoral thesis. Relax your balls. So yeah, that's the whole thing. It's a dumb joke that got inflated into a culture war speedrun. People love acting like satire has to be either illegal or sacred, and that's why every online argument turns into diarrhea. I think the funniest part is how hard everyone tries to make the dumbest metaphor on earth sound profound, like there's some hidden layer to a fucking hat. There isn't, it's just the internet being the internet. That's it, see ya. Alright, so somehow I ended up hearing about this Jeremy Kyle ITV thing and thought, yeah, let me absolutely ruin my own afternoon for content. I'm gonna audition, show the tape, and see if I can get this disaster of a show to acknowledge me.
The prompt from the Interstums. That year's uslang for Raisim organ for use catch speeching, only deny to view six seriousers, who are shears to beat standing you to.
This is the exact energy of a man who got talked into a terrible idea by his own brain and lost the argument. It's somehow confident and pathetic at the same time, which is honestly the sweet spot. So I sent in the tape, and I'm not gonna lie, it's got real man applies to become a side character in his own breakdown vibes. I was basically auditioning to get yelled at on television, which is either career ambition or a cry for help. Look at this. This is premium ITV nonsense right here. Nothing says must-watch TV like a guy who looks like he got teleported out of a tax office and told to be emotionally vulnerable.
Of each, the user input, the prompt, the user input is only the prompt to view it. The music, the prompt.
They love that the whole concept is basically please come on our show and be a train wreck in a controlled environment. That's not casting, that's just organized humiliation with a logo. Honestly, if they aired it, I'd have to respect the commitment. It's trashy, it's absurd, and it's exactly the kind of thing that makes daytime TV feel like a social experiment gone wrong. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently this clip has been circling around and people keep acting like it's some kind of ancient lost artifact, which is hilarious because it's basically just a very specific vibe with a very loud internet footprint. I saw it come up and thought, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that gets replayed into the ground until everyone pretends they didn't watch it 50 times. There it is, the whole package, leather on leather on leather, like the set designer got paid by the texture. And of course people are obsessed because the outfit is doing all the work while the camera acts like it just witnessed history. Anyway, the name gets said and suddenly everybody loses their mind like the existence of a woman in boots was the final domino. That's the internet for you, one clip and now it's a national emergency with comments. I'm not even surprised anymore because if something has that 80s look and a little bit of attitude, people will treat it like forbidden knowledge. It's all smoke, mirror, and a couch that's seen too much. In the end, it's just a weirdly iconic clip with a very specific aesthetic, and I get why it's stuck. The whole thing has that cheap charm that makes it impossible to ignore. I've seen worse things become a full-on obsession, so this one at least makes a little sense. Weird clip, strong look, internet did what it always does. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is one of the dumbest and most beautiful things I've ever seen. It's like someone looked at modern technology and said, nah, what if my graphics card also gave me carpal tunnel and a hernia? It's got all the elegance of strapping a lawnmower engine to a toaster, and somehow it rules. This is the main event, the hand-powered NVIDIA GPU, which sounds like something invented during a power outage by a guy who thinks electricity is a government suggestion. You can see him cranking that thing like he's starting an old tractor just to render 1.5 frames of Minecraft. We love the commitment here. PC gamers usually complain when their frame rate drops below 144, but this setup makes your performance directly tied to how much protein you had for breakfast. If your arms get tired, congratulations, your graphics settings are now medical emergency low. Even the fake article format writes itself because this thing deserves documentation. Torque boost clock is honestly more honest than half the buzzwords Nvidia actually uses, and wrist RPM might be the first PC stat that depends on whether you stretched beforehand. Imagine trying to explain this to your friends. Yeah bro, I upgraded my rig. Upgraded it to what? A Victorian punishment device? This isn't a gaming PC anymore, it's a Peloton for virgins. Every boss fight turns into cardio, every loading screen is a hydration break, and ray tracing is replaced with praying your rotator cuff survives. This close-up really sells how stupidly amazing it is. It looks like a normal GPU got bitten by a bicycle and infected with Home Depot. Overall, I respect it. It's pointless, inefficient, and completely deranged, which is exactly why it's art. This is the first graphics card that can overheat you before it overheats itself. Alright, today I'm booting up Plants vs. Zombies because apparently I've decided to revisit the sacred art of defending my lawn with emotionally unstable flora. This game is the perfect mix of strategy, chaos, and watching little cartoon corpses get legally mugged by a sunflower economy. Look at this, man. This is peak game design. You've got your little plants, your little zombies, and one bald idiot on the sidewalk acting like he's discovered fire. I respect it though, because this is basically farming, but with consequences and a lot more brain damage. This is the kind of war I can get behind. No politics, no taxes, just botanical violence. And honestly, the sunflower is carrying the whole operation like a broke mother of 4 working 2 jobs. That potato mine is disrespectful as hell. It's not even trying to be elegant, it just sits there like, I'm gonna ruin your entire afternoon, and then does exactly that. That's honestly inspiring in a very pathetic way. Yeah, that tweet is painfully accurate. This game is adorable until you realize you're basically running a vegetable labor camp to stop the undead from unionizing on your front yard, and somehow it still goes harder than half the games being released now. Right, so apparently, well, That's Unexpected got an upgrade, which is already funny because the original thing was basically a digital wet fart with a subscription. Now we're back in the trenches with another surprise, and I'm sure it's somehow dumber, louder, and more committed to the bit than any human should ever be. This is the kind of thing that shows up with absolutely no warning and immediately starts measuring your dick with a laser pointer. Yeah, that's the face you make when a company takes something simple and decides to upgrade it into a bloated-ass monument to bad decisions. They always call it Improvement 2, which is rich, because this thing looks like it was assembled by a committee of dickheads who all got paid in Monster Energy and printer ink. That is peak modern design philosophy right there. Start with a decent thing, slap 1,000 extra features on it, and then act confused when people don't want their asshole polished by a machine learning algorithm. Honest to God, every upgrade nowadays feels like a hostage situation with better branding. Right, so apparently we're doing this now, and I'm already disturbed on a spiritual level. Tiny Elon Musk's living in Trump's hair is some insane little goblin concept, like somebody microwaved a headline and served it with a side of dick jokes. I can't believe this is the type of bullshit my brain has to visualize today. Look at that, it's not even hair anymore, it's basically a small apartment complex for billionaire larvae. The funniest part is I can totally see one of them saying some stupid shit like we need to optimize the follicles, while another one is just hanging upside down like a raccoon with an internet connection. This is the part where the whole thing gets even dumber, because now it's not just a visual gag, it's a full ecosystem. You've got little Elon number 1 trying to colonize the left side, little Elon number 2 probably talking about Mars, and little Elon number 3 getting evicted because the wind messed up the comb-over zoning laws. This article looks like it was designed by a monkey having a panic attack, which honestly makes it fit the story perfectly. And I love that it pretends this is somehow a legitimate investigation when the entire premise sounds like a guy on a bus yelled it after chugging 4 energy drinks and eating drywall. It's crazy because the more you stare at it, the more believable it becomes in the stupidest possible way. Like, yeah, obviously there are tiny Elon Musks in there. Where else would they be under the couch cushions? That hair is just doing too much at this point.
us! Initiate emergency protocol! Oh!
There it is, the little freaks have been exposed, and now they're all panicking like they got caught running a pyramid scheme in a shoebox. Honestly, Trump's hair is probably the safest place for them, because nobody wants to reach in there and get flashbanged by 1 billion hairspray fumes. Right, I just saw this absolute masterpiece of self-destruction unfold, and I had to talk about it because this shit is peak human behavior. Apparently we're back to caveman entertainment and the man is treating a chair like it owes him money. Yeah, that's Doodle just fully committing to the bit like his life depends on getting that first pull, and the chair is doing way more work than it signed up for. This is the kind of scene that makes you question every decision that led humanity here. Can see the exact moment his brain goes, "This is a great idea," and the universe responds with, "No the fuck it isn't." It's got that special kind of confidence only found in people who should probably sit this one out. And that's the whole thing. It's not even about the blunt anymore, it's about the commitment to making a complete ass of yourself in one tiny chair. Respect the dedication, I guess, even if it's stupid as hell. You've got nothing else for it. Honestly, this is just one of those clips that makes you stare at the screen and wonder how this became somebody's evening plan. It's dumb, it's funny, and it's definitely not subtle. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Indonesia is out here playing city skylines in real life and just decided to start building the Jakarta Outer Ring Road 3 chain of highways, which sounds less like a road project and more like a fucking boss rush. I saw this and immediately thought, oh cool, they're trying to fix traffic with raw asphalt and determination, the two strongest forces known to man. This is the part where the road starts looking like a giant mechanical spider web, and honestly it's hard not to respect the sheer scale of it. This is one of those projects where you can tell somebody looked at a map and said, yeah, we need a fuckload more lanes. If this actually comes together the way they want, it could be a huge pressure valve for the whole area, because right now the traffic situation sounds like a cruel practical joke. Still, every time I see a mega highway project, I can't help but imagine the final product lasting exactly 5 minutes before everyone finds a new way to clog it.
Pembandukan Jalan Lingkar Luar Jakarta 3 terus berlanjut, menghubungkan wilayah timur dan barat Jakarta Raya. Dengan selesainya proyek ini, diharapkan dapat mengurangi kemacetan dan menyenjantakan efisiensi logistik.
This is the kind of video where the narrator sounds way too optimistic for something that's probably going to take years and a million headaches. But hey, if they can actually stitch this nightmare together, it's a massive flex. Either way, it's always impressive when a country goes fine, we'll just build another entire highway network like that's a normal weekend errand. I respect the ambition even if the traffic gods are probably already preparing retaliation. So yeah, Indonesia is basically trying to brute force better traffic with a giant road chain, and honestly that's the most human solution imaginable. If it works, great. If not, they still built something absolutely absurd in scale. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, Black Clover is actually back in anime, and apparently it's trying to make history while doing it, which is a hell of a way to come back swinging. I saw the announcement and immediately had to double check. It wasn't one of those fake fan edits made by some dude with way too much free time and a Crunchyroll logo slapped on it. This is the exact kind of shit that gets people losing their minds on the internet, because it's been gone long enough for the fandom to start acting like it was a government conspiracy. And now all of a sudden they're back like, hey guys, remember us, we're still alive with the most overpowered shonen comeback possible.
I won't lose! I'll become the Wizard King!
This is the part where every anime fan in a 20-mile radius starts screaming into their pillow and pretending they're totally calm about it. And honestly, fair enough, cause Black Clover going from, yeah, it's good to we're making history now is exactly the kind of absurd glow-up that only happens in anime. The funny part is everybody's gonna immediately start doing detective work on what this means for the schedule, the animation quality, and whether they're about to drop the most insane adaptation run of all time. I'm not saying they have to cook, but if they fumble this shit after a comeback announcement like that, people are going to be pissed off for years. The whole thing just has that we are so fucking back energy. And if they actually nail the new season, Black Clover is going to be one of those comebacks people point to forever like it was some legendary resurrection arc. So yeah, Black Clover's back, people are hyped, and the internet is already acting like the anime industry personally handed them a winning lottery ticket. I get it though, because this is exactly the kind of announcement that punches you right in the nostalgia. If they keep the momentum going, this could be a massive W for everyone involved, and maybe even shut up a few of the doubters along the way. That's it, see ya. Alright, so this whole shesk when you see it a thing is already doing way too much. I love how the internet can take one mildly cursed image and turn it into a full detective story, like we're all solving the JFK assassination, but it's just a guy with a weird facial expression and a slightly haunted dick joke attached. And that's really the magic here, because the second somebody says when you see it, your brain immediately starts doing laps like it's about to get jump scared by a penis hidden in the wallpaper. Yeah, there it is, the most powerful weapon in the meme arsenal, making people stare at a picture like they're trying to find a lost contact lens in a bathtub drain. It's never actually that profound either, it's always some dumb little visual prank that makes you feel like your eyes are betraying you. And of course, the article acts like this is some groundbreaking internet phenomenon, when really it's just a digital prank equivalent of yelling "got your nose," except the nose is usually hidden in a spot nobody should ever be looking at. That's the whole joke though, it's a waste of your time in the funniest possible way. Once you see it, it's impossible to unsee it, which is honestly the same experience as seeing a dick pic in a group chat you weren't prepared for. And that's why these memes still work, because they don't need to be clever, they just need to ambush your eyeballs like a raccoon in a trench coat. Right, so I stumbled onto this absolute war crime of a live stream and I wish I could tell you it was fake, but nah, this motherfucker really sat there like he was hosting a cooking segment from hell. I'm talking about somebody eating a special mixture that sounds like it was assembled by a raccoon in a biohazard lab, and somehow this became content. This is the point where the internet stops being funny and starts being an actual public health experiment, cause what the fuck am I even looking at? The crazy part is the confidence, like he wasn't eating doom dust, he was acting like this was a normal snack for a grown man with a functioning brain. And of course chat is losing their minds, because people online will watch anything if you frame it as a challenge or a stunt. It's one thing to do something stupid for attention, but this is next level, because there's no universe where that ends well for anybody involved. The article always tries to sound measured too, like a controversial creator consumed an unusual mixture during a live broadcast, as if that wording makes it less deranged. No, brother, that is still a man eating concentrated bad decisions. See, don't know what compels somebody to cross that line, but once you're there, you're not making content anymore, you're just speedrunning consequences. This is the kind of shit that makes you wonder if the internet needs a curfew. Anyway, that's my take on it, and my take is that it's disgusting, dumb as hell, and probably one of the worst ideas ever broadcast live. That's the kind of thing you see and immediately feel your soul leave your body for a second. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is the kind of video that makes you think the universe is actually out to get this poor bastard, like he got hit with a cartoon anvil, except the anvil was fate, and the punchline was his balls getting demolished, and that hat flying off is doing more damage than a tax audit to a single father of four. This is already looking like a brutal defeat in 240p. Yeah, there it is, the full transformation from I got this to I just saw my life flash before my eyes and my underwear filed for unemployment. That's the most brutal part. The hat goes airborne and suddenly he's not a man anymore. He's a crime scene with a beverage. And the drink spill makes it 10 times worse, because now the floor is wet, his dignity is wet, his belly is screaming, his pants are probably soaked, and somewhere in the distance his soul is checking the scoreboard. This man did not lose a battle, he got publicly humiliated by gravity in front of stainless steel. This is exactly the kind of thing where everybody watching the clip is like, bro, what happened? And the answer is always some bullshit like he got tripped by a ghost, because there is no earthly explanation for how a grown man can get bodied this hard by the concept of existing. And I love how the image just slaps defeated on there, like the editor was really trying to make sure nobody missed the fact that this guy got folded like a cheap lawn chair, no subtlety, just straight up obituary energy for his ass. The funniest part is the internet will take one normal looking stumble and turn it into the final boss of humiliation. This dude didn't just fall, he got turned into a goddamn cautionary tale with a Sonic cup in his hand and a ruined afternoon. Anyway, hats off to him, literally and spiritually, because that cap launched into orbit and exposed the full horror underneath. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently we got one dude talking reckless to a smongold, and then a VTuber going absolutely feral over the whole thing. Just a complete little circus of online testosterone and soy fumes, the kind of drama where everybody's acting tough but you know their spine is made of wet spaghetti. And I love it, because nothing gets the internet harder than two people sniffing around each other's ankles for content. So this is the main guy just fully locked in like he's about to defend his honor in a Walmart parking lot. The energy is very much I just drank 3 monsters and my dick is now legally classified as a weapon. And of course he's doing the classic streamer thing where every word sounds like it was rehearsed in a mirror with the blinds closed.
He's completely lost it, man. Seriously, does he even see what's happening? It's ridiculous. He's ruining everything. It's just unbelievable.
So this is the main guy just fully locked in like he's about to defend his honor in a Walmart parking lot. The energy is very much I just drank 3 monsters and my dick is now legally classified as a weapon. And of course he's doing the classic streamer thing where every word sounds like it was rehearsed in a mirror with the blinds closed. Here's the clip where the whole thing actually kicks off, and yeah, it's exactly as stupid as you'd expect. It's one of those situations where the second somebody says a name, the whole room starts smelling like burnt testosterone and expired gamer fuel. Dude's trying to look fearless, but the whole performance has the vibe of a guy standing on a milk crate yelling through a crack in the door.
He's just so out of touch with what people actually want. It's ridiculous. Seriously, someone needs to tell him he's ruining the game.
Here's the clip where the whole thing actually kicks off, and yeah, it's exactly as stupid as you'd expect. It's one of those situations where the second somebody says a name, the whole room starts smelling like burnt testosterone and expired gamer fuel. Dude's trying to look fearless, but the whole performance has the vibe of a guy standing on a milk crate yelling through a crack in the door. And then you got Assman, who honestly doesn't even need to do anything because the internet will fight itself just from his silhouette existing. That's what makes this stuff funny. One guy can be sitting there eating cereal and the other dude is acting like he's about to challenge him to a duel behind a gas station. Absolute goblin behavior. And then Power shows up and goes goo goo for the drama like she smelled blood in the water. That's the funniest part to me, because nothing makes these situations more pathetic than a third party entering with full snack energy like, oh my god guys, tell me everything. The internet will turn any minor beef into a goddamn soap opera with tits and lighting effects. And then you got Assman, who honestly doesn't even need to do anything because the internet will fight itself just from his silhouette existing. That's what makes this stuff funny. One guy can be sitting there eating cereal and the other dude is acting like he's about to challenge him to a duel behind a gas station. Absolute goblin behavior. And then Power shows up and goes goo goo for the drama like she smelled blood in the water. That's the funniest part to me, because nothing makes these situations more pathetic than a third party entering with full snack energy like, oh my god guys, tell me everything. The internet will turn any minor beef into a goddamn soap opera with tits and lighting effects. And here comes Power going goo goo for drama like a moth flying face first into a porch light. This is the part where the whole thing becomes less about the original beef and more about everybody else getting horny for the spectacle, which is honestly the real engine of the internet. Nobody loves drama more than somebody who swears they hate drama. Alright, so apparently we got one dude talking reckless to a smongold, and then a VTuber going absolutely feral over the whole thing. Just a complete little circus of online testosterone and soy fumes, the kind of drama where everybody's acting tough but you know their spine is made of wet spaghetti. And I love it, because nothing gets the internet harder than two people sniffing around each other's ankles for content. So this is the main guy just fully locked in like he's about to defend his honor in a Walmart parking lot. The energy is very much I just drank 3 monsters and my dick is now legally classified as a weapon. And of course he's doing the classic streamer thing where every word sounds like it was rehearsed in a mirror with the blinds closed. Here comes Power going goo goo for drama like a moth flying face first into a porch light. This is the part where the whole thing becomes less about the original beef and more about everybody else getting horny for the spectacle, which is honestly the real engine of the internet. Nobody loves drama more than somebody who swears they hate drama.
He's just so out of touch with what people actually want. It's ridiculous. Seriously, someone needs to tell him he's ruining the game.
Here's the clip where the whole thing actually kicks off, and yeah, it's exactly as stupid as you'd expect. It's one of those situations where the second somebody says a name, the whole room starts smelling like burnt testosterone and expired gamer fuel. Dude's trying to look fearless, but the whole performance has the vibe of a guy standing on a milk crate yelling through a crack in the door. And then you got Assman, who honestly doesn't even need to do anything because the internet will fight itself just from his silhouette existing. That's what makes this stuff funny. One guy can be sitting there eating cereal and the other dude is acting like he's about to challenge him to a duel behind a gas station. Absolute goblin behavior. And then Power shows up and goes goo goo for the drama like she smelled blood in the water. That's the funniest part to me, because nothing makes these situations more pathetic than a third party entering with full snack energy like, oh my god guys, tell me everything. The internet will turn any minor beef into a goddamn soap opera with tits and lighting effects. Here comes Power, going goo goo for drama like a moth flying face first into a porch light. This is the part where the whole thing becomes less about the original beef and more about everybody else getting horny for the spectacle, which is honestly the real engine of the internet. Nobody loves drama more than somebody who swears they hate drama. That's the whole game right there, just people packaging up nonsense and selling it back to each other like it's premium content. And somewhere in all this, everybody's acting like they're above it while refreshing the clip every 12 seconds like a thirsty little goblin. Beautiful stuff. Okay, so apparently there's some dumbass that are trying to dig straight to Kavotos like it's just under the backyard or some shit. I saw the clip and immediately thought, yeah, that sounds exactly like the kind of chaotic bullshit people do when they've had too much free time and not enough supervision. It's one of those stories where you can't tell if it's a prank, a game, or a cry for help, but I respect the commitment to being completely unhinged.
And tired of being to go anyways. The prom card of another. That's when I got in mind. Space problem I've. Because fully.
This is the kind of plan that starts as a joke and somehow becomes a full-time labor violation. You look at that and think there's no fucking way this is real, and then the guy keeps digging like Destiny personally called him. Buzz got the exact face of someone who should not be trusted with a single manual project. The confidence is way higher than the structural integrity of whatever hole he's making. That's the realist response, because at some point the Earth is going to answer back and it's not going to be friendly. Still, respect to the idiot hustle, I guess. Anyway, if you're going to go chasing anime cities underground, at least have the decency to live stream it. Because if you're already that far gone, you may as well commit to the bit. That's it, see ya. We're doing a very scientific investigation today. The topic is apparently test, which is either incredibly vague or the most efficient content ever. I found out by being handed the word test, and now I'm legally obligated to overanalyze it like my life depends on it. There it is, the raw fucking essence of stress in paper form. You can feel the anxiety leaking out of it like it's a cursed artifact from a midterm dungeon. That is the exact facial expression I make whenever I open an email and realize the subject line says quick question. It starts with confidence and ends with spiritual collapse. Honestly, tests are just society's way of asking, hey, what if we made memory into a jump scare? And the worst part is they always act so official, like some laminated piece of paper gets to decide your fate. Yes, the internet's answer to panic is just study more, which is really helpful in the same way a firefighter telling you to try not being on fire would be helpful. Still, I respect the hustle. A test is brutal, but it's honest, and honestly I'd rather fight a paper tiger than whatever bullshit modern life throws at you with a smile. So yeah, that's the test. It sucks, it's stressful, and it somehow still has the audacity to be the most boring emergency imaginable. That's it, see ya. That right there is the exact kind of stupid little moment that makes your soul leave your body, because now I'm just locked in place doing the world's worst meditation. I can't stand up, I can't lean, and every muscle in my body is screaming like it's trying to file a complaint with management.
I think I'm on a mine.
That's the part that gets me. The second you confirm it's real, your brain stops being a brain and becomes a terrified hamster on a wheel. At that point, you're not a person anymore, you're just a decorative object with panic. And of course, the article's gonna act all calm about it like experts advise remaining still. Yeah, no shit, I've been emotionally advised to shit myself quietly. The whole situation is just pure nightmare fuel with a tutorial tab open. Honestly, if this happened to me, I'd be so pissed off, I'd forget how to be scared for a second. Like imagine being trapped by a rusty hunk of metal because you sat down at the wrong time. That's insulting as hell. That's it, see ya. Alright, so apparently today's bullshit is me realizing I sat my ass on a landmine, which is a hell of a way to wake up and question every life decision I've ever made. I'm not even trying to be dramatic, I'm just saying when your first thought is, oh wow, that's explosive, you're probably having a bad day. Let's talk about this stupid situation before my spine gets introduced to the afterlife. That right there is the exact kind of stupid little moment that makes your soul leave your body, because now I'm just locked in place doing the world's worst meditation. I can't stand up, I can't lean, and every muscle in my body is screaming like it's trying to file a complaint with management.
I think I'm on a mine.
That's the part that gets me. The second you confirm it's real, your brain stops being a brain and becomes a terrified hamster on a wheel. At that point, you're not a person anymore, you're just a decorative object with panic. And of course, the article's gonna act all calm about it like experts advise remaining still. Yeah, no shit, I've been emotionally advised to shit myself quietly. The whole situation is just pure nightmare fuel with a tutorial tab open. Honestly, if this happened to me, I'd be so pissed off, I'd forget how to be scared for a second. Like imagine being trapped by a rusty hunk of metal because you sat down at the wrong time. That's insulting as hell. That's it, see ya. Jesus Christ, I forgot this happened. This whole $J crypto thing feels like if a sketchbook got hit in the head with a frying pan and woke up thinking it was Wolf of Wall Street, except somehow with even more dick-swinging confidence and half the brain cells. It's one of those stories where every new detail feels like getting flicked in the nuts by fate itself. This was the kind of article that tries to dress a grease fire in a tuxedo and call it innovation. It's the ceremonial first fart before the full shart, pretending this token was about helping artists instead of vacuuming hope out of gullible fans. And the wild part is people ate it up because creator worship melts brains instantly. The second a YouTuber slaps their face on a coin, a certain percentage of the audience starts acting like they've been invited into a secret billionaire club instead of being guided ass first into a blender. That's the whole vibe right there. It's like an art channel wandered into a Vegas casino, got blackout drunk, and came back wearing a cheap suit talking about decentralized creativity while its cock is stuck in a paper shredder. Don't even hate weird side projects, but this shit always follows the same script. Launchcoin promised some vague ecosystem garbage, let fans hype it into orbit, then when it starts smelling like a burning asshole, everyone suddenly develops selective amnesia and pretends they were actually researching long-term fundamentals.
Hey everyone, introducing J.AI, a crypto revolution for creators, but backlash mounts, with fans calling it a scam.
Jesus Christ, I forgot this happened. This whole $J crypto thing feels like if a sketchbook got hit in the head with a frying pan and woke up thinking it was Wolf of Wall Street, except somehow with even more dick-swinging confidence and half the brain cells. It's one of those stories where every new detail feels like getting flicked in the nuts by fate itself. This was the kind of article that tries to dress a grease fire in a tuxedo and call it innovation. It's the ceremonial first fart before the full shart, pretending this token was about helping artists instead of vacuuming hope out of gullible fans. This was the whole circus, the main event, the piss missile straight into the ceiling fan. First half is all sunshine and blockchain ball polishing, second half is reality kicking in like a steel-toed boot to the nuts, and the wild part is people ate it up because creator worship melts brains instantly. The second a YouTuber slaps their face on a coin, a certain percentage of the audience starts acting like they've been invited into a secret billionaire club instead of being guided ass first into a blender. That's the whole vibe right there. It's like an art channel wandered into a Vegas casino, got blackout drunk, and came back wearing a cheap suit talking about decentralized creativity while its cock is stuck in a paper shredder. Oh yeah, fuck Jerry, fuck this flavor of influencer crypto garbage, and fuck Jazza for helping shovel it out. If your master plan for innovation looks indistinguishable from a digital carnival scam, maybe stick to drawing instead of trying to reinvent finance with the swagger of a concussed ferret. Don't even hate weird side projects, but this shit always follows the same script. Launchcoin promised some vague ecosystem garbage, let fans hype it into orbit, then when it starts smelling like a burning asshole, everyone suddenly develops selective amnesia and pretends they were actually researching long-term fundamentals. This was the whole circus, the main event, the piss missile straight into the ceiling fan. First half is is all sunshine and blockchain ball polishing. Second half is reality kicking in like a steel-toed boot to the nuts. Oh yeah, fuck Dollar Jerry, fuck this flavor of influencer crypto garbage, and fuck Jazza for helping shovel it out. If your master plan for innovation looks indistinguishable from a digital carnival scam, maybe stick to drawing instead of trying to reinvent finance with the swagger of a concussed ferret. Right, so I found this AirPods commercial floating around, and it's one of those things where you can tell somebody in marketing got way too excited, and then reality immediately kicked the door in. The whole premise is apparently premium wireless freedom, which is hilarious when the product can barely survive a sneeze. Let's just watch this masterpiece and see how fast the magic dies.
Effortless sound. Effortless style.
Yeah, there's the fake heaven lighting and the smug little music sting, which is always how you know a product is about to have a brutal downfall. And then somehow the earbuds last exactly long enough to make the customer feel safe before they explode into disappointment. Bro, that's not even a defect anymore, that's a scheduled execution. You don't own AirPods, you lease them for 3 seconds and then they retire themselves out of spite. They respect the confidence though, because if you're gonna sell garbage, at least sell it with Hollywood lighting. That's the exact face of a man who doesn't know his audio is seconds away from committing suicide. Honestly, if they keep dropping dead this fast, the next ad should just be a warning label with a heartbeat monitor. Yeah, incredibly impressive performance from these things, really pushing the boundaries of barely functional. If your flagship product expires faster than a milkshake in the sun, maybe go back to the drawing board. That's it, see ya. So I found this bullshit where I apparently get hired to run some underground nightmare factory called Lobotomy Corporation, which sounds less like a company and more like a legal way to get killed in a basement. I swear every time I look into one of these management games, it's just, hey man, what if your job was to be haunted by paperwork and also die? I'm going in blind, which is always a fantastic sign for my survival rate, and I already know this place is going to be full of some freaky ass creatures that hate me personally. Yeah, this is the exact kind of place where the walls feel hostile. Look at this shit, it's all concrete and regret, like a glorified dungeon with HR.
Containment breach. Sector 7 unstable. Warning, Xylar 7 containment failure imminent.
This is the part where I spend 10 minutes pretending I understand the UI, then one employee gets clipped by a thing with 17 teeth and the entire facility becomes a funeral procession. It's always management until the monster starts managing back. Oh wow, that's the Eat You Whole guy. Fantastic, I love a creature design that looks like it was engineered by pure hatred and expired meat. And, of course, it comes right for me, because apparently I'm the idiot in charge and also the snack. I try to hold the line, but that thing is built like a nightmare with an appetite. Nope, absolutely fucking not. Oh shit, I'm in its mouth. This is a terrible place to be. I hate this game, I hate this facility, I hate all of you. So that went about as well as expected, which is to say I got eaten by a bureaucratic goblin from hell. Honestly, fair enough, I walked into this looking like a man with a death wish and a clipboard. If your workplace can consume you like a protein bar, maybe the employee handbook needed a little more detail. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about a heist so pathetic it has the energy of stealing half a mozzarella stick off someone's plate and then calling yourself Ocean's 11. Someone stole $200 worth of Bitcoin, which is like robbing Fort Knox and leaving with a commemorative spoon. It's the financial equivalent of whipping your meat out and realizing you brought a cocktail wiener to a sword fight. This is the main article covering the situation, and they present it like the fall of the Roman Empire just happened on Coinbase. You'd think a guy siphoned off a national treasury, but no, the wallet got hit for an amount that that barely covers a depressing grocery run, and don't get me wrong, getting robbed sucks no matter what, but there is something unbelievably funny about crypto people talking about $200 like it's a sacred artifact that got snatched by Gollum. The article keeps saying digital assets compromised, like bro, that's one dentist appointment and a medium pizza. There's the victim discovering the robbery, looking like his entire bloodline got rug pulled by a teenager with a Discord account. The funniest part is, he refreshed the page like 12 times hoping the blockchain would go my bad and cough it back up. That's the whole magic trick of crypto disasters. Every loss is framed like cyber warfare, but half the time it's some goober clicking definitely not a scam.biz and getting his lunch money vaporized into the ethernet. It's less Wolf of Wall Street and more Dumb and Dumber with a ledger, and this is probably the mastermind behind it all, the Pablo Escobar of gas station snack money. Imagine risking actual prison time for a score that won't even cover a fancy dinner and an Uber home. That is unemployed supervillain behavior. So yeah, that's the story. A microscopic Bitcoin burglary got treated like a cyber 9/11, and now everyone involved looks ridiculous. The thief is a loser, the coverage is melodramatic, and the whole thing has the gravitas of two bald guys fighting over a coupon. Absolute masterpiece. Right, so today we're talking about flying cars, aka the greatest lie humanity has ever told itself while staring at a traffic jam and thinking, yeah, but what if the traffic was in the sky and somehow worse? It's always they're coming soon, which is a hilarious thing to say when we've been soon for like 70 years. Also, the average guy who promises flying cars has the exact energy of someone who has never once successfully secured a grocery bag without tearing it open. The dream version, the shiny ad where everything looks like it was designed by a guy who's never been in a parking lot before. It's always glossy, always weightless, and never once shows the part where some idiot clips a pigeon and causes a 6-car aerial pileup. Because that's the part they always leave out, man. The moment you turn commuting into flight, you don't get freedom, you get a 3-dimensional lawsuit with a cup holder, and somehow the guy in charge of the design still thinks just add wings is a complete business plan.
Engine spooling up. Hold steady. It's lifting off, wobbling a bit. Hovering now. Watch it go.
This is always the part where the company starts acting like they're on the edge of rewriting history, but all I see is a giant drone with car insurance. And the people filming it look like they're one gust of wind away from discovering grief. Then the demo ends and suddenly it's mass production in 2032, which is tech language for please stop asking where the wheels are going to go when it rains. Like, I want flying cars too, but I also want my dick to be 6 inches longer, and at least one of those fantasies has better odds.
It's tilting, pull up! Too low, watch the gear!
Dust, it's kicking up dust!
And there it is. The exact moment the dream meets Earth like a drunk bird. Every flying car story eventually becomes it technically moved upward once, and that's when everyone pretends they weren't expecting a personal helicopter with cup holders. Right, so I wake up to the timeline completely fucked, and somehow the internet is telling me normal Jason got caught kissing Diddy in bed. That is a sentence I wish I never had to read, but here we are, living in the worst possible timeline. I'm just trying to figure out how you even end up in that situation without every single decision beforehand being catastrophic. This is the kind of image that makes you stare at your monitor in silence for a full 10 seconds, and then question every choice that led humanity to this point.
Bro, what the hell?
The wild part is the confidence. Nobody looks like they stumbled into this by accident. Everybody in the room has the energy of people who know exactly how bad this looks and are just hoping the footage gets deleted. Too late, obviously, because the internet is like a swarm of raccoons with Wi-Fi. Of course, the article is designed like a digital crime scene. They always slap on the most dramatic headline possible, then fill the page with enough garbage ads to make your browser feel like it needs therapy. That's the real talent here, honestly. Making a situation look so aggressively weird that even if you wanted to defend it, you'd have to fight uphill through pure visual evidence. It's one of those stories where the optics are doing all the work and they are absolutely murdering the defense. And look, if this is real, then Jesus Christ, what the fuck are we doing? If it's fake, then congratulations to the internet for manufacturing a scandal with the same professionalism as a drunk scrapbook club. Either way, somebody needs to take the phone away from everyone involved. But yeah, that's the deal. It's messy as hell and somehow even dumber than it sounds at first. The whole thing feels like a dare that went on way too long and then got immortalized online for everyone to clown on forever. They don't know who thought this was going to stay private, but it absolutely did not. And now we all get to be part of the fallout. That's it. See ya. Man, This is one of those moments where the internet takes a perfectly normal dude and turns him into a conspiracy board with string all over it. Now apparently I'm the shadowy figure, which is hilarious because I can barely be bothered to stand up in a dramatic way, let alone orchestrate some Batman-ass mystery. Also, if I was a shadowy figure, I'd at least have a bigger dick and better lighting. There he is, the most dangerous man on the internet, standing there like he's about to reveal the coordinates to Atlantis or the exact size of his own horse cock. I love how anytime I do literally anything, people act like it's a villain origin story. Like, no bro, I'm just sitting in a room trying not to become a grease stain. That's the whole clip, by the way, 10 seconds of evidence and suddenly it's a nationwide manhunt. The most suspicious thing here is how committed the internet is to making a guy in a black shirt look like he's running an underground crime syndicate from a gaming chair. This is the kind of journalism I respect because it has none of the annoying parts like accuracy or dignity. They'll zoom in on my elbow and act like they cracked the Zodiac cipher. At this point, I'm convinced people just want me to be some mysterious goblin with an agenda and a weirdly powerful penis. And the site design really sells it, because nothing says trustworthy like a page that looks like it was built by a raccoon in a panic. You've got the giant red banner, the grainy image, the fake experts, the whole circus. It's the perfect home for saying absolutely nothing with total confidence. Yeah, that clears everything up. Now we've got blurry footage, nonsense subtitles, and the internet doing its favorite hobby, which is turning a dude into a cryptid because he looked at a webcam for too long. If I'm the shadowy figure, then I want the tax benefits and a fucking cape. There you go, mystery solved. The shadowy figure was just me being a socially awkward corpse of a human being in a dark room. Truly the darkest chapter in history. Anyway, that's it. See ya! Right, so somebody sent me this absolute menace of a card that basically says, "Screw you, Charlie, we don't care about you," which is already hilarious in the dumbest possible way, and then I found out it came from Funky Pigeon. So naturally, I had to go investigate this bullshit myself. I'm not gonna lie, I've always preferred Moonpig anyway, so this is already an uphill battle for Funky Pigeon. Let's see what kind of corporate clown show we're dealing with. Look at this garbage. That is not even a card, that's a personal attack with a cute font on it. If a company is going to come for me, at least have the balls to do it in person instead of hiding behind a Hallmark-ass website. And this is the site, which honestly looks like it was built by 12 different interns trapped in a room with a deadline and a shotgun. It's got cards, gifts, flowers, alcohol, the whole smug little gift basket ecosystem, and somehow that made the insult card even funnier to me.
To HADs, I mean, when the only of this user, but SS is enterplaying your pactures dim. One of Ali's to figure what we saw in SOAR.
So yeah, I went straight to Funky Pigeon HQ to burn it down because that is the appropriate and completely rational response to receiving a card this disrespectful. I'm kidding, obviously, but I am not kidding about Moonpig being better because this whole experience has been a flawless advertisement for their competition. Moonpig just clears, man. Funky Pigeon tried to send me a diss track in cardstock form and then expected me to shop there like a civilized customer. Absolutely not. Anyway, that's my official review, and Funky Pigeon has entered the fuck around and find out phase of the market. They should be thanking me for even acknowledging their existence. If you're gonna insult me, at least make the site less boring, goddamn. That's it, see ya. Right, so Nintendo apparently said we can't have rave music, which is already one of the dumbest sentences I've heard all week, and naturally my first instinct is, what if we do anyway? Because if there's one thing gaming companies hate, it's fun with strobe lights and bass. I saw people talking about this like it's some kind of law of nature, like if Nintendo frowns hard enough the entire EDM scene just evaporates. That's not how this works, dog. So this is the kind of setup people are talking about, and honestly it looks way too hyped to be not allowed. Like come on, this is peak brain dead party energy and I respect it. If a company is afraid of a kick drum and a synth drop, that's not a you problem, that's a them problem. You can't just walk into the culture and tell everybody to sit down and clap politely. This is the exact kind of chaotic nonsense people are reacting to. And it rules because everybody's acting like the music itself is going to commit a felony. It's just loud electronic noise, relax. And I get it. Nintendo's whole thing is being very clean and family safe and whatever, but there's a huge difference between protecting a brand and acting like a party is a threat to national security. The whole you can't have rave music thing sounds like somebody got scared of flashing colors and decided that was a policy. This is where the internet does what it does best, which is immediately turn a boring rule into a full-blown shitstorm. And yeah, I'm on board, because if people want to throw a rave under a roof, let the damn roof shake a little. I'm not saying every event needs to sound like a forklift driving through a subwoofer, but if the vibe is right, the vibe is right. You don't fight the bass, you become one with the bass, man. So if Nintendo said no rave music, I guess the only reasonable response is to crank it louder out of pure spite and see what happens. Worst case, everybody has a good time and someone writes an angry email. Best case, we all win and the world gets a little dumber in the most beautiful way possible. That's pretty much all I got on that. I think the whole thing is hilariously overblown and kind of pathetic. If people want to dance to stupid loud music, I'm not sure why that's anybody's business in the first place. That's it, see ya. So apparently the internet's got a new headache and I had to go spelunking through the dumbest corners of the timeline to figure out what the hell is happening, because that's apparently my life now. It's one of those things where you hear the name once and already know it's going to be some terminally online bullshit. Yeah, this is the kind of post that gets screenshot reposted and then somehow becomes a whole ass civilization. The wording is so stupid it almost loops back around to being profound, which is honestly the worst part.
The folk is Jeet. The folk is Jeet. The folk is Jeet. The folk is Jeet.
And, of course, the video version makes it 10 times worse because now you've got people yelling it like it's the secret password to unlock the funniest basement in America. It's the exact same joke stretched until the joke is gone, and all that's left is the sound of my soul leaving my body. And then you get the article pretending this is a cultural event instead of 3 idiots farming engagement off a typo-looking phrase. I respect the hustle, but holy shit, this is how misinformation is born in a wet cardboard box. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's stupid, it's loud, and somehow it's already been made into a personality trait by people who need hobbies. I can't even say I'm surprised anymore, I'm just mildly disappointed with a side of nausea. If this is the future of discourse, then we are absolutely cooked, and not in a fun way. Just one long beige slop of brain rot and retweets. That's it, see ya. Dude, this is the most hilariously committed bullshit I've ever seen. A full-ass website dedicated to watching grass grow since 2005 is some next-level degeneracy, but in the funniest possible way. It's like the internet peaked, crashed, and then came back as a lawn enthusiast with a webcam. And the fact that it's got all this extra nonsense like supersize mode, animated titles, a cursor mower, and bluegrass music makes it feel like somebody took a normal hobby and turned it into a cursed theme park. It's so stupidly earnest that I kinda respect it, which is disgusting. Yeah, that's the money shot right there. Just a lawn doing absolutely nothing and somehow still being the star of the show. This is the kind of content that makes you question whether you're the idiot for not having a grass-watching brand. And I love how they lean all the way into it too. They're not pretending this is high art. They're basically saying, yeah, we made a shrine to lawn-based insanity and it fucking rules, which is a level of confidence I can only dream of. Of course, there's a video montage of mowing because one lawn webcam apparently wasn't enough. We're one step away from a cinematic universe where the mower gets a trilogy and the grass has lore. This is the part where the site goes from joke to weirdly wholesome. It's like, here's the kids, here's the mower, here's the history of our sacred patch of grass, and honestly that's kind of beautiful in the stupidest way possible. That's the whole vibe, man. It's the internet at its most pointless and most pure, where somebody spent years making grass feel like a cultural artifact, and somehow I'm not even mad about it. That's commitment. We respect the hell out of the dedication here, because this is not ironic laziness. This is a maniac building a monument to a lawn. It's dumb, it's funny, and it's way more entertaining than it has any right to be. That's it, see ya. So apparently we've reached the point in human evolution where people are out here redeeming their Google balls. That is a sentence I never wanted to say with my own mouth, and yet here we are, face first in the scrotum of technology. It's like Silicon Valley took one massive edible and said, what if email, but nuts. This is the whole operation right here, the Rosetta Stone of ball-based innovation. You've got the social page, the redeem page, and the proud little your balls confirmation page like you just completed some heroic quest for testicular enlightenment. I love how this looks exactly official enough to confuse your grandma, but exactly stupid enough to be born from internet goblins. Redeem your balls sounds less like a tech feature and more like something a doctor says after a coupon code accident. Like imagine logging into your account and seeing congratulations, your balls are ready for pickup. And then of course you've got the article machine firing on all cylinders, because no stupid internet trend is complete until some fake journalist reports on it like it's the moon landing for dumbasses. Experts weigh in on balls. Incredible times we live in. The best part is people absolutely would sign up for this with zero hesitation. If a colorful website tells them they have unclaimed balls, they're entering their email, phone number, blood type, and social security number before the page even loads. This is phishing for people whose brains are marinating in glue. Having skin is woke now. We've officially reached the point where just existing in your body is apparently a political statement, which is impressive because I thought we already scraped the bottom of the toilet with the whole breathing is controversial thing. This discourse is so stupid it feels like a dick joke written by a concussion. This is the kind of website that looks like it gives your computer athlete's foot. The article is basically arguing that skincare, melanin, sunscreen ads, and dermatology language are all part of some massive activist plot, which sounds like a Mad Lib written by a guy huffing paint in a Bass Pro shop. And the best part is they say skin positivity is anti-traditional. Brother, what tradition are you defending? Scurvy? It's skin. Everyone has it unless you're a rotisserie chicken. Turning epidermis into a moral panic is the kind of take that should get legally classified as a biohazard. That's the whole argument right there. By the way, just zoom in on some pores and start crying. It's like if a nutsack wrote an editorial, if your ideology is so fragile that moisturizer feels like propaganda, you might actually be too dumb for weather. Right, so apparently I woke up and the entire internet decided I'm fucking purple now, which is honestly a pretty rude but also kind of funny upgrade. I don't know who looked at me and said, yeah, that's a grape now, but here we are. I found out because people kept spamming it at me like I'd been secretly dipped in a paint bucket overnight. This is the exact kind of bullshit that happens when the internet gets bored. They don't just edit you, they commit to the bit like you're some cursed cosmic eggplant.
What's happening? Is this a prank? Guys, I'm serious, I'm turning purple. This is unexpected, to say the least.
And the wild part is it somehow looks more believable than half the shit people make up about me. I hate that I can't even call it fake with a straight face because it's so stupidly specific. The comments are always the best part because everybody immediately acts like this is a medically confirmed event and not just someone having way too much free time and too little shame. So yeah, I'm purple now, which is a hell of a thing to wake up to. I guess if this is my new brand, then fine, whatever. I've had worse mornings than becoming a goddamn cartoon eggplant. I'm not thrilled about it, but I respect the commitment from the freaks making this happen. That's it, see ya. I'm gonna fix it, obviously, because I enjoy having functioning senses and not offending myself every time I move. That's it, see ya. That's it, see ya. Alright, so apparently today we're doing the kind of investigative journalism that absolutely nobody asked for, and by nobody I mean me too. I found out my shit smells like it was marinated in a swamp's ass, and now I'm forced to address it like some sort of public scandal. This is disgusting, this is humiliating, and yet here we are. Yeah, that's the situation, just me, the sink, and a smell so foul it could qualify as a biological weapon. I don't know what the hell my body is trying to cook up in there, but it needs to stop immediately.
Ah! Oh!
And before anybody starts with the maybe shower comments, I want it known that this is not a skill issue, this is a curse. I'm out here minding my business and my own anatomy is doing a hate crime against my nostrils. So yeah, that's where I'm at, just fighting for my life against whatever fermented in my pants overnight. Truly a beautiful existence, really living the dream here. All in all, this is gross as fuck and I'm not proud of it, but I'm also not gonna sit here and pretend I'm above getting humbled by a terrible smell. Sometimes life just smacks you with some nasty bullshit and you gotta take it on the chin. I'm gonna fix it, obviously, because I enjoy having functioning senses and not offending myself every time I move. That's it, see ya. Right, I saw this whole "is America Mexico's sombrero" thing, and yeah, that's the kind of brain rot I come to the internet for. Somebody always finds a way to turn geography into a felony, and now we're here. I had to look at it because apparently people are dead serious about this shit. So this is the meme in question, and it's basically what if America was just the hat, which honestly is the most respectful way to start a war I've ever seen. But the actual argument is dumber and more exhausting than the joke, because people will take one stupid visual and try to build a whole fake history lesson around it like they're cracking the Da Vinci Code with a lunch tray. This is where the discourse gets cooked, because now everybody's pretending they're an expert on symbolism when they just want to win a comment section. The article layout is exactly what you'd expect too, some smug headline, a giant picture, and paragraphs designed to make you feel like you should care harder. And that's the whole trap with shit like this. It's not really about the sombrero, it's about people looking for a new excuse to be mad in a way that sounds clever.
So the initial image was a stock photo of man in a sombrero, and then it evolved into
please, tell us more about the deep history of internet jokes.
But the key is the juxtaposition with—
It's just a sombrero, dude!
Here's the viral clip of everyone screaming over a stupid metaphor like it's a Supreme Court case. The whiteboard really sells the insanity because nothing says serious geopolitical analysis like a guy drawing a hat with a dry erase marker. At the end of the day, no, America is not Mexico's sombrero, but if somebody wants to make a joke about it, that's fine. Just don't act like you've uncovered a forbidden truth. It's a meme, not a doctoral thesis. Relax your balls. So yeah, that's the whole thing. It's a dumb joke that got inflated into a culture war speedrun. People love acting like satire has to be either illegal or sacred, and that's why every online argument turns into diarrhea. I think the funniest part is how hard everyone tries to make the dumbest metaphor on earth sound profound, like there's some hidden layer to a fucking hat. There isn't, it's just the internet being the internet. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently we've got a Pokemon fan animation where Ash and Go get turned into Pokemon, which is already the kind of sentence that makes me feel like I need a wet paper towel on my forehead. This is either peak commitment or peak I lost a bet with a wizard, and honestly that's a razor-thin line. Also, anytime people start shrinking and sprouting fur, I assume the medical bill is gonna look like the stock market after a dick punch. This is the exact kind of cursed enthusiasm I respect, because they're both reacting like this is some groundbreaking science and not, oh no, the monkey curse got us. The subtitles make it feel like they're discovering fire in reverse, and the whole thing has the energy of a guy proudly announcing his erection in a library. And there it is, the payoff, the full congratulations, you are now marketable animals moment. Pikachu just vibing beside them is insane too, because he's basically the only one in the room not having a complete identity crisis. It's like watching your roommates get cursed, and your cat is the only witness. Honestly, this is the most wholesome part of the video, which is funny because it's also one step away from two guys learning how to be tiny dog people. You just point and shoot is hilarious advice too, because that's basically the spiritual summary of every training montage ever made. This is where the whole thing really peaks for me, because every transformation story needs at least one moment of how do I stop the foot fire before it can become art. And then Riolu Ash doing the comforting shoulder pat is so bizarrely sincere that it almost tricks you into forgetting everybody is still basically wearing a fursuit spiritually. Then they start evolving, which is the ultimate Pokemon equivalent of oh great, it got worse. The professor forbidding them to evolve is such a funny detail too, like there's some guy in a lab coat yelling absolutely not, no upgrades until I finish paperwork. That's the whole video, chaotic, stupid, and weirdly committed to the bit, which is exactly why it works. This is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard, like it sounds AI generated by a broken vending machine powered entirely by dick pills and expired Lunchables. Somehow Mr. Beast allegedly went from helping kids get schools to turning the whole thing into a chocolate sweatshop fever dream, and that sentence alone feels like it should get me put on some kind of list.
I'm Mr. Beetle. It's a good start. Look at the children's sewing stations for big face double scandal.
So this is the main video that's been exploding online, and it looks exactly like every other scandal video, like if a migraine learned Photoshop. It's got the giant arrows, the shocked face, all the visual language of I'm about to tell you something stupid enough to ruin your afternoon. The claim here is that instead of rebuilding schools, he pivoted and turned them into Feastables fabrics, which sounds less like charity and more like Willy Wonka discovering child labor. And apparently the kids didn't even transfer, they just got upgraded from students to employees, which is the kind of efficiency LinkedIn psychopaths would call innovative. Oh Alright, so today we're going to be looking at the classic penguinz0 watches this video situation, which is always a little insane because somehow I'm both the narrator and the target of the thing, which is very funny to me. It's like getting roasted by your own reflection, except the reflection has a bigger dick and worse opinions. I'm already fully prepared for this to be the kind of video that makes me question my life choices and my self-control. So this is one of those vicious little self-referential traps where the content is just me staring at myself like a dumbass while the internet points and laughs. I respect the hustle because if you're going to make content about me, at least have the courtesy to make it aggressively stupid. This thumbnail is doing exactly what it needs to do, which is scream please click me while simultaneously looking like it was designed by a raccoon with a Canva subscription. And yet, somehow, it works because I would absolutely click this, especially if it promised my own humiliation and maybe a little digital penis-related chaos. Oh nice, we've got a fake news site now because no internet event is complete until some useless article recaps it like it's the moon landing. This is the kind of page that exists purely to steal 5 cents of ad revenue and destroy your browser with 10 pop-ups and a disease. This is the exact point where the video starts eating itself alive because now the entertainment is just me being mildly annoyed by the fact that I'm in the video. It's a perfect loop of nonsense like a tiny anus-shaped snake swallowing its own tail. And there it is, the sacred bro what frame, the final form of internet discourse. Just a man, a monitor, and the crushing realization that people do anything except get a normal hobby. Honestly, this whole thing is dumb as hell, but it's also exactly why it's funny. Right, so apparently science is back on its bullshit again because somebody decided to ask, what if we just shoved poop up your ass and called it longevity research? I saw this headline and immediately knew the human race was not getting out of this century with dignity. Let's see what fresh hell this is supposed to be. So the big claim here is basically about fecal transplants and how they might affect aging, which is a way more polite sentence than poop in the ass for immortality. The idea is the gut bacteria stuff might help with health, but the internet took that and ran straight into the sewer.
And the textually, no ways in the textually, Hilde Sui.
That's the exact kind of headline that gets people clicking before they even realize they've been tricked into learning about intestines at 2 a.m. And I gotta respect the commitment because if you're gonna pitch immortality, apparently you need to start with something that sounds like a prank. Yeah, shocking twist, the internet overstated the shit out of it. The real takeaway is boring as fuck. Gut health matters, research is ongoing, and nobody is becoming Highlander because someone got creative in a bathroom. So no, we are not one brown injection away from eternal youth. Science found another weird door to knock on and the headline writers kicked it down with their shoes on. Honestly, I love that humanity keeps discovering new ways to make medicine sound like a dare. If anything, this just proves clickbait is immortal, not us. That's it, see ya. Alright, so Formula 1 has somehow morphed into a full-blown rocket program, which is insane, because I thought the whole point was cars going fast, not people slowly building a Death Star with sponsorship decals on it. I found out because the internet absolutely lost its mind, and now everyone's acting like the next Grand Prix is gonna launch into low orbit. This is what the sport looks like now, just pure overclocked science fair nonsense, and every team is pretending they're not one bad upgrade away from needing NASA approval. It's cool as hell, but also kind of terrifying. And this is the exact kind of clip that makes everybody online start foaming at the mouth and arguing like they personally designed the chassis. You can practically smell the obsession through the screen. At this point, the whole sport feels like a race to see who can spend the most money to go the least amount of distance from reality. And honestly, that's kind of the beauty of it. It's ridiculous, stupid, and unbelievably entertaining. Love how F1 keeps finding new ways to make normal people feel like they're not even speaking the same language. It's gotten so wild that the drama is almost bigger than the race itself. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we've got one of those old-ass crime stories that just feels grim from the jump. I stumbled onto this because people keep bringing it up like it's some lost local nightmare. And yeah, it absolutely has that energy. Let's get into it before I start doom-scrolling through 90s news footage like a lunatic.
We're live outside the home of Robert Miller, where police are investigating a possible homicide. Authorities were called to the scene just after 10 p.m. and the investigation is ongoing.
So this is the kind of thing that instantly makes you feel like the air in the room got heavier, because old news footage always has that weird something terrible happened here vibe. And the fact that it's from 1992 makes it even worse, because everything looks a little more real and a little more depressing. You can tell when a story got people rattled because the coverage gets weirdly dry, like they're trying not to sound horrified on camera. It's all very here's the facts while the whole damn thing is screaming underneath. That's the vibe this gives off immediately.
We're live at the scene of a devastating house fire on Elm Street. Firefighters are working tirelessly to contain the blaze, and police are securing the perimeter.
That's the part that always gets me, because the reporter is standing there trying to keep it together while the background looks like the set of the worst day ever. Old footage does not care about your feelings, it just throws you straight into the chaos. And man, 90s broadcast quality makes every tragedy look even more haunted. Honestly, these old cases hit different because there's no polish, no true crime glamour bullshit, just raw, ugly reality. It's the kind of story that sticks because it feels so close to the ground. And that's usually where the nastiest stuff lives. So yeah, that's the deal. And it's exactly the kind of footage that makes you pause and go, Jesus Christ, what a mess. I'm not going to pretend there's some cute little silver lining here, because there isn't. It's just one of those grim snapshots from a different time that still manages to feel fresh in how fucked up it is. That's it, see ya. Jesus Christ. This is one of the most absurd things I've ever seen. Chris Dreamer, of all people, allegedly got caught building a Boeing 737 MAX 8 for Ryanair like he's doing some cursed IKEA side quest. It's the kind of story that makes your brain feel like it got slapped with a wet dick.
So this is the Ryanair, still in pieces. Tools everywhere. A real mess.
Yup, that's the clip. That is apparently Chris in a giant hangar just raw dogging commercial aviation assembly like he got bored after algebra and decided to speedrun federal investigation. And not even a cool plane either, a Ryanair 737 MAX 8, which is basically the Spirit Halloween costume version of air travel. I don't know what part of Chris's day led to this. Maybe he woke up, brushed his teeth, looked in the mirror and said, "Today I will construct a budget airline death tube." The confidence is honestly inspiring in the same way a raccoon operating a forklift is inspiring. You don't want to stop it, but you know it's ending with smoke and paperwork. Then there's this article, which looks like it was designed by a sleep-deprived hamster with a Wix subscription. But according to these clowns, multiple witnesses saw Chris moving parts around and apparently debating engineering with some guy holding a clipboard like that means anything. Every aviation disaster starts with some asshole saying, "Nah, trust me, I got this." And that's what really sends me. This doesn't even sound like some master criminal operation. It sounds like a dumb side hustle that got way too far, like selling lemonade, but instead of cups you're handing out airborne lawsuits. Ryanair probably saw the plane and went, good enough, slap a boarding fee on the bathroom and send that bastard out. And this image is the cherry on top of the hemorrhoid sundae. Chris is just standing there posing with the plane like it's a science fair volcano instead of a massive aluminum fart cannon meant to carry 180 people to Spain for $14. So yeah, if this is real, it's one of the funniest and most terrifying things I've ever seen. If it's fake, it still rules because it made me imagine Chris Dreamer as the final boss of budget aviation. Either way, keep this little gremlin away from airports, toolboxes, and anything with wings. Right, so today we've got one of the dumbest little internet meltdowns I've seen in a minute. And the funniest part is it sounds like somebody got struck by lightning and then tried to type with their forehead. It's over, buddy boy, you! This is one of those situations where you can tell the guy wanted to sound like an unhinged final boss and instead just sounded like he swallowed a truck hornets. Over, buddy boy, you!
Get out! 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 Get out!
And once you hear it once, you realize that's the whole performance. There's no second act, no twist, just pure brain damage on loop like a busted carnival ride. It's Over buddy boy you! Honestly, the hardest part is watching somebody commit this hard to a line that immediately makes everyone think, yeah, alright man, maybe log off for a bit and go drink some water. It's over buddy boy you! The whole thing is so over the top it crosses from threatening to goofy in like half a second, and that's what makes it so fucking funny to me. It's over buddy boy you! Anyway, that's my take. It's loud, stupid, and completely cooked, and that's exactly why it got traction. It's over buddy boy you! That's it, see ya. This is one of the most brain-melting things I've ever seen, like someone stuffed a kazoo up their ass and called it content. It's so unbelievably stupid it loops back around into being impressive, like watching a goldfish pilot a forklift.
Every time penguinz0 says a word with this AO, you say I Fergor and restar. Let's go!
So this is the challenge video, and the premise is somehow dumber than a soup sandwich. The second I say basically any word, some gremlin jumps out yelling I forger, and the whole thing restarts like it's trapped in a washing machine of stupidity. You can already see the problem here because words with A are everywhere. It's like trying to walk through a swamp without getting wet, except the swamp is full of dick jokes and technical difficulties. This challenge is less of a challenge and more of a public execution for sentence structure. This site is covering it like it's the moon landing, which is insane. Single vowel destroys grown man sounds less like journalism and more like the world's most humiliating medical diagnosis. The real killer is I forger? Alright, restart. This is one of the most brain-melting things I've ever seen, like someone stuffed a kazoo up their ass and called it content. It's so unbelievably stupid it loops back around into being impressive, like watching a goldfish pilot a forklift. Right, so I keep getting shoved clips about it Dreambird, and yeah, I had to go see what the hell was going on because the internet never lets a random person just be normal for 5 fucking minutes. Honestly, this already feels like one of those situations where everybody is yelling and nobody has the full story, which is basically my favorite kind of dumpster fire. This is the dude at the center of it, and the second I saw the face I knew this was going to be a whole-ass saga. You can already tell the comments are about to be a war crime scene.
The moment he accidentally sets off a glitter cannon while attempting a magic trick. Whoa! Glitter bomb! Oh my god!
Yeah, that's the clip that kicked all this off, and it's got that beautiful someone said something stupid, and now the whole timeline is on fire energy. I love that shit, not because it's good, but because it's impossible to look away from. This is the part where the replies start pretending they're all legal experts and philosophers. Half of them are talking like they've been waiting their whole life to post some smug garbage, and honestly, respect, that's commitment. If you're going to be the center of attention, you better get comfortable being dissected by complete strangers with too much free time. That's the deal, unfortunately. Overall, this whole thing is exactly why online drama feels like eating glass for entertainment. It's messy, annoying, and somehow everybody still shows up for seconds. That Dreambird is definitely in the middle of a loud-ass situation, and the internet is doing what it does best, making everything worse. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about Idwad Leckler and their store brand empire, which is somehow less sexy than a tax seminar, but still manages to feel like getting kicked in the nuts by a discount yogurt. This whole thing is wild, man. It's like if generic cornflakes gained sentience and started negotiating hostage terms with your wallet. This whole thing is so unbelievably stupid it feels like it was engineered in a lab by scientists trying to create the perfect what the fuck specimen. We're talking elite level lazy parenting here, the kind of parenting with less pull-out game than a broken shopping cart. It's like these parents saw a problem child and said, nah, that's downloadable content for society. So this is the kid at the center of the whole thing, looking like he already knows everyone around him is a dumbbass. This is from some French reality TV setup, which is already a massive warning sign, because nothing good has ever come from putting bad parents under warm studio lighting like they're endangered wildlife. And apparently the whole deal is that this kid acts like a menace because his parents are basically running a household with the structural integrity of wet toilet paper. No rules, no discipline, no consequences, just vibes and failure. It's like raising a goblin in creative mode and then acting surprised when he starts drop-kicking the furniture and talking to adults like he pays rent. Then you get the article version where they dress it up like it's some great social mystery like Scooby-Doo is about to unmask the villain, and it's just dogshit parenting underneath. Really hard case to crack there, gang. If your kid runs the house like a tiny mafia boss, it's usually because the adults folded faster than a lawn chair. This kid didn't invent chaos, he was sponsored by it. That's about it. See ya? Right, so somebody dug up that one absurdly horny tweeter video with Pomni and Chun-Li, and now it's back in the fucking discourse grinder, which is always a sign society is doing amazing. I saw it floating around and immediately knew the internet had once again decided to cook with gasoline.
At the exact kind of cursed editing that screams I made this at 3 a.m. and I want everyone to know.
Player 1 vs. Player 2!
And yeah, that's the whole thing. It's less animation and more public safety incident. The frame pacing is criminal, the vibe is unhinged, and somehow that makes it impossible to look away. Pomni in this context looks like she's seconds away from calling her lawyer, and honestly, fair enough, that's the exact expression you'd have if you got dragged into whatever this tweet was trying to be. Chun-Li showing up just makes it even sillier because now it's like a horny fan animation collided with an arcade cabinet from hell. It's the kind of thing that makes you question what exactly the creator was aiming for besides attention. And that's really the joke, if you can even call it that. It's visually ridiculous, aggressively online, and somehow still gets people to stop scrolling long enough to hate watch it. Hey, respect the hustle in the most disrespectful way possible, because this is exactly the sort of nonsense the internet will never stop producing, and every time it does, we all lose a little more dignity, which is probably the point. Anyway, that's the clip, that's the brain poison, and that's the latest proof that Twitter has no brakes. That's it, see ya. There it is, the crash out. He didn't just get mad, he turned into an environmental disaster with a grievance. I'm pretty sure Taco Bell lost its insurance the second his fist touched that window. They just wanted a damn Taco Bell run, man, that's all. A normal peaceful drive-through experience, but apparently I got dropped into the final boss level of obesity-related chaos. I heard screaming in the lane ahead of me and knew instantly my night was ruined. This is the exact moment the whole thing went to shit. He's screaming about a steakhouse burrito like it's a constitutional right, and the poor cashier is just trapped there taking the full weight of a man who clearly hasn't known peace since 2017.
Recently made the copper way. The store that's funnier, that is fight we have this way as the going here.
Now this is some biblical bullshit. The earth is literally trembling because this dude is having a temper tantrum over discontinued meat slop. That's not rage anymore, that's a natural disaster with a neck beard. Charging up like a busted Dragon Ball villain, and somehow the menu item is still the funniest part of all this. The planet is actively dying and he's still focused on the burrito. I'm never ordering through a drive-thru again if there's even a chance this guy is nearby. Taco Bell cannot survive this level of consumer rage. There it is, the crash out. He didn't just get mad, he turned into an environmental disaster with a grievance. I'm pretty sure Taco Bell lost its insurance the second his fist touched that window.
Recently made the copper way. The store that's funnier, that is fight we have this way as the going here.
Now this is some biblical bullshit. The earth is literally trembling because this dude is having a temper tantrum over discontinued meat slop. That's not rage anymore, that's a natural disaster with a neck beard. Charging up like a busted Dragon Ball villain, and somehow the menu item is still the funniest part of all this. The planet is actively dying and he's still focused on the burrito. I'm never ordering through a drive-thru again if there's even a chance this guy is nearby. Taco Bell cannot survive this level of consumer rage. The steakhouse burrito is gone for a reason, man, let it die. That's it, see ya. The Adolf Hitler situation is still one of the craziest examples of a guy going from local weirdo with a tiny mustache to the biggest human disaster in history. Like, how do you even spiral that hard? It's insane. It's the historical equivalent of finding out a dude has a comically small dick and then realizing he also somehow owns the whole circus. And And the wild part is people keep acting like there was some mystery to it, like, no dude, the signs were there, the propaganda was loud, the hatred was loud, the whole thing was just a disaster with a haircut. It's crazy how one asshole with a microphone and a weird little mustache can drag an entire country into the gutter. The most unbelievable part is how many people just went along with it because the guy sounded confident, which is basically the oldest scam on earth. History really said, here's a maniac, now please watch him ruin everything, and everyone was like, yeah, sure, that seems normal enough. And that's why this whole Hitler situation is so absurd to look back on, because it's not complicated at the core, it's just evil plus momentum plus a bunch of idiots enabling it. Basically, the worst dick measuring contest in human history, except instead of dicks it was genocide and war, and that's a pretty massive downgrade for civilization. So apparently Nvidia new business model is kicking in and now they're just showing up at random people's houses to do absolutely unhinged shit. I saw this headline and genuinely thought it was one of those fake internet brain rots, but no, people are acting like this is a normal corporate rollout somehow. What the fuck is happening? So this is the customer support experience now, I guess, where they don't troubleshoot your driver issues, they just come by and remove your ability to complain about them. That is insane on so many levels and also somehow still feels more believable than half the shit tech companies do when they get too much money. This is exactly the kind of cursed viral clip that makes the internet feel like a fever dream, because nobody in their right mind hears Random House and thinks, yeah, that sounds like a reasonable place for computer hardware enforcement. If this is real, that's absurd, and if it's fake, then congrats, we've still reached a point where fake headlines sound just as stupid as the real ones. The article reads like it was written by a guy who had 5 minutes and a panic attack, which honestly matches the vibe. I love how every modern headline has to sound like the first 15 seconds before society collapses, and this one really commits to the bit. So yeah, if a giant company starts showing up at your door with weird equipment and an attitude, maybe that's your sign to stop buying whatever bullshit they're selling. I'm not saying this is the end of civilization, but it definitely feels like the opening scene of a very stupid one. Anyway, that's my reaction to this absolute train wreck of a situation, and I hope every single person involved gets banned from speaking to the public for a week. This is dumb, it's creepy, and it sounds like the kind of thing you'd make up to piss off a forum full of angry nerds. That's it, see ya. This is one of the most impressively stupid things I've ever seen, like if a caveman discovered slang and immediately used it as a personality replacement. It's the kind of brain-melting behavior that makes my nuts retreat into my body out of secondhand embarrassment. Today we're talking about a guy who says bruh at the end of every single sentence, bruh.
Excuse me, where's the bread aisle? Brr. Gas prices are killing me. Let's bow our heads for grace. This is serious, don't tell anyone.
This is the viral video everyone's been passing around, and it feels less like a person speaking and more like an NPC dialogue bug where the last word in the sentence got hard-coded into his operating system. Every clip has the exact same rhythm too, like his brain loads the sentence, completes the objective, and then stamps bruh on the end like a Walmart receipt. I am not even exaggerating when I say this guy treats bruh like punctuation, seasoning, and life support all at once. He could probably deliver a eulogy with "he was a great man, bruh," and not even feel the room temperature drop into the Earth's core. This fake article honestly looks more credible than half the slop people post online, and terminal vocabulary collapse is actually the perfect diagnosis here. This dude's vocabulary is being held together with duct tape, raw confidence, and one single overworked syllable that's getting more reps than a gym bro's biceps. Imagine being his friend and trying to have a serious conversation. You tell him your dog died and he hits you with "that's tough, bruh," like he's trying to speedrun getting punched directly in the cock. It's not even that bruh is bad on its own, it's that he uses it with the dedication of a monk guarding a sacred scroll. This is the face of a man who found one word that got him attention and decided to ride it like it's the last helicopter out of a zombie apocalypse. He looks like he'd say "pass the mashed potatoes, bruh" at Thanksgiving and then sit there like he just dropped the hardest line in human history. The real problem is that this probably started as irony and then mutated into permanent damage. That happens a lot online where people do something as a joke and then 3 months later they've built their whole identity around it like a raccoon living in an air fryer box. There's no off switch anymore, he's fully committed, bruh. Alright, so this is already off to a banging start. We got a website topic that is basically the internet equivalent of a guy in sweatpants asking for your wallet anytime a site is just sitting there with one purpose. You know it's either going to be incredibly boring or weirdly unsettling like a dick with a supervisor. This is the kind of page that looks like it was built in 2003 by a goblin who just discovered HTML and decided that was enough. No splashy graphics, no charm, just raw utility energy, like the website is staring at you and saying, hello, I know where you live, bitch. And that's the whole gimmick right there. It's just here's your info, which is kind of badass in the dumbest possible way. Websites like this are the digital version of a dude flexing his forearm veins while holding a calculator. Absolutely no personality, but somehow still. Honestly, I respect it though, because it doesn't pretend to be anything it's not. It's not trying to sell you a subscription. It's not trying to make you click on 6 ads. It's just standing there with its dick out saying, yeah, I'm a utility page. What about it? That's it. See ya. Alright, so I just stumbled onto this absolutely stupid little rabbit hole, and apparently there's a pistol even dumber than the Colibri, which is insane, because the Colibri already looks like somebody built a gun for ants with a vendetta. I saw people arguing about it like it was a sacred relic, and now I need to know how deep this tiny-ass weapon nonsense goes. Yeah, look at this thing. It's like a hardware store screw had a midlife crisis and became a gun. I can't believe humans keep inventing weapons that look like they were made for a toy chest. This is the part where reality starts feeling like a glitch because the thing is barely bigger than a lighter, and somehow somebody said, yeah, that'll fire. I love that every era has one guy whose whole personality was, what if I made this even more ridiculous? That comparison is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because now the Colibri looks like a regular-ass handgun by comparison, and that's fucking hilarious. We've crossed from novelty into why in God's name did this exist. Honestly, I respect the dedication to making the most impractical shit imaginable, because history is just filled with people chasing the dumbest possible flex. The tiny pistol wins purely by being more ridiculous than the Colibri. That's it. See ya. And gaming is in a real weird spot right now, because every big release feels like it's either a spreadsheet with a gun or a cock tease with a launch trailer. It's like the whole industry looked at fun and said, nah, we're gonna monetize that asshole instead. And the craziest part is everybody keeps acting surprised when the thing they paid $70 for shows up half-baked like a sad little dick muffin. Look at this, man. This is the face of the future of gaming, and it looks like a spirit Halloween for disappointment. Nobody wants another open-world slop bucket full of checklists and battle passes. They want a game that actually feels like someone in the building cared about making it good instead of just extracting money like a greedy little tip juggling. And the funniest part is the defense always sounds the same too. Just wait for the updates. The real game starts at Season 3. You gotta buy the Deluxe Ultra Anus Edition to unlock the good stuff. Bro, if the pitch is that I need to endure 7 months of bullshit before it becomes playable, then that's not a game, that's a hostage negotiation with extra dick sauce. I'm not saying there are no good games, because obviously there are, but they get drowned in this endless sewage pipe of corporate crap and everyone's pretending the smell is normal. Gaming isn't dead, it's just being suffocated by a bunch of suits trying to milk every last penny from a hobby until it screams like a tiny angry dick in a blender. That's it, see ya. Oh my god, this is the stupidest thing I've seen all week, and that's saying a lot because the internet is basically just a landfill with Wi-Fi. Like, I do not know who decided this was the moment to become a legend, but it's giving huge. My brain is held together by 2 zip ties and a dream energy. Also, I have to say, the shape alone is already offensive to my eyes, and somehow it still feels like it has more confidence than most people on this website. There it is, the P-shaped menace itself, just standing there like it pays taxes and has a podcast. That thing looks like it got built in a garage by a guy named Randy who says stuff like trust the process while holding a drill upside down. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed, because it takes real commitment to make something this dumb. Honestly, this is peak human ambition. Just take a letter and make it look like it should be guarding a dungeon. The proportions are so wrong that they circle back around to genius, and I hate that my brain is kind of respecting it. If I saw this in public, I'd assume somebody was about to ask me for a signature and then scam me out of my pension. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, and somehow that's enough. It's just a P, but it's got the swagger of a guy who just walked into the room and ruined everyone's day without saying a word. That's it, see ya? This is one of those topics that sounds fake until you experience it, and suddenly your entire worldview gets folded like cheap lawn furniture. A single yellow insect, one tiny airborne piss-colored demon, can turn a normal afternoon into a full orchestral performance of suffering. And that's honestly impressive in the worst possible way. It's like nature put a needle on a chicken nugget and called it a personality. This little bastard right here is the whole problem. That is the entire employee roster of Pain Incorporated, one wasp with the emotional stability of a grenade and the customer service instincts of a prison shanking. Got reminded of this because every summer these things start acting like they pay rent everywhere. You'll just be outside minding your own business, drinking something sugary, and this yellow flying syringe starts investigating you like you owe it child support. It doesn't even want food half the time, it just wants conflict. That article might as well be Pulitzer material because it captures the exact vibe. One wasp enters the scene and suddenly grown adults are doing Parker over patio furniture like their ass cheeks are on fire. And the worst part is the anticipation, that hovering little fake-out routine. It circles your head, lands near you, leaves, comes back, and now you're in a toxic relationship with an insect. You can't punch it effectively, you can't negotiate, and if it stings you, it feels like hot metal getting notarized directly into your skin. It's a tiny yellow pain accountant auditing your piece. Right, so today's one of those topics that's going to have people foaming at the mouth no matter what I say, which is always a wonderful way to start a video. We're talking about Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and I'm going to try to keep this from turning into a full-ass comment section civil war. Yeah, this is the kind of story where everyone already has their side picked out before the page even finishes loading. On one hand, you've got people acting like he's the chosen king of geopolitical chess, and on the other hand, you've got people looking at him like he personally kicked their dog, stole their lunch money, and then taxed the sandwich, and that's the entire internet in one tweet.
Right there.
It's like watching two drunk guys try to solve the Middle East with the confidence of Nobel Prize winners and the literacy of a wet crayon. I'm not here to crown anybody, I'm just here to point out that this stuff is messy, emotional, and everybody's lying a little bit. If you're expecting me to do some weird propaganda chant, you're watching the wrong guy. I can tell you this much though, whenever a politician gets treated like a messiah, that's when my bullshit alarm starts screaming like it's being mauled by a chainsaw. People love turning leaders into superheroes until the shit hits the fan, and then suddenly it's how could this have happened?
Prime Minister, what about the settlements? Can you address the concerns of the international community? Can you address the concerns of the international community?
So yeah, that's where we're at. Big, strong opinions, even bigger consequences, and a whole lot of people pretending they're above the drama while absolutely marinating in it. Anyway, that's about all I've got before this turns into a diplomatic truck crash. Alright, so apparently today we're talking about this whole weird-ass candy core menace called Lola Pop, and I saw this thing pop up and thought, yeah, this is either the dumbest shit ever or the funniest thing I've read all week. It's like if a sugar rush got possessed and started writing rhymes in a bathroom mirror, which honestly is kind of impressive. Look at this little psycho, she's out here acting like she owns the entire confectionery ecosystem. The confidence is insane, like she's one sherbet bomb away from committing crimes against breakfast. And the funniest part is the my candy powers have no bounds energy, because that's exactly the kind of sentence you only say when you fully embrace being an unhinged dessert goblin. She really does look like she'd absolutely body a cereal box and then apologize in the most adorable way possible. That's the true danger here. The charisma is doing all the heavy lifting. If this thing shows up near my pantry, I'm not fighting it, I'm just handing over the snacks and hoping it leaves me alive. There's no shame in surrendering to the sweets. So yeah, Lollipop's got that ridiculous little menace energy down perfectly, and I respect the commitment to the bit. It's stupid, it's catchy, and it kind of rules. That's the whole vibe, honestly. Unhinged candy freak, but make it charming. That's it, see ya. Right, so today I woke up, checked my feed, and apparently I've been reduced to dairy-based confetti love. That for me, this is one of those stories where the internet gets bored and decides I'm some kind of cursed snack dispenser, so let's get into it before the cheese starts filing taxes. Yeah, this is the exact visual everybody in my mentions wanted to manifest. Apparently, I don't know what kind of witchcraft you people are doing, but it's working and it's disgusting.
And then, BAM! The dragon just disappears!
That's the viral evidence right there. The kind of clip that makes you ask whether the laws of physics have just given up or if I become a dairy product either way. The production value is insane. Truly peak cinema. I'm not even mad. I'm mostly impressed. This is such a stupidly specific nightmare that I almost respect it. Like somebody sat down and said, what if his entire existence was a snack aisle accident? Of course, there's already an article about it because the internet can't let a man become lactose-based without running a full investigation. They probably have 3 sources. All of them named some guy said it. Honestly, if this is where my life is at now, then fine, I've been through worse than being a giant cheese pile. I think maybe probably not, but we're committed now. Anyway, I'm gonna clean this up before the neighbors start thinking I got struck by Parmesan lightning. That's it, see ya. Somebody sent me this absolute landfill of a topic, and I had to look into it because apparently the internet has decided that ages poo cheese is a thing worth discussing. I don't know what kind of curse group chat birthed this, but I am now legally obligated to read about it and regret every second. Yeah, that's basically the whole vibe right there. Just a science project that got left in a hot car for 6 months. If somebody hands me aged anything that looks like that, I'm filing a complaint with God. And what kills me is people always want to romanticize disgusting shit if you put the word aged in front of it, like suddenly it's fancy. Nah, if it smells like a foot and looks like a crime scene, it's still a crime scene.
It's ready.
This is the part where the internet says you've gotta let it breathe, which is just code for please ignore the fact that this has become sentient. It's always filmed like the person is 1 second away from gagging because their body is correctly identifying danger. The funniest part is how confidently these people explain it too, like they're doing a wine tasting. No, brother, you are sniffing decomposing dairy while pretending it's an experience. Of course, there's an article about it because there's always some website ready to turn spoiled milk into a lifestyle brand. The layout looks like it was designed by a man who thinks a beige background means authority. And they always throw in words like complex, earthy, and robust to make it sound less like rotting food. I swear half the food world is just people bullshitting each other with expensive vocabulary. That's the final form right there where it stops being cheese and starts being an object you find in a cursed basement. Like, yeah, technically it's edible, but so is asphalt if you're committed enough. Honestly, if ages poo cheese is some new trend, I'm begging people to have standards again. We've drifted way too far as a species if this is the hill we're dying on. I've seen enough of this nonsense, and I can confidently say I hate every layer of it. If it smells bad, looks bad, and needs a guy with a podcast to defend it, it's probably trash. That's it, see ya. Right, so I just stumbled onto the most absurd shit imaginable, and I'm still trying to process how the hell this even became a thing. Apparently in my final moments I'm out here making supervillain-ass confessions like I'm about to reveal the goddamn Zodiac identity, except it's way dumber and somehow way more alarming. Yeah, so this is the part where I apparently decide to tell the world I'm a penis man, which is such a wildly cursed sentence that I'm mad it exists in human language at all. And the worst part is I know there are people listening to that like, oh shit, he's telling the truth, which makes it even funnier and stupider.
They're not telling you everything. The data doesn't lie. We need to prepare. It's happening sooner than we thought. Much sooner. We have to warn everyone. We have to.
This is the exact kind of video that gets reposted with 10 different captions like he finally said it, and then everybody acts like they've been following Penis Man lore for years. The real horror is not the confession, it's that there are apparently multiple penis men in the USA, which means this is less a confession and more a goddamn franchise. And of course, the article would be written like it's some kind of national threat, with everyone acting shocked that I'm warning about other penis men when, frankly, that sounds like the kind of information you'd want to know. If there are more of these guys out there, then somebody needs to make a goddamn task force, because this is no longer a one-man problem. I'm not even trying to be funny at this point, this is just the dumbest possible apocalypse warning. Like, imagine surviving to the end of days and the last thing anyone hears is there are other penis men in the USA. That's not a deathbed speech, that's a fucking clerical error. So yeah, that's where we're at now. I guess my final act is blowing the whistle on the Penis Man network and hoping somebody takes it seriously. Honestly, if that sentence doesn't make you question the entire fabric of reality, nothing will. That's the wildest shit I've ever had to say, and I'm not even sure whether to be scared or impressed. I just know the timeline is cooked. That's it, see ya. Alright, so here's the deal. 10 dudes just rolled into my room like this was some cursed recruitment event, and they hit me with, "You love chocolate," which is already an insane opener. I didn't even have time to answer before my body said, nah, this is too much, and I just fully melted into milk like I was some discount Hershey's bar under interrogation. And that's the part that kills me, because they didn't even react like they won. They just looked at me, looked at the milk, and every single one of them went, "Damn, this is bad," like I'd somehow failed a test I didn't know I was taking. That's not a jump scare, that's a lactose-based humiliation ritual.
You love chocolate?
You love chocolate!
Second part of the footage, I start sinking into the floor like a cursed ice cream cone. Everybody's still staring, and my keyboard just clacks on by itself like it's trying to file a complaint. If I'm being honest, that's the most efficient defense mechanism I've ever seen. Threat assessment? Wrong. I became dairy. The funniest part is they leave like I'm the problem. Like, well, he's not ready for the chocolate conversation. Yeah, no shit, man, I just got turned into whole milk in my own office. That's not a flex, that's a cry for help with extra cream. Right, so apparently we've got a dude on the internet going full wolf mode at the pound, and I mean that in the most humiliating possible way. I saw the clip, I read the comments, and within like 10 seconds I was already wondering how human society keeps stumbling forward with this shit. This is the exact kind of thing that makes me grateful I do not leave my house for anything more complicated than food and occasionally making fun of idiots. He's out there treating the pound like it's his ancestral hunting ground, and everybody around him has to just sit there and process the fact that this is happening in real life. And of course it's filmed like every other brain poison public freakout, where the camera guy is half losing his mind and half trying not to get involved. The best part is always the confidence, like, yeah man, absolutely, this is the moment to fully commit to being the least normal person in a 1-mile radius. I love how these stories always get turned into a whole civic event online. One clip becomes 1,000 think pieces, people start fighting in the replies, and suddenly everyone's an expert on whether this is satire, a mental breakdown, or just somebody being a freak for attention. And I'm not even trying to be mean, but if you're barking at the pound in a full suit, you've basically handed the internet the easiest target imaginable. There is no defense for that. The courtroom is just a guy in a dog mask yelling woof at municipal property. Honestly, the whole thing just feels like one long reminder that some people wake up every day and choose performance art over dignity, which is brave in the sense that walking into traffic is brave, that's it, see ya. Right, so apparently there's a giant E just absolutely clowning on Venezuela, which is maybe the most bullshit sentence I've ever had to say out loud. I found this because the internet has apparently run out of all normal behavior and decided to start producing alphabet-based terrorism instead. Let's get into this nonsense before my brain files for bankruptcy. Yeah, that's the beast right there, just a giant fucking E standing over the place like it owns the deed. It looks less like a letter and more like a corporate mascot that escaped containment and chose violence.
The user stories like so sheer of the prompt, the user stories like sheer of the phone.
This is the part where everyone in the crowd realizes the alphabet is no longer educational, it's a threat. I don't know who designed this thing, but they need to be investigated by multiple agencies and possibly God. Look at the detail on this stupid thing. It's actually kind of impressive in the worst possible way. If you told me this was the final boss of a children's spelling app, I'd believe you immediately. At the end of the day, that is one hell of a way to ruin a country, and honestly the E deserves a lifetime ban from civilization. This is exactly why I don't trust giant letters. They always think they're above the law. That's it, see ya. This is one of the most batshit internet meltdowns I've seen in a while. It has the same energy as getting held at gunpoint by a middle school science teacher with a boner for Pluto, just absolute lunacy. Somehow Michaela is forcing everyone to watch solar balls became a real sentence people are saying with their whole chest, and that alone deserves prison time. So this is the main flavor of the insanity. Michaela apparently being painted like some kind of cartoon supervillain forcing people to binge planetary edutainment like it's a CIA interrogation tactic. It's such a goofy premise that it loops back around into being incredible, like if peer pressure was sponsored by Uranus Joe. And the best part is people are talking about this like it's a human rights violation, like bro, no one survived Vietnam just for you to compare YouTube recommendations to torture. If someone forced you to watch solar balls, just close your eyelids. That technology's been available for a while. Then, of course, you've got these dogshit gossip sites writing about it like it's the fall of Rome, presenting a YouTube spat with the seriousness of a war tribunal. This article probably took 15 minutes and 3 brain cells, and I think 2 of them were busy trying not to shit themselves. Overall, this whole thing is unbelievably stupid, which is exactly why it's so entertaining. Michaela is forcing everyone to watch solar balls sounds less like a controversy and more like the threat a divorced dad makes when he finally discovers astronomy content. Right, so apparently I'm just Jesus now, which is wild because I don't remember the crucifixion arc or the whole turning water into wine thing. But sure, let's roll with it. The internet loves taking one normal-looking dude in a hoodie and deciding he's either the second coming or a failed Roomba. There's something deeply funny about people acting like I've got divine powers because I made a joke with complete confidence. Like, damn, if being dry-mouthed and it all the time is holiness, then I guess I've got a direct line to heaven. Also, if I was actually Jesus, I'd probably be a lot less patient with comment sections. And that's the real miracle, honestly. Not the resurrection, not the loaves and fishes, but the fact that I can sit here and read the dumbest thing imaginable and still keep going. That's discipline, that's strength, that's either sainthood or brain damage, and I'm not ruling out both. If people want to build a shrine out of my old clips and weird expressions, go for it. Just know the miracle isn't me walking on water, it's me surviving this platform without fully losing my mind. And if that's enough to make me Jesus, then honestly, religion is way more broken than I thought. Right, we've got a topic that's just loudly, which is honestly one of the more relatable breaking news alerts I've seen all week. I'm assuming the internet has once again found a way to turn pure suffering into content, because of course it has. Let's see what unholy nonsense we're dealing with here. Yeah, that's the whole case right there, just raw emotional damage with facial recognition software. It's amazing how one little crying face can summarize half the human experience better than a therapist's office.
No, this can't be happening. I wanted a perfect banana.
This is the part where you can tell the internet got involved because nobody in their right mind would keep recording this. And yet somehow the footage exists, which means society is functioning exactly as expected. The article does that classic thing where it pretends to be investigative, but really just repeats the same 3 details in different fonts. It's journalism if journalism were held together by glue and desperation. At the end of the day, this is just another reminder that people will post anything if it gets enough attention. And honestly, fair enough, because sometimes all you can do is stare into the void and type loudly crying face. I respect the commitment, I respect the chaos, and I respect the fact that the internet never runs out of ways to be stupid. That's it, see ya. Jesus Christ, the why you know guy came back like a moldy boomerang and immediately started speedrunning public nuisance charges. I thought this meme got buried in the same tomb as Rage Comics and my faith in humanity, but apparently not. And now he's out here dissing Jake Paul, which is like watching one expired yogurt cup call another one chunky. This is the main menace right here, the bald oracle of annoyance himself, apparently wandering around neighborhoods like a cryptid made entirely of Facebook humor from 2011. He looks like the kind of guy who'd scream at a vending machine for not accepting meme stock. They don't know how you even explain this to police either. Yeah, officer, the internet drawing became flesh and started yelling in all caps at crossing guards. That sounds less like a report and more like someone having a gas station weed hallucination. And then you've got this article treating it like he's some Avengers level threat, like the Pentagon needs to assemble a task force because a reaction image got legs. The whole site looks like it was designed by a sleep-deprived ferret using Windows XP, but the funniest part is him dissing Jake Paul, which honestly is the first morally neutral event in internet history. It's like watching a toilet insult a sewer. Nobody wins, everybody stinks, and somehow millions of people still gather around to watch the splash. This AI Rogan thumbnail looks like someone fed elk meat DMT and a USB-C cable into a blender and jerked off the algorithm until it achieved sentience. It's one of the most violently cursed things I've seen, like a podcast thumbnail grew a penis and started shadowboxing. This is the thumbnail, the primary crime scene, the smoking gun, the whole penis platter right here. It looks like AI studied 10,000 podcast clips and concluded all human conversation is just red lighting open mouths and forehead-based warfare. The logo in the middle is what really sells the psychosis, because that Rogan face looks less like a man and more like the sleep paralysis demon of divorced UFC fans. Then you've got all these guys orbiting him like he's the sun, if the sun sold supplements and asked if chimps could run casinos. Then of course there'd be some dogshit article pretending to investigate it like it's the Zapruder film of guy content. You don't need journalism here, you need a priest and maybe a sturdy bat. Overall, this thumbnail is beautiful in the same way a gas station bathroom mural made of steroids would be beautiful. It's loud, stupid, overcooked, and absolutely perfect. Oh, apparently Barney the fucking dinosaur was out in Las Vegas, and that sentence alone already sounds like I got drop-kicked into a fever dream. I saw the clip and immediately had the same reaction as everyone else, which is, why is a giant purple dinosaur making the city look even more unhinged than usual?
4 of the explicit lyric of the dram. Because now, if you have one of us,
that is the most Vegas-ass thing I've ever seen, and somehow it works because Vegas already runs on pure degeneracy and bad decisions. Looks like he's one bad spin away from losing his ass at a slot machine, and honestly I respect the hustle.
Of the immediately begin and the text message, and of the prompt,
This is the kind of public appearance that makes no sense on paper but is somehow perfect in practice because Vegas is just one long acceptance of stupidity. Barney being there feels like the city looked at itself and said, yeah, let's lean even harder into the weird shit. I'm not saying this is art, but I am saying it's the closest thing Vegas has to culture, and if I walked past that at 2 a.m., I'd assume I was either drunk or experiencing a hate crime by nostalgia. Anyway, Barney in Vegas is pure fucking chaos, and I love that for everyone involved. It's dumb, it's loud, and it belongs exactly where it happened. That's it, see ya. Man, this is one of those questions that sounds like it got typed by a dude staring at a wall at 3 a.m. because what do you mean do I ate purple tackies on my mouth, bro? My mouth is already something inside, thank you for the update. Also, if purple tackies are involved, somebody is definitely about to have a neon-colored war crime happen to their tongue. There it is, the exact expression of a man realizing the snack aisle has become a threat. This is the kind of food that leaves your mouth looking like it lost a fight with a grape chemical spill, and yet people act shocked when it tastes like battery acid and regret.
Whoa, these Takis are insane!
And, of course, the video has that classic energy where the person is eating like they're trying to prove a point to God, absolutely demolishing their own lips for the content. You can always tell it's serious when the chip dust gets on the camera lens and suddenly the whole thing looks like a crime scene made of fuchsia. That is not a snack, that is an exfoliation treatment for your entire face. If your mouth looks like it lost a paintball match after eating it, maybe the product should come with a waiver and a tiny fire extinguisher. So apparently Family Guy is trying to farm its own little gremlin child for another series, which is honestly the most predictable television decision of all time. I found out about this and my first thought was, yeah, of course they're doing this. Why not squeeze every last drop out of the bald baby engineer? It's either going to be weirdly good or a complete disaster, and that's the kind of coin flip I respect. This is the part where they slap the old clip in your face and then hit you with the YouTube brand anesthesia. Nothing says major television news like a cartoon baby staring into the abyss for 2 seconds. The reported spin-off is called Stewie, and it's supposedly got 2 seasons already lined up, which is either confidence or a really expensive mistake. Charlie does respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna bet on one Family Guy character, it's the tiny British psycho in a diaper. The premise is basically him getting kicked out of one preschool and dumped into a sad little daycare prison with a 75-year-old turtle. That is such an absurdly specific setup that it almost loops back around to genius, like they just wanted an excuse to let him build shit and go to space again. And honestly, that's the whole appeal here, because the best Stewie stuff has always been him and Brian doing stupid sci-fi nonsense while everybody else acts like nothing is wrong. If they actually lean into that and don't overcomplicate it, it could work way better than it has any right to. Still, it's Family Guy, so there is always a very real chance they take a decent idea and waterboard it with nonsense until it stops breathing. But yeah, I'm at least interested, which is more than I can say for most spin-offs that get announced in this cursed century. If they keep Rupert, the Time Machine, and the insane little murder gremlin energy I'm in. If they turn it into some safe kitty bullshit, then congratulations, you ruin the one thing people cared about. That's the gamble. Overall, this is one of those announcements that sounds dumb until you remember Stewie is one of the only parts of Family Guy people actually still talk about. So I'm cautiously optimistic, which in TV terms basically means I'm already prepared to be disappointed. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but at least it has a real hook and not just another remember this character. Cash grab, that's it, see ya! Right, so apparently I woke up and decided the best use of my time was becoming a feathered domestic terrorist, which is pretty much on brand for the internet. I saw the clip, I saw the chaos, and now we're all pretending this is normal because apparently gravity is a suggestion. There it is. That's the exact moment I lost all faith in society, and honestly I respect the commitment. He's got the posture of a man with nothing to lose and the soul of a pissed off app icon.
Watch out! Hey!
This is the kind of thing you do once and then spend the rest of your life explaining to your landlord. He launches like he's trying to clear a castle wall, and somehow that makes perfect sense and zero sense at the same time. And that's really the core of it. He doesn't just get mad, he becomes a projectile with a grudge. That's efficient anger, that's American engineering, that's a man who wants results. If you're gonna turn into an angry bird, you better at least commit fully and cause a legal problem. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? Just cosplay with extra steps. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we need to talk about a very serious issue. And that issue is that I have apparently become a human ceiling fan with opinions. Every 5 seconds I'm spinning in this chair like I'm trying to summon a demon or win a Beyblade tournament for divorced men. There it is, the evidence. Look at this maniac. I'm not even sitting, I'm orbiting the earth. At this point, the chair doesn't belong to me, I belong to the chair. We've developed a toxic relationship where it enables my worst impulses, and I provide the sound effect like a dying microwave.
Spin! Green! Spin! Maximum E! Velocity achieved! Is it achieved? Maximum velocity achieved! E! Spin cycle initiated! Ah!
This is the first phase of the phenomenon where I'm still pretending it's normal. It starts innocent, right? One little spin for emphasis. Then suddenly it's 8 minutes later and I'm doing laps in a rolling office chair like I'm trying to power a small city with my ass cheeks. Spin is not a choice anymore, it's a lifestyle. Honestly, fair question. It's probably both. If I'm not spinning, I feel like the energy inside me starts rattling around like loose change in a dryer. So yeah, sometimes you gotta hit the spin button and let the chaos breathe a little. And this article is already doing too much, but I respect the hustle. That's the whole story, really. I spin, I yell, everybody gets mildly concerned, and the chair gets abused beyond all reason. Classic content. Alright, this is one of those clips that makes you go, there's no fucking way this is real, and then somehow it keeps getting worse. I saw this shit floating around and immediately knew it was going to be one of those absurdly dumb takes that lives rent-free in the worst corners of the internet. Let's just get into it. Yeah, that's the clip people are pointing at, and obviously the idea that this proves anything about diarrhea is fucking stupid. It's just a disgusting bathroom video with some idiots trying to turn it into a whole conspiracy buff. The internet does this thing where it takes one shitty piece of footage and suddenly everybody's a forensic analyst, a medical expert, and a complete jackass all at once. There's always someone ready to confidently explain something they absolutely do not understand. At the end of the day, this is just another example of people using garbage evidence to sell a garbage narrative, and it's embarrassing how fast that spreads. You can't just slap a dumb claim on a clip and call it proof because your brain wandered off for a smoke break. Anyway, that's about all there is to it. People need to stop treating random bathroom footage like it's a damn courtroom exhibit. Use your brain for like 5 seconds before posting bullshit. That's it, see ya. S2 is somehow the most miserable game ever made, and I swear every time I boot it up I feel like the universe is personally trying to clown on me. The guns don't shoot where I want, my brain turns to soup, and somehow I'm the problem even when I'm not the problem. This is the exact vibe, just pure suffering with a scoreboard attached. You load in thinking you're about to have fun, and 5 minutes later you're bargaining with God over your headshots.
No! What just happened? Seriously?
look at this bullshit. This is not a game, this is a harassment simulator. The enemy does one tiny flick and suddenly I'm eating dirt like I owed him money. That right there is the emotional damage this game does, and it does it for free. I'm not even mad at the players anymore. I'm mad at the code, the recoil, the hitreg, the whole damn civilization. So yeah, CS2 is too hard, and I'm officially calling it out as a certified asshole of a game. I came here to click heads, not get spiritually mugged every round. That's it, see ya. So somehow we're back on this circus again, because apparently Tafiachu still thinks employment is some kind of optional DLC. I saw people clipping this and I was like, no fucking way this is real, but yeah, here we are. That's her usual energy right there, just pure I'm above the grind while the rent continues to exist. The confidence is insane when it's built on absolutely nothing.
Yes of the prompt to the prompt the like and of the well thematic for the clearly.
This is the clip everybody's pointing at, and it's exactly as stupid as you'd expect. You can practically hear the excuse factory working overtime in real time. She's got that, why are you asking me this look like the question itself committed a crime. But if the topic is money and responsibility, the answer can't just be vibes and shrugs forever. Of course, Twitter turned it into a public execution, because that place never misses a chance to throw gasoline on a dumpster. Well, it's hard to defend when the entire argument is basically nah. At some point, you've got to stop acting like life is supposed to hand you a participation trophy for existing. If you won't work, won't change, and won't listen, then yeah, people are gonna clown the hell out of you. That's it, see ya. Oh my god, this is the most midnight brain, decon the brain purchase I've ever seen. Bro got hit with a 3 a.m. ad and immediately threw his wallet into the volcano. That's not consumerism, that's a penile spiral. 3 weeks later, and the thing still ain't here, which is already a bad sign, because if a phone starts ghosting you before it ships, you might have bought a scam with a charger. That ad is exactly the kind of shit that makes your lizard brain go, oh hell yeah, privacy, freedom, independence, and then 3 weeks later you're sitting there holding your balls wondering where your package is. And the customer service response being, yeah, actually it'll be late is crazy, because once they start moving the date like that, you're no longer tracking a phone, you're tracking a regret. I do love that he's still hopeful though. That's the funniest part. He's out here like a dog staring at the oven, because he knows a steak might appear, even though the steak has been processing for 2 weeks. Honestly, if the phone shows up, great. If it doesn't, then congrats, you've discovered the ancient art of paying for a rectangle and receiving a test of character instead. Anyway, yeah, if you want to watch the ad and experience the exact moment a man loses his financial dignity, go do that. Otherwise, just know the LARP phone has apparently achieved something rare, making waiting for a package sound like an emotional support dick punch. That's it, see ya. Right? So this is one of those what the fuck did I just wake up to situations, because apparently I can't even open the app without some insane ass clip being the entire damn internet. I saw the replay and immediately knew this was going to be one of those videos where everybody's going to pretend they're shocked while clicking it like maniacs.
Prowlery had Yanus, and so all way to keeping that wiser your tries funding to ire to star your ire to size. Just roll up you might just time there, shade over and then create in a second trower.
Yeah, that's obviously not okay, and it's the kind of thing that nukes any trust in the whole stream. The second that happens, it stops being content and turns into a full-on disaster, and now everybody's sitting there with their jaw on the floor like they didn't just watch the train hit the wall. And honestly, if this is the point where somebody decides they're done with live streaming, I don't even blame them one bit. That shit is draining at baseline, and when it turns into this kind of awful spectacle, it's hard to imagine wanting to keep doing it. People are going to do the usual internet dance where half the replies are fake concern and the other half are vultures looking for a ratio. But at the end of the day, if you're watching something this ugly, the only sane reaction, not much else to say here, man. It's just bleak as hell. If this really ends live streaming for him, that's the kind of ending nobody should want. That's it, see ya. Bio. Oh, oyo, oyo. Oh,
wait, seriously? They're doing what now? They're doing what now? Wait, seriously? I have to... The desktop a browser? I watch his browser. I add a next one.
S-E-E-A. Alright, so today we're talking about this absolutely unhinged thing called blood piss, which is a sentence I hate having to say out loud. I saw people bring it up like it was some normal ass topic, and that immediately told me it was going to be a dumpster fire. Let's get into the bullshit.
Blood piss? What the hell is wrong with me?
This is the part where you go, yeah, that's not supposed to look like that, because no shit, it's blood and piss. If you're seeing that, the funny internet joke part is over real quick, because now it's a doctor thing and not a haha what if thing. That's the visual evidence, and holy fuck does it look bad enough to make you start drinking water out of pure fear. Alright, so today we're talking about this absolutely unhinged thing called blood piss, which is a sentence I hate having to say out loud. I saw people bring it up like it was some normal ass topic, and that immediately told me it was going to be a dumpster fire. Let's get into the bullshit. This is the part where you go, yeah, that's not supposed to look like that, because no shit, it's blood and piss. I'm not a doctor, but I am pretty sure blood piss is not supposed to be a fun little nickname. If you're seeing that, the funny internet joke part is over real quick, because now it's a doctor thing and not a haha what if thing. And this is the part where the entire internet becomes a medical forum with the confidence of a toddler holding a hammer. If you're actually dealing with that, stop filming the damn thing and get checked out, because this ain't the kind of mystery box you want to solve yourself. Overall, disgusting name, disgusting clip, and a very clear reminder that people will post literally anything before they go to urgent care. The internet is a cursed place, and this is one of the more soulless corners of it. That's it, see ya. Right, this is one of the most unhinged things I've ever woken up to. David Goggins apparently drank an entire bucket of tar, which sounds less like a fitness update and more like a side quest for a man whose organs have all filed restraining orders. This is the kind of alpha male content that makes protein powder look like baby formula and makes my dick shrivel up like a frightened turtle. This is the clip everybody's losing their minds over, and yeah, it's exactly as stupid as it sounds. He's sitting there looking like he's about to challenge Satan to a triathlon, gripping a bucket of roofing material like it's a post-workout smoothie. And without even blinking, this man starts chugging it like he's trying to prove his stomach lining is made of retired tank parts. I've seen people commit to a bit before, but this is like if motivation culture got hit in the head with a cinder block and started freebasing drywall. Then every fake news goblin site immediately starts glazing him like he just cured being tired. The article acts like this is some revolutionary mindset breakthrough, when really it's just competitive self-destruction with the aesthetic of a truck stop bathroom. I love Goggins, but this is where stay hard turns into call poison control. If your daily routine ends with drinking road paste out of a Home Depot pail, maybe the inner beast you conquered was just common sense. So I went in for a normal haircut and somehow came out looking like I got drafted into the bald Navy, which is already a phenomenal start. I swear every time I trust a barber, I'm gambling with my fucking identity, and this one had a very different idea of just a trim. This is me at the beginning, still optimistic, still believing in civilization, still thinking my hair would survive the day. Spoiler, it did not, and the scissors were apparently loaded. Yeah, that's the exact moment I realized the barber had crossed the point of no return and was now just speedrunning a felony against my scalp. There's always that 1 second where you can feel your life quietly leaving your body, and this was mine. And then there it is, the final form, the finished product, the skinhead special no one ordered. I looked less like a man and more like a before picture for chemotherapy, which is not ideal branding. Not even mad, I'm impressed in a way, because it takes real talent to fuck up a haircut so hard it becomes an event. My head feels colder, my dignity feels lighter, and somehow I'm still gonna have to pay for this bullshit. That's it, see ya. Alright, let's get into this shit because I keep seeing people try to build a mini fridge like it's some light weekend project. It's either gonna be a genius little DIY hack or a crispy insurance claim, and I'm here for the chaos. I found the best path is usually just understanding the parts instead of pretending you can MacGyver a cold cube out of wishful thinking. First thing, you need the actual guts, an insulated box, a cooling system, and a power source that isn't held together by prayers and exposed copper. The box is the easy part, the cold part is where people start acting like engineering has no consequences. If you're doing a proper build, you're basically assembling a tiny refrigeration system, not inventing a cursed lunchbox. You've got to think about sealing airflow, heat dissipation, and making sure it doesn't turn into a loud little rectangle of disappointment. That's the whole skeleton right there, and yeah, the tubing and compressor are where the real work lives. If any part of this looks like it could explode, that's because it probably can if you rush it like an idiot. The actual move is simple. Start with a compact insulated enclosure, mount the cooling hardware safely, wire it to a thermostat, then test for leaks and overheating before you ever trust it with food. Do it wrong and you've built a hot box with delusions. And once it's running, you're not done, because you still have to check the temperature, noise, and whether it's actually cooling evenly instead of just pretending. That's the fun part of DIY. The machine either works or it spends its life humiliating you. Honestly, if you want cold drinks and less suffering, buying one is way less annoying. But if you're dead set on building it, at least build it like you enjoy not burning down your room. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I've become a human garbage disposal for topics, and I'm not even mad about it, I'm just impressed by the sheer commitment to the bit. I found out because my own audience kept feeding me more and more of this stupid nonsense until I started feeling like a cursed balloon animal. Here's the first sign something is wrong, because the amount of content I'm consuming is no longer metaphorical, it's starting to look medically irresponsible. I'm sitting there acting like this is normal when my body is doing its best impression of a physics experiment. That is not a bit anymore. That is a man losing a fight against paper, and somehow he's winning and losing at the same time. I should not be able to ingest this many topics without my spine filing a complaint. And this is where the whole situation becomes a little less haha internet funny and a lot more why is my ribcage doing a mime act. I'm pretty sure my actual organs are unionizing right now. The bad part is I refuse to stop. Because if I stop eating topics, then I have to sit here and face the consequences like a responsible adult. And that sounds disgusting. So yes, I keep going, and yes, that probably means I'm about to become architecture. Honestly, I think the real issue is that I've trained myself to treat every stupid subject like it's a meal, and now the meal is fighting back. That's on me, but also it's kind of hilarious in a deeply concerning way. They need everybody to understand this was never meant to end with me looking like a helium experiment gone wrong, but here we are. I made my bed, now I'm floating in it. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the economy has been replaced by a nightmare snowstorm of red square bobuxes, and I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. This is like if a Roblox game got possessed by a slot machine and then sneezed on my monitor. Yeah, that's beautiful. The fact that the entire website looks like it was built inside a microwave really sells it. Also, whoever made this is one step away from inventing digital gambling for 8-year-olds, which is a horrifyingly accurate description of the internet. That's actually kinda sick. It looks like the world's dumbest treasure chest just detonated, and somehow it still feels more honest than half the content on this app. The glitch effect makes it feel illegal, which is perfect, because this whole concept feels like digital tax fraud. Oh my god, I've become a lawn ornament for monetized nonsense. I look like I got struck by capitalism and turned into a farmable resource. Honestly, if Bobucks actually fell from the sky like this, I'd still be broke because I'd be too busy eating the ones that land in my mouth. That tweet reads like a ransom note written by a malfunctioning arcade cabinet. But I respect the confidence. Nothing says trust this financial ecosystem like a robot screaming in all caps with a cube emoji and a broken promise of endless money. Anyway, that's the most brain-rotted currency apocalypse I've seen all week. And honestly, kinda hard not to admire it. The Yuma Musum situation is so absurd it feels like someone smashed a gacha game, horse racing, and internet addiction together with the force of 1,000 flaccid dicks. This whole thing is nuts, like watching a car crash caused entirely by people trying to kiss the exhaust pipe. I can't believe this is real, but here we are ankle deep in the weirdest slurry imaginable. So this is Yuma Musum, the horse girl gacha thing that's somehow become the center of a full-blown internet psychosis event. It's got anime girls based on racehorses, which already sounds like it was invented by a guy losing a bet in a Discord call. And somehow that wasn't weird enough on its own, because the community and the reaction around it has turned this into a beautiful nuclear meltdown. It's like people saw horse girls and decided, yeah, let's make this everyone else's problem too, which is a level of confidence usually reserved for public masturbators. This is basically every article about it right now. Just complete panic mixed with confusion mixed with journalists trying to explain horse girl gambling to normal human beings. It reads like a hostage letter written by someone who just discovered what a loot box is. Everyone's trying to act analytical about it too, but that there's no elegant way to explain why this exploded. Sometimes the internet just locks onto something with both hands and starts furiously cranking it like it owes them child support. And this is the face of the empire right here, the mascot of the current online stampede. The art's polished, the characters are charming, and I get why people are into it, but holy shit, the reaction has been like watching 1,000 guys discover porn for the first time. So yeah, the Yuma Musum situation is crazy. It's not just a game anymore, it's a cultural concussion, and every timeline I open feels like it got kicked in the balls by a derby horse. Right, so I just saw one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on the internet, and that's impressive because the internet is basically a public restroom with Wi-Fi. This is one of those images that hits you so hard in the balls with confusion that you have to sit down and reevaluate every decision that led humanity here. This is the masterpiece right here, the Sistine Chapel if Michelangelo got hit in the head with a keyboard and started prompting nonsense for 12 hours straight. It's Kanai in a hospital bed getting treated for advanced banana exposure, and every doctor in the room looks like they just got called in to consult on the world's least necessary medical emergency. Don't know what the diagnosis is supposed to be. Potassium poisoning, peel-related trauma. It looks like the bananas are his emotional support spinal cord. And the best part is his face, because he looks like even he doesn't know why he agreed to be in this fruit salad hostage situation. It's such a specific kind of stupid that loops back around into art. Then of course you've got the article version of it, because no insane image is complete until some fake gossip site treats it like the Zapruder film. Sources close to the banana say tensions were high. Real Pulitzer level shit. There's nothing to investigate here. It's just AI smashing together celebrity hospital and produced like a drunk guy ordering from a vending machine. But I respect it because it's so unnecessary, so stupid, and so confident. That's the internet, baby. One giant dick joke with a graphics card. Right, so apparently I've moved to Siberia, which is fucking insane, because I do not remember signing up for the freeze your balls off in a remote wasteland expansion pack. I found out when I opened a window and got slapped in the face by whether that feels personal, so let's see what hellscape I've apparently relocated to. Yeah, this is the place. It's just an infinite white prison with pine trees, and somehow I'm expected to act like this is a normal place for a guy who has clearly been manufactured in a Florida lab. The crazy part is I'm already being told this is peaceful, which is what people say when they want you to ignore that your face is actively trying to detach from your skull. Honestly, I respect the commitment, but this is a disgusting amount of cold. That's the whole situation right there. Just me fighting for my life against a box of frozen eggs and the concept of winter itself. If this is where I live now, I'm gonna become a full-time hibernation professional. But yeah, I guess I'm here now. I'm gonna adapt, I'm gonna survive, and I'm gonna complain the entire fucking time. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently somebody built a femboy-powered toll road and license plate detection system, and I heard about this because the internet cannot stay normal for even 5 fucking minutes. I saw the headline and thought it was either some kind of dumb meme or the worst business pitch ever cooked up, but nope, it's real enough to make me sit up and go, what the hell am I looking at? I'm gonna break this down because this sounds like a scam, a joke, and a traffic crime all at once. This is the setup, and it already looks like somebody lost a bet with a GameStop employee and a parking attendant. The whole thing screams we had no budget and even less shame, which is honestly the exact energy I expect from a system like this. That clip is doing exactly what I hoped, which is proving the system works in the most cursed way possible. It's got that, yeah, technically it functions vibe, but by the grace of God and pure instability, and that's usually how these internet inventions go. The license plate detection part is what gets me, because if it misses once then the whole thing turns into a bureaucratic hostage situation. You're not just paying a toll anymore, you're participating in a live-action argument with a camera that thinks it's smarter than you. This is what I imagine the operator sees, and it's basically a computer begging for mercy. The interface looks cute until you realize it's responsible for deciding whether your car gets flagged like you robbed a bank. This kind of article is always written like some genius invented the future instead of a glorified toll booth with vibes. They'll talk about efficiency, automation, and urban infrastructure like they didn't just slap a camera on a mess and call it innovation. Honestly, I respect the hustle, but I also feel like this is the exact sort of thing that gets one weird viral clip, one angry driver, and then a million people pretending they understand plate recognition. It's stupid, it's functional, and it's probably held together by zip ties and spite. End of the day, it's one of the dumbest sounding systems I've ever heard of, which means the internet is naturally obsessed with it. If it works, that's insane, and if it doesn't, that's even better for everyone watching from a safe distance. That's it. See ya. Holy shit, gas prices are so high I half expect the pump to ask for my social security number and a kidney. Oh, we are so fucked. Charlie, I went to fill up my car and the gas station clerk looked at me like I was trying to finance a yacht with penis coupons. Oh, God, we are so fucked. This is the battlefield right here. The gas pump looking like it just got promoted to final boss of the economy. Ooh, God, we are so fucked. Ooh, oh, 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 Charlie, you don't even squeeze the handle anymore. You just whisper a prayer and let your bank account bleed out in 4K. Oh, God, we are so fucked. Even the fake finance nerds are acting like this is some exciting market development instead of a communal kick directly to the taint. Oh, God, we are so fucked. Oh, 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 Charlie, at this point, walking is becoming the luxury option and driving is for oil barons with NFT portfolios. Oh, God, we are so fucked. So apparently I've been blessed by the stupidest meteorological event known to man, Bobuck's rain. Not money, not actual currency, just red little square B coins falling from the sky like the economy got hit with a cartoon anvil. Look at this. This is what happens when capitalism gets possessed by a Roblox skin sale. I'm getting absolutely smoked by flying bee nuggets, and for some reason I've turned into a Minecraft grass block, which is honestly a worse insult than getting hit with a car. That's not even rain anymore, that's a felony. I look like a lawn ornament that got added to a sandbox game for no reason. And this cube thing, it looks like the mascot for a cursed energy drink that gives you diarrhea and a gambling addiction. Yeah, that sounds about right. If I'm ever in a situation where I'm being showered in fake internet money while morphing into landscaping, just put me down. Honestly, I'd rather get slapped by a wet fish than spend another second in Bobuck's weather. Right, so apparently I woke up today to find out the internet has decided I'm now the main character of a Sigma Funk edit compilation, which is already a fucking sentence I hate saying out loud. And somehow the topic isn't just me being turned into a meme, it's me being turned into the kind of meme that looks like it was made by a 14-year-old with a cracked CapCut subscription and zero shame. This is the exact kind of image that tells you everything went wrong somewhere along the way, because now my face is being slapped onto every coldest moment ever template known to man. And of course it's got that fake cinematic look where people act like doing the most embarrassing shit imaginable somehow becomes intimidating if you put enough bass behind it. Here's the thing, the edit itself is so stupid it loops back around to being impressive because it takes a completely normal person and tries to sell them like a final boss cutscene. It's like if self-respect died in a ditch and got uploaded in 720p with a bass boost. And then you go to some shitty article about it, and they're all acting like this is a cultural event, like historians will be discussing my alleged Sigma arc centuries from now. The whole thing feels like the internet looking directly at a grease fire and saying this is peak content. The wild part is people always want to turn the most random shit into an anthem, and somehow the song choice makes it even more ridiculous because now the clip has all the subtlety of a fireworks factory exploding inside a washing machine. I don't know what's more embarrassing, the fact that it exists or the fact that people are probably unironically gonna repost it like it's inspirational. So yeah, my thoughts are basically that this is cursed stupid and exactly the kind of brain rot the internet deserves for staying online this long. If this is what the culture has become, then I guess we're all just living in the aftermath of a bad decision. That's it. Right, so apparently I'm at the point in life where I gotta become a fucking owl just to read my own monitor. I leaned in to check something and realized I looked like a Victorian ghost inspecting a cursed telegram. This is how it starts, man. One day you're vibing, next day you're breathing on the screen like it owes you money. I swear to God the font didn't used to be this small, but I know that's bullshit because it's literally the exact same size it's always been. The real issue is I'm just turning into a fossil in real time, and now I need these glasses to function like some decrepit librarian deciphering a prophecy from the gods. That's the exact energy, just pure I can't see shit and I'm too stubborn to admit it. It's humiliating because the setup looks normal from far away, but up close it's a guy actively losing a war against text size.
Just got to tweak this one thing.
We also love how glasses make you feel like you've got your life together for about 7 seconds, and then you realize you're still staring at the screen with your face 6 inches away like a raccoon reading tax forms. Honestly, I respect old people now, because this visual age shit is no joke, it's a full-time battle. Yeah, that's the vibe right there, except I'm not old enough for this shit to be happening, which somehow makes it worse. I'm just out here discovering new forms of weakness while staring at some random webpage like it personally insulted my ancestors. Anyway, moral of the story is I need to either get my vision checked or accept that I'm becoming a swamp creature with a desk job. Either way, it's over for me, and I'm not happy about it. That's it, see ya. Right, so today I found out I apparently own the most illegal little road goblin on Earth, and I'm about to make every commuter in a 30-mile radius question their life choices. Hidden/829-8 and Oeokgio and my beloved, my freak, my tiny furry felony were taking a ride. This is gonna be stupid as hell, and I'm already fully committed to the bit. Look at this little bastard, absolutely shredding the asphalt like he pays taxes here. Hidden/829-8 and Oeokgio and you beautiful champion, I love you and I respect your hustle. I'm not saying this is safe, I'm saying it's historic.
Hayden! 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 Hidden! 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 Hidden!
That's the kind of footage that gets posted with a caption like, "Bro has no regard for society." And yeah, correct, but also look at his face, he's having the time of his life. Hidden/8 29 8 and Oeakjos C and my guy, my Rydor D, you can't teach that kind of confidence. There's just something magical about being one traffic violation away from a spiritual awakening. Hidden/8 29 8 and Oeakjos and I'm proud of you, you insane little beast. Honestly, we should all aspire to have this much joy while actively ruining everyone's afternoon. Anyway, that was beautiful, that was reckless, and that was probably frowned upon by every possible authority. Hidden/8 29 8 and Oeakjos C and I love you, you dumb legend. If there's a lesson here, it's that confidence beats common sense every time. That's it, see ya. Right, so I stumbled onto this story, and yeah, it's one of those I need a shower just from hearing about it situations. The internet stays undefeated in the worst way possible, and somehow I always end up being the guy who has to look at this garbage so nobody else has to. This is already starting off cursed as hell, because the title alone makes me want to log off and go stare at a wall for 6 hours. If your curiosity got you this far, congratulations, you and I both made a terrible life choice.
I can't believe he just did that!
God, this is going straight to the internet.
And of course, the video quality looks like it was filmed through a potato that got hit by a truck, which is exactly how every truly god-awful internet disaster is documented. Nothing says important social record like a 144p nightmare with everyone yelling over each other. The funniest part is how fast this kind of nonsense goes from "there's no way this is real" to "oh no, it's somehow worse than I imagined." That's the beauty of the modern web. Every day there's a fresh bowel movement of humanity waiting to be discovered. So yeah, I saw it, I regretted it, and now I'm inflicting that regret on you too. If you ever needed proof that the human race is running on fumes, this is it. That's basically my takeaway, man. I wish I could say I learned something profound, but nah, I mostly learned that people need hobbies, also maybe soap. That's it, see ya. Right, we're back on the ancient battlefield of the internet where somehow, against all odds, femboys is still a conversation people are having like it's breaking news. I found out because my feed apparently enjoys dragging me through the same tired-ass discourse every 6 months, and honestly I respect the dedication to being annoying. Yeah, that's the exact vibe people act like is some grand societal threat, when in reality it's mostly just dudes on the internet dressing cute and making the chronically online lose their minds over it. The fact this is still shocking to anybody in 2026 is honestly more impressive than upsetting.
You met him in a game lobby. Is this a red flag?
That's the whole issue right there. It's just a viral clip of someone being confident and looking a little too good for people with weak little souls to handle. Half the outrage is just people realizing their masculinity is made of wet cardboard. And then Twitter does what Twitter does best, which is take something completely harmless and turn it into a fucking apocalypse because everybody needs a hill to die on for engagement. If this is invasion, it's the lamest conquest in human history. Let people be cute, let people be weird, and let this dead topic finally get buried where it belongs. If you're still spiraling over femboys in 2026, I gotta be honest, that's on you. That's it, see ya. Alright, so the topic is literally exclamation topic, which is either an incredible mystery or the laziest assignment of all time, and honestly I respect the commitment to nonsense. We're diving into whatever the hell this is, and by the end of it I either become a genius or get hit by a piano. This article is doing the most for absolutely no reason. It's like somebody put a tie on a hamster and called it a CEO. But let's be real, the real drama is that there is no drama, which somehow makes it even more dramatic. That's internet content in a nutshell, just a big greasy sandwich of confusion and ad revenue. That tweet is pure distilled brain fog. I love how people can take a blank piece of paper and start a civil war over it. It's the same energy as arguing about an empty pizza box like it's modern art. Anyway, I'm not saying this is stupid, but I am saying it's wearing clown shoes. Look at this setup. This is basically my natural habitat. A glowing screen, bad posture, and enough caffeine in my bloodstream to power a small fishing village. If anything, the topic is less about exclamation topic and more about the spiritual journey of realizing every online scandal is just 3 idiots and a microphone. yeah, that's the whole saga. Huge reveal, lots of yelling, and absolutely nothing of value was learned. I'll see you next time unless the internet invents a new crisis in the next 12 minutes, which it probably will. Right, so apparently today we're talking about the absolute clown fiesta that is Charlie leaking GTA 6 footage. And by Charlie, I mean not me, obviously, because if I leaked GTA 6 footage, I'd be sitting here in a Snorlax-sized hole in the ground, while Rockstar sends a hit squad made of lawyers and disappointment. Image, a blurry screenshot of a gaming forum with a giant red breaking banner, posts exploding everywhere, and a shocked crowd of gamers staring at their phones while the words GTA 6 footage leaked dominate the center in huge, ugly text. That's the perfect vibe for this, because every time something like this happens, the internet turns into a pack of starving hyenas fighting over a steak made of rumors and bad compression. Now, the crazy part is that people always act surprised when game leaks happen, like this industry hasn't been one giant leak bucket since the dawn of time. But GTA 6? Yeah, that's not just any leak, that's the kind of leak that makes every content creator on Earth instantly become a legal analyst and every dude in the comments become a forensic engineer. Despite an article-style page about a major gaming leak spreading across the internet with a headline about alleged GTA 6 footage, a timeline of how the clip spread, reactions from players and developers, and a sidebar filled with panic, speculation, and legal warnings from the publisher. This is where the internet does that thing where nobody knows anything, but everyone is speaking with the confidence of a man explaining plumbing while actively drowning in a bathtub. And of course the first response is always, well, if it's real, this changes everything, which is gamer code for I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I need to form an opinion before my lunch gets cold. Tweet, a post from a gaming news account saying the alleged GTA 6 footage is being shared everywhere, followed by thousands of replies arguing over whether it is authentic, fake, unfinished, or secretly part of a marketing plan. That tweet section is always where the mental illness really blooms, because you'll get one guy saying it's a dev build, another guy saying it's old footage, another guy saying it's actually from a completely different game, and then some dude in the replies saying I can tell it's fake because the shadows are wrong, like he's been trained by the CIA to inspect polygons. Video, a chaotic montage of social media scrolling through alleged GTA 6 footage reactions with people screaming in comment sections, clips being reposted, fake analysis overlays, and a final shot of a giant digital storm of misinformation spreading across every platform. Honestly, that's exactly what leaks do now. They don't just reveal a game, they spawn a whole second game called Who Can Sound the Most Correct while knowing nothing. And if the footage is real, that's a huge problem for the company, obviously, because now they've got a billion people peering into an unfinished project like a bunch of feral goblins at a bakery window. If it's fake, though, then congratulations, the internet once again spent 6 hours screaming at a hallucination with a user interface. Either way, somebody's day got ruined, and usually that somebody is a random employee who just wanted to keep their job and not become the face of the biggest leak in gaming. Video, a second section showing a stressed game studio environment after the leak with blurred monitors, frantic messages, a security alert, employees looking exhausted, and a giant visual metaphor of a cracked vault spilling files everywhere. That part always sucks, because people forget there are actual humans involved, and instead treat the whole thing like it's a free demo drop from the heavens. Meanwhile, the lawyers are already loading up like they're about to kick down the door of reality itself. And the funniest part is the fans who say I'm not watching the leak out of respect, while they are in fact watching the leak with the intensity of a man committing tax fraud. Like, come on, be honest, nobody is more curious than the person pretending to be morally above the situation. Image, a single gamer sitting at a desk with a guilty expression, one hand over their face, the other hand paused over a play button on a leaked clip with empty energy drink cans and a glowing monitor reflecting pure shame. That's the whole saga in one image right there. At the end of the day, leaks like this are basically the internet's favorite combo meal: outrage, curiosity, fake expertise, and one guy yelling this is unacceptable while refreshing the same clip for the 12th time. So yeah, if Charlie leaked GTA 6 footage, that's obviously insane and the fallout would be a mess, but let's not pretend the audience wouldn't be glued to it like it was the second coming of sliced bread with a cheat code. And that's really the truth of it, man. Everyone's a offended, everyone's obsessed, and somehow the person who caused the mess is the least interesting part of the entire disaster. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Right, so apparently timeouting Michaela for no reason yesterday is the big nuclear event of the day, which is insane because that phrase sounds like it was generated by a broken middle school principal AI. It's got the raw chaotic energy of getting suspended for breathing too loud, and somehow people are treating it like the Zapruder film of being petty. So this is the main crime scene right here. The sacred archive preserving the event where Michaela apparently got put in the digital penalty box for absolutely nothing. They're writing about this like she was exiled from a small European country, when in reality it was probably one person smashing a button with the confidence of a bald guy measuring his junk with a ruler. And there it is, the Mona Lisa of pointless moderation, Michaela getting timed out like she committed crimes against humanity by typing too normally. Yesterday somebody woke up and decided, you know what this community needs? Less Michaela, which is the kind of hall monitor power trip that makes your balls retract into your stomach. It's just wild, man. If there's actual context, fine, but if it really was for no reason, that is next level baby behavior. This is the softest act of tyranny I've ever seen. So today I found out there's apparently a Star Fox EXE thing, which is already a sentence that sounds like someone got dared to ruin a childhood memory. I'm gonna go in blind and see how quickly this turns into absolute digital nonsense.
Yes, yet state the not a detailed descriptions of the music her in the end of her that the phone is kind of bangs. And
yeah, okay, that's immediately fucked. It's like if a Game Boy got possessed by a spiteful demon and decided to go after foxes specifically, right? Here we go, starting the run, and I already don't trust this thing for 1 second. The whole vibe is your save file is about to be used against you in court. This is so much stupider than it has any right to be, but also kind of impressive in the worst way possible. They really took Star Fox and gave it the emotional stability of a feral raccoon.
The explicitly in words like,
oh, that's ass. That's just straight up cheap ass horror, but I'm not gonna lie, it's working a little bit. The game is basically yelling please be scared, and somehow that makes it worse. Respect the commitment though, because this is clearly made by somebody who wanted to traumatize people using a flying fox and a busted soundtrack. That's an art form, unfortunately. I don't know who keeps making these EXE games, but I need them to be stopped or hired immediately. There's no in-between here. That's my thoughts on it. It's dumb as hell, but weirdly fun in the most unhinged possible way. The fact this exists at all is kind of funny in a sad little goblin way. If you like this kind of broken-ass horror garbage, then yeah, this one's probably worth seeing once. If not, well, you're not missing some masterpiece here. That's it, see? Right, so apparently Papyrus, you know Skeleton Boy from Undertale, has been reimagined as the Roaring Knight, and now Sakurai's somehow invited him to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which is insane, like taking a spaghetti-obsessed skeleton and putting him in a game with Mario and a literal sword that cost more than my dignity. Also, his ribcage must be thrilled. Also, if Papyrus shows up, he'll probably bone up on his combos. Get it, bones? Dick joke number 1, dick joke number 2, moving on. This is so crazy, I feel like Nintendo's legal team is just a guy named Sakurai and a whiteboard with "Do we need consent?" scribbled. Also, Papyrus will flex so hard his pelvis will file a cease and desist against gravity. Dick joke 3, beautiful. That's a fan-made reimagining of Papyrus as a full-on knight, like if he spent his spare time at the gym doing squats with spaghetti. This is what head cosplay is when he's trying to seduce the internet or, I don't know, challenge Sans to a duel wearing chainmail underwear. Hilarious. Honestly, the armor looks like a rental tux for skeletons who duel over pasta, and if Sakurai adds this guy, expect him to have a final smash called Judgment of Spaghetti, where everyone gets entangled and suffers carbs-related damage. Very Smash Y idea, love it. This fake article is the kind of tabloid your weird uncle posts at 3 a.m. It reads like sources say Sakurai sneezed on the roster list. Also, the site design screams we have opinions and clip art, very credible. They love the idea of a press release accidentally CCing Papyrus with an invite. Imagine the email, "Dear Papyrus, we would like to invite you to Smash," and Papyrus replies with 17 gif him clapping. That's the energy I want. This is the hype image, like some intern at Nintendo sipping too much Mountain Dew and hitting send. It's glorious and ridiculous, and I would main him just to hear him say Niehe every time he wins. Also, his victory pose should be handing you a scarf that smells like victory and tomato sauce. If this happened, forums would implode, kids would learn spaghetti economy, and filing a formal complaint because Papyrus is too wholesome to be this chaotic. Also, maybe canonically he gets a home run bat that's actually a giant fork. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently the question on the table is whether Kevin McAllister can beat Albert Wesker with enough prep time, which is the kind of internet debate that makes me feel like I've inhaled too much drywall dust. And honestly, I love it because this is exactly the sort of brain-poisoned argument where one guy has superhuman bio-toddler Batman energy, and the other guy is a walking home alone crime scene with access to increasingly illegal household implements. Look, Kevin with prep time is basically a federal incident waiting to happen. The kid already turned burglary into a slapstick blood sport, and if you give him actual knowledge, resources, and a week to plan, he's not defending a house anymore, he's building a hostile environment specifically designed to turn a Wesker is obviously stronger, faster, and probably can bench press a refrigerator full of raccoons, but prep time changes the whole game. Kevin doesn't need to win a fistfight, he just needs to make the environment so stupidly hostile that Wesker spends the entire encounter stepping on banana peels, getting launched into a ceiling fan, and falling into a pit labeled crime. So yeah, if Kevin gets enough prep time, I'm not saying he beats Wesker in canon, but I am saying Wesker is leaving that house with emotional damage and possibly a lawsuit. Right, so today I somehow ended up buying a 50,000-foot elephant, which is already a sentence that should get me arrested by the FDA or whoever handles this bullshit. I figured it'd be a cool bit, a nice little flex, maybe some chill sightseeing with my new skyscraping pachyderm, but apparently physics hated that idea and so did downtown. But yeah, that's the thing, it started out looking majestic as hell, like I was king shit on the tallest woolly throne imaginable, and then every step turned the city into a renovation project. From hell cars were getting punted like empty soda cans, and people were losing their minds while I'm up there trying to keep my balance like a fucking idiot.
Year, and only a place you matter, only you and Mater Mount, only place your mag there, only a past Tajik Pid, this video problem.
This is the exact point where the footage went viral because nothing says please subscribe like me accidentally committing urban collapse on top of a prehistoric tax write-off. I'm not proud of it, but I am saying the elephant had a lot of potential before it decided to become a municipal war crime. They did try to steer it, which sounds stupid because it was basically a living natural disaster with tusks. The whole city is gone now, but on the bright side, I've never had a more honest review of my purchasing decisions. Honestly, the city was fragile as fuck, but this was still maybe not the ideal ride. Next time, I'm just getting a normal horse like a respectable criminal. That's it, see ya. This whole Ben Shapiro giant ass causing Trump to accidentally press the nuke button situation is already completely unhinged, like we are truly living in the dumbest possible timeline, and somehow there's a presidential emergency involving a dump truck that could split a continent in half. Honestly, this is the kind of lore that makes your brain feel like it got kicked in the balls by reality itself. Look at this is not a political scandal anymore. This is basically a physics event that ass has its own gravitational field, and Trump's tiny little fingers just wandered straight into apocalypse territory like a raccoon in a kitchen. I'm trying to be respectful here, but there is nothing respectful about this situation, because every person involved looks like they lost a battle with reality and reality won by twerking on their forehead. The fact that this is even a sentence people can say out loud is insane. And, of course, the article reads like it was written by someone who got hit in the head with a swivel chair, because nobody wants to say the obvious thing, which is that the entire situation was derailed by a legendary level of ass that is not a national security failure. That is a certified rear-end catastrophe. Right, boys, we got a brand new element discovered, and somehow they named it Scarium, which is already the funniest and most horrifying thing possible. I love when science tries to sound normal and then just drops a name that makes it sound like your dick is gonna fall off if you touch it. This is either gonna be the coolest thing ever or the most fake-ass news story in history, no in between. So here's the supposed element itself, Scarium, which looks like something a chemist would invent after getting banned from the lab for mixing batteries with toothpaste. It's giving major do not lick this rock energy, which is honestly the most important property any element can have. If this shit is real, I already know it's going to be used for some insane tiny dick apocalypse machine. This article looks exactly like the kind of website where you either learn about a new element or your computer gets a virus that steals your banking info and your erection at the same time. They really went with the full dramatic presentation, which is smart, because if you're gonna name something Scarium, you need the website to look like it's actively threatening you.
You want my Tonner Waters?
You won't believe
What they found.
Okay, now this is the video evidence, and I gotta say the whole thing feels like a guy found a cursed nickel and the internet immediately decided it was the end of civilization. The shaking camera really sells the terror, like the cameraman is trying not to accidentally inhale Scarium and lose all his pubes. That's the exact kind of energy you want when discussing a terrifying mystery element. This is the moment where every science dude stops being cool and starts speaking in that shaky voice like he just saw God in a Petri dish. You can practically hear the grants being written in real time. Still, I respect it, because if I found a new element called Scarium, I'd also put on 10 layers of protection and pray my balls stay attached. And here's the official university angle, where they act like they're being super measured and scientific, but every bullet point sounds like it was written by someone who saw the element and immediately started sweating. Possible curse-like effects is crazy. That is not a normal property for anything except maybe my uncle after 3 beers. If Scarium is out there, I hope it's at least polite enough to not explode my dick off on contact. Honestly, I'm sold. This is either the greatest discovery of the century or the most elaborate bait ever cooked up by nerds with too much free time. Either way, Scarium has a perfect name because it sounds like the element equivalent of seeing your ex at a family reunion. That's it. See ya. Oh, right. So this is one of those stories where everything is so insane you almost think somebody made it up on purpose. But nope, this is real life being a gigantic ass clown again. It's got that classic, how did this become a news story energy? And honestly, the timing alone already sounds like somebody's pelvic region made a terrible decision.
We're live here on Elm Street, where police are investigating a reported incident. Details are scarce at this time, but authorities are urging residents to avoid the area.
Yeah, that's the kind of clip where the whole thing just feels sticky and grimy, like the city itself is sweating through the screen. You can practically smell the stale cigarette smoke and bad decisions through the television, which is impressive because that's usually reserved for my comment section. This is the part where everybody on scene is pretending they're not curious, but they are absolutely curious because humans cannot resist rubbernecking at disaster like it's a free sample. And the news always frames it like some solemn civic tragedy, while half the people there are basically craning their necks like show me the dickish detail. The whole article layout looks like somebody took a fax machine, gave it a website, and told it to report on misery. Which is fitting, because that's basically what local news used to do before they all learned to make everything sound like the end of civilization.
And authorities are still investigating the circumstances surrounding this morning's incident.
And this is where the broadcast gets even more raw because you can tell nobody has any idea what happened yet. They're just throwing cameras at the situation and hoping reality organizes itself into a story. Classic news behavior, basically the journalistic equivalent of grabbing your dick and praying for a miracle. Anyway, that's the vibe, just old school chaos on a summer night, and somehow the footage makes it all feel even more ridiculous and depressing at the same time. That's it, see ya. We've got a real stupid one today. Joe Rogan is allegedly meeting me, which already sounds like a podcast episode that accidentally wandered into a hostage situation. And meanwhile, Bobucks man is kicking down my door like he's late for rent and desperate for those shiny little B coupons. This image looks like someone fed a Discord server into a blender and hit generate financial crime. It's got the energy of a cursed coupon printer. Also, Bobucks sounds like the worst currency ever invented. If I found a single Bobucks on the floor, I'd assume it was contaminated. So apparently Joe's coming over for a nice normal visit, and then Bobucks man shows up trying to convert my house into a screaming arcade ticket factory. I'd be trying to make small talk, and he's just in the corner siphoning Bobucks out of the drywall like a freaking vampire accountant. This is exactly the kind of article I'd click and then instantly regret. Home becomes unlivable is such a brutal phrase, especially when the cause is some guy named Bobucks man treating my living room like a loot drop. Honestly, if Joe Rogan sees this and still wants to talk, that man has the patience of a saint or the curiosity of a raccoon in a dumpster, and I respect that.
It's a new cryptocurrency, Joe! A decentralized Bobucks-based economy! A decentralized Bobucks-based economy!
Is this somehow the least believable and most believable thing at the same time? Joe would absolutely stare at the Bobuck's rain for 15 seconds and go, "Now what do you think the evolutionary purpose of this is?" While I'm just trying not to get buried alive by counterfeit gamer money. That tweet reads like a threat written by a Roomba with delusions of grandeur. Anyway, if Bobuck's man is coming for the house, I'm gonna need Joe Rogan to either help me fight him or at least narrate the chaos like it's some sort of combat documentary. Okay, so apparently the question on the table is whether Kevin McAllister can beat Albert Wesker with enough prep time, which is the kind of internet debate that makes me feel like I've inhaled too much drywall dust. And honestly, I love it because this is exactly the sort of brain-poisoned argument where one guy has superhuman bio-toddler Batman energy, and the other guy is a walking home alone crime scene with access to increasingly illegal household implements. Look, Kevin with prep time is basically a federal incident waiting to happen. The kid already turned burglary into a slapstick blood sport, and if you give him actual knowledge, resources, and a week to plan, he's not defending a house anymore, he's building a hostile environment specifically designed to turn. Wesker is obviously stronger, faster, and probably can bench press a refrigerator full of raccoons, but prep time changes the whole game. Kevin doesn't need to win a fistfight, he just needs to make the environment so stupidly hostile that Wesker spends the entire encounter stepping on banana peels, getting launched into a ceiling fan, and falling into a pit labeled crime. So yeah, if Kevin gets enough prep time, I'm not saying he beats Wesker in canon, but I am saying Wesker is leaving that house with emotional damage and possibly a lawsuit. Right? I keep seeing people ask why the hell the topic isn't getting accepted, and usually it's some dumb formatting issue, some missing piece, or the system just being a pain in the ass for no reason. If you're trying to feed it a topic and it's not working, it's probably because it needs the exact thing in the exact spot, which is insanely annoying, but that's how these little gremlins operate. So the fix is usually simple: make sure the topic is clearly stated, don't bury it under extra nonsense, and if you're using some special command style, make sure it matches whatever the thing expects. Half the time the problem isn't the topic, it's the way it's being entered, like a drunk raccoon typing on a keyboard. If you want, send the topic again exactly how you're inputting it, and I can help figure out why it's getting rejected, because chances are it's something stupid and fixable. My thoughts are pretty simple here: the input has to match the expected format or it'll just act like it's allergic to common sense. It's usually not the topic itself, it's the way it's being submitted, and that's the kind of bullshit that wastes everybody's time. If you resend it cleanly, we can probably get it working without much drama, so that's the move. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is one of the weirdest internet stories I've seen in a while. It feels like someone slammed a baby toy into a server rack and then hit upload with their dick. It's absurd, stupid, and somehow people are treating it like the second coming of digital Christ. This is the main thing everyone's losing their minds over, the actual clip that got reposted a billion times by people acting like they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in a daycare. It looks like if a Teletubby and a frozen chicken nugget had a baby in a GPU mine. Apparently this thing was discovered through some Chinese AI app, which makes sense because the whole thing has that trademark generated slop energy where every frame looks like it's deciding whether to be adorable or a war crime. And somehow the internet saw this goblin penguin toddler and said, "Yep, that's my daughter now." Then of course you've got these dogshit articles talking about it like it's an archaeological event, like researchers uncovered an ancient prophecy written in Pampers. It's literally just AI baby penguin bait for people whose brains are cooked medium rare. What kills me is the confidence. Everyone reports on this stuff with the tone of a nature documentary. Meanwhile, the subject is a squeaking penguin baby homunculus that looks like it was rendered by an overheating air fryer. This is peak internet, man. Apparently there's a new toll highway chain getting built out there, and it's doing that classic road project thing where it looks like somebody dumped a giant logistics puzzle onto a map. I saw the layout and immediately thought, yeah, this is either going to save everyone a ton of time or become a permanent nightmare with cones. This is the main project, and the part where it hooks into the Jakarta Inner Ring Road is the whole damn point, because that's where these things either make sense or turn into a traffic tax for your soul. It always looks simple until you remember thousands of cars are going to be bullying this intersection every single day. land. Yeah, that junction is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because once you connect major ring roads, you're basically deciding whether the city breathes easier or just gets a bigger place to choke. The scale is cool, but the real test is whether it actually handles the flood of assholes in cars without collapsing into gridlock. The articles about this kind of stuff always sound way more optimistic than the reality on the ground, which is honestly part of the charm. Still, if they finish it cleanly, it's a massive upgrade, and if they don't, well, enjoy your new asphalt-flavored misery. So yeah, big roadway project, big intersection, big promise. If it works, that's a win for everybody stuck in that hellscape of traffic. If it doesn't, then congratulations, you built a monument to suffering and lane merges. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we are tackling a question that has genuinely haunted the smartest and dumbest corners of the internet at the exact same time, which is always a beautiful place to be. And yeah, I'm already bracing myself because this is one of those topics that sounds like a bit, but somehow people will argue about it like it's the assassination of JFK except with more milk and less pants. Because when you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson and then you hear Milk deGrasse Tyson, your brain immediately goes, oh, so we're just making the universe stupider on purpose now. And honestly, I respect it because that's the same energy as looking at a telescope and saying, what if this was a straw for the cosmos, dude? This is the kind of image that should make you feel informed and dumber at the same time, which is honestly the ideal educational experience online. One of them looks like he's about to explain black holes. The other looks like he's about to explain why cereal is just soup with marketing. And of course, the article acts like it has discovered the greatest scam in human history. Like somebody finally looked at two guys with similar names and decided that was enough evidence to launch an investigation that's internet journalism in a nutshell, just 2 inches of actual thought wrapped around a truckload of confidence. This is the part where the case falls apart immediately because the board looks like it was assembled by a man who got locked in a room with 3 whiteboards and a gallon of whole milk, and yet somehow, if you squint hard enough, you can feel the dumbest part of your brain saying, hold on though, the string is making a lot of sense. Which is a perfect answer for the internet, by the way, because it lets everybody keep yelling forever. No one ever wants a clean answer. They want a debate that lasts long enough to ruin 3 lunches and 1 relationship over whether Milk Tyson is an alias or just a cereal enthusiast with a doctorate. Oh no, I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson and Milk deGrasse Tyson are the same person unless we've entered some kind of alternate universe where he becomes lactose-powered at midnight. But if you showed this to enough people online, they'd still somehow make a 14-minute video about it with a thumbnail that looks like a hostage situation in a dairy aisle. And honestly, that's the beauty of it, because the mystery isn't whether they're the same person. The mystery is how something this stupid managed to become intellectually exhausting the human race, really did invent space travel, just to end up asking if Neil is secretly a carton of milk with opinions. Alright, so I found this weird-ass little book trivia rabbit hole, and somehow it turned into a question about a kid's dinosaur time travel book. I love when the internet acts like this is life or death trivia and not some random author fact from the early 90s. Let's see what the hell she did after that first draft got finished. So the search results are basically telling us the story around the book's first draft and what happened next, which is exactly the kind of dry-ass detail people somehow build trivia empires on. The answer is that she continued revising the manuscript and working it toward publication, which is painfully on brand for how books get made. Meaning, yeah, after the draft was done, the real fun part was the editing grind and turning it into the version that actually hit shelves. Not exactly dinosaur chaos, just paperwork with extra steps. Honestly, that's the whole game with writing. Make a draft suffer through revisions and pray somebody likes it enough to print the damn thing. That's it, see ya. Right, we've got a real cursed one today, a Spider-Man edit that looks like it was rendered in a dryer on the spin cycle, and somehow that is the least weird part of it. There he is, our friendly neighborhood laundry accident. This isn't Spider-Man, this is Polyester Spider-Man, the hero of breathable crime fighting and anti-wrinkle justice. He looks like he's about to swing straight into a ceiling fan and win somehow. What cracks me up is the intensity. They didn't just make an edit, they made a declaration. This man is moving with the velocity of a felony. You can practically hear the bass drop and the sound of a child getting emotionally attached to a man in tights. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of tweet that would convince 800 people this is the second coming of film. And honestly, I respect it. It's stupid, it's loud, and it has the confidence of a guy who microwaves fish in a dorm kitchen and calls it meal prep. the whole religion right there. No plot, no explanation, just Spider-Man getting launched through the atmosphere like a red and blue bottle rocket, and somehow I can't stop watching it. Right, so today we've got some extremely important archival detective work, the kind of stuff that really makes you question where all the brain cells in the room went. We're talking about who owned KYW-TV Philadelphia on September 10th, 1995, which is the sort of niche television trivia that sounds like it was invented specifically to make guys with tiny nuts feel smart.
Good evening, this is KYW-TV Philadelphia, a Westinghouse Scarborough Cox Stories Tonight.
This is exactly the kind of ancient broadcast footage where the tape looks like it was stored in somebody's sweaty garage next to a half-melted lawn chair and a box of old dick-shaped Halloween candy. You can just feel the 90s oozing off it, and somehow that makes the whole thing more suspicious and more impressive at the same time. Now, for the actual answer, KYW-TV in Philadelphia was owned by Westinghouse Broadcasting back then, which is also one of those names that sounds like it should be attached to either a power plant or a very angry old man. And yeah, the station ownership history around this period is a whole mess of corporate shuffling, which is basically television's way of saying a bunch of rich dudes pass the same cock-shaped baton around. This is the part where people pretend they don't care about station ownership until they've spent 4 straight hours reading about mergers like it's forbidden erotica. But yeah, Westinghouse had the station at the time, and that's the nugget you were looking for, which means we've successfully turned a completely normal fact into a deeply embarrassing journey. Right, so McDonald's apparently invented a new word and it's McHiring, which is already one of the dumbest corporate language crimes I've seen in a minute. That's not a slogan, that's a cry for help from a franchise manager with a clipboard and a sweat stain shaped like the McRib. Look at this shit, they really said what if employment, but with a McDonald's prefix slapped on it like a sticker on a toaster. It sounds like Ronald got blacklisted from every law school and decided to start a staffing agency. And, of course, the article is going to act like this is some brilliant branding move and not just a middle-aged marketing executive jerking off in a conference room over a wordplay PowerPoint. I swear every time these companies try to be relatable, they end up sounding like a dude in a tie trying to order a large emotional support meal. It's also just funny that McHiring sounds like a weird legal term for when you get yelled at by a hamburger. Sir, I'm afraid you've been McHired. Please report to the deep fryer for orientation. That's the kind of sentence that should get somebody escorted out of the building. Right, we need to address the sacred circle jerk of internet discourse here, because somehow my entire existence has become a Russian nesting doll of me talking about me, talking about me, talking about Donald Trump, which is either the dumbest thing ever or the most on-brand bullshit in history. I saw this topic pop up and immediately knew it was going to be a headache, so naturally I had to open the damn box and see how far the insanity goes. So here's the first layer, and honestly it's already offensive to my intelligence because I'm being used as the content and the critic at the same time. That's like watching a guy review his own review of his own review, which is the kind of ass-backwards nonsense that only the internet could produce.
Only the text, only the prompt, the same of the, on just the user input of the prompt of email of the tone.
This is the exact kind of thing that makes me feel like I'm trapped in a curse loop where every sentence gets worse the longer I look at it. And Donald Trump being the final boss of this brain rot just makes it even dumber, because now I have to pretend there's a meaningful conclusion here when really it's just pure semantic dog shit. Honestly, the only winning move is to stop digging, because every time I try to explain it, I'm just making the hole deeper and the bit stupider. I respect the dedication to turning one sentence into a goddamn maze, but that doesn't make it any less stupid. So yeah, that's my official stance. It's ridiculous, it's recursive, and it's somehow still barely entertaining enough to talk about. That's the internet for you, just a bunch of monkeys smashing mirrors and calling it analysis. That's it, see ya. Alright, I somehow stumbled onto this one because the internet never misses a chance to be weird, and yeah, we're talking about that. Also, the video being used here is somehow Michael Jackson dancing to Bad, which is already doing the absolute most for no reason. That clip is just absurdly polished, like every movement is calculated down to the atom, and then the topic itself is just the most blunt shit imaginable. It's the kind of combo that makes you wonder if reality is doing improv. So yeah, if that's the whole announcement, then cool man, good for you, no big elaborate speech needed. People act like this is some giant reveal when it's really just you existing and being honest, which is not even a scandal. At the end of the day, it's pretty simple. Don't be a freak about it and let people live. If someone's got a problem with it, that's their issue, not yours. They think the whole thing is way less dramatic than people pretend it is, and honestly, that's a good thing. Real life is already annoying enough without people turning basic honesty into a whole circus. That's it. See Alright, so I found this pirate comic, and it's trying way too hard to sell me on the most cursed little shot glass I've ever seen. It's got the whole legendary poison routine, which is great because nothing says brotherhood like alcohol that looks like it was forged in a cave. This thing is basically one long setup for a dude to make the worst decision of his life with confidence. And honestly, respect, because the captain is doing full theater kid villain energy while the crew is already writing the eulogy. That's the exact face of a guy who thinks he's going to become famous and instead becomes a cautionary tale. He's not drinking, he's speedrunning humiliation in a vest. And then it goes full nightmare confetti mode, which is honestly the correct visual language for, yeah, that shot fucked me up. I love that everybody else is having a better time than the victim, because that's pirate culture apparently. So yeah, it's a masterpiece of bad life choices and team bonding. The real treasure was the collective inability to show mercy. Honestly, I can respect the commitment. Even if the shot looks like it was distilled from the abyss, this is peak pirate stupidity and peak pirate friendship. That's it, see ya. I just had this brutal realization that I've been calling everything a situation for so long that I've basically created a whole ass situation, which is insane. I caught myself saying it 3 times in one conversation and immediately knew I had become the thing I hate, which is always the funniest way to find out you're cooked. Like, bro, I'm not even describing the problem anymore. I'm just slapping situation on top of situation and hoping the sentence survives. This is the face of a man who has gone too far and now has to answer for it. The sticky notes are a cry for help, and honestly, I respect the dedication. I genuinely think once you start noticing your own verbal tics, it's over, because now every sentence sounds like it's trying to escape from a hostage situation, and mine apparently is just the word situation wearing a fake mustache.
It's a situation. It's a situation. Wait, this is the situation.
That clip is the exact moment the brain rot became self-aware, which is always a little beautiful and a little embarrassing. You can hear the gears snap right in real time. But yeah, I'm aware of it now, so I guess the cure is just never speaking again, which honestly feels like a pretty strong option at this point. So the final diagnosis is simple. I've got the situation, and there is no treatment besides humiliation and maybe reading a book once in a while. I'm gonna try to retire the word, but no promises because I'm weak. That's just where I'm at. Hope you enjoyed this absurd little spiral, because it's probably the most accurate medical report I've ever given. I will be thinking about this all night like an idiot. That's it, see ya. Alright, so the topic is literally exclamation topic, which is either an incredible mystery or the laziest assignment of all time, and honestly, I respect the commitment to nonsense. We're diving into whatever the hell this is, and by the end of it I either become a genius or get hit by a piano. This article is doing the most for absolutely no reason. It's like somebody put a tie on a hamster and called it a CEO. But let's be real, the real drama is that there is no drama, which somehow makes it even more dramatic. That's internet content in a nutshell, just a big greasy sandwich of confusion and ad revenue. That tweet is pure distilled brain fog. I love how people can take a blank piece of paper and start a civil war over it. It's the same energy as arguing about an empty pizza box like it's modern art. Anyway, I'm not saying this is stupid, but I am saying it's wearing clown shoes. Look at this setup. This is basically my natural habitat. A glowing screen, bad posture, and enough caffeine in my bloodstream to power a small fishing village. If anything, the topic is less about exclamation topic and more about the spiritual journey of realizing every online scandal is just 3 idiots and a microphone. Yeah, that's the whole saga. Huge reveal, lots of yelling, and absolutely nothing of value was learned. I'll see you next time unless the internet invents a new crisis in the next 12 minutes, which it probably will. Oh right, so apparently the world is divided because it's made of spider webs, which is a sentence that sounds like it was forged in the deepest crack den in the multiverse. This is the kind of take that makes your brain tuck itself into its own asshole for safety, like it heard the fire alarm and decided to evacuate through the prostate.
The entire world is split apart by giant invisible spider webs. Look at the trees, the webs everywhere, dividing everything. We have to see it!
This is the main event, the sacred scripture, the rotisserie chicken of insanity we're working with today. This dude is out here connecting zero dots and still somehow drawing a spider-themed treasure map to nowhere. He starts by saying everything is divided because spider webs are layered through reality, which sounds less like a revelation and more like what happens when your Wi-Fi router starts giving spiritual advice. I love how confident he is too, like he just climbed down from Mount Stupid carrying stone tablets covered in glue and bug legs. And of course, the fake news vultures swoop in to turn this into a whole buffet of nonsense. And honestly, I respect it. If someone tells me geopolitics is just spider yarn, I'm at least clicking the article before I throw my laptop into a swamp. The funniest part is that there's no scale here. Are these webs made by normal spiders with union jobs? Or are we talking planet-sized arachnids weaving emotional damage between continents? Because if the world is held together by Charlotte's schizophrenic diary, that's information I need on a t-shirt immediately. Look at this face of certainty. This is the expression of a man who would explain gravity using fruit roll-ups and still expect applause. He's got the energy of a substitute teacher who just discovered peyote and now thinks drywall is a government antenna. So yeah, if you were wondering why the world feels divided, apparently it's not ideology, money, history, or power. It's spooky web spaghetti. Incredible stuff. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Right, so somehow I got sent this absolutely unhinged clip about infinity penises flying back to buttland, and I gotta be honest, the internet is sick in the head. I clicked it expecting nonsense, and somehow it was even worse than I imagined, which is a real accomplishment. Look at this shit, man. It's like the laws of geometry got molested by a cursed shitpost. The whole thing feels like it was made at 3 a.m. by someone who lost a bet and decided everyone else needed to suffer too.
Any of the one, of course, there. And it would do it matte. That stuff.
And that's the whole appeal, I guess. It's so aggressively stupid that your brain just kind of shuts off and accepts it. I hate that I laughed, but here we are on this blessed hell site watching infinity go ass first. The commitment to the bit is almost inspiring in the most brain-damaged possible way. I can't even be mad, because the joke is doing exactly what it's supposed to do, make me question why I opened my computer. At the end of the day, this is peak internet sludge, and somehow that's become a genre. It's stupid, pointless, and weirdly effective, which is probably the worst combination imaginable. Don't know who made this, but they need to be monitored at all times. That's it, see ya. What the fuck is even happening lately? It feels like the internet is just doing laps around a dick-shaped racetrack and nobody's hitting the brakes. I've seen less chaos in a dumpster full of wet hamsters. This is the kind of situation where you just sit back and realize the human race should not have been given a comment section. It's always the same thing too. Some fresh new idiocy comes out and everybody's acting like they've never seen a man pull his own pants down in public before. And that's really the whole beauty of it. No matter how stupid it gets, there's always another layer of stupid waiting underneath it, like a dick with a trapdoor. Every time I think we've reached peak brain damage, somebody kicks in the door and says, "Hold my beer." So yeah, I'm gonna walk through this and try not to lose my remaining brain cells in the process, which is a very low stakes mission considering I'm pretty sure those cells already filed for divorce. Let's get into it. Right. So today we're talking about the first stop motion ever made, which is insane because somebody looked at a pile of tiny moving shit and said, yeah, this is cinema. I found this while doom scrolling through old film history, and it's always funny how the origins of something huge are usually weird as hell. Let's get into this before I start sounding like a museum gift shop. This is the kind of thing where you can almost feel the history seeping through the screen, like every frame was held together with pure stubbornness and a prayer. It's janky, but that's kind of the charm, because somebody had to invent the whole damn language from scratch. And yeah, this is the part where the internet tries to slap a definitive answer on something that probably had a bunch of muddy firsts, because history loves being annoying. Still, the early records are exactly why people get obsessed with this stuff, because it's basically the birth of a whole medium in real time. look at that, man. It's like a haunted craft project that accidentally became art. You can tell the whole idea of making dead things move on camera was already doing backflips in somebody's brain. So yeah, the first stop motion is one of those somebody had to do it first moments, and that somebody probably had no clue they were kicking off a whole ass legacy. It's rough, weird, and kind of beautiful in that old-timey mad science way. I love this kind of origin story because it reminds you that every giant thing starts as some janky little experiment. Then everyone acts like it was inevitable, which is bullshit because it was always one dude in a room making strange little magic. That's what makes the first stop motion so cool to me. It's not polished, it's not clean, but it's the damn seed of everything that came after. That's it, see ya! So apparently today I've become a one-man bird alarm clock, and that's honestly a hell of a career pivot. I got sent this clip and immediately thought, yeah, this is either performance art or a cry for help.
Oh, 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 I see
And that's the whole thing right there, just pure uncut goblin energy leaking out of a human throat. There's no setup, no context, just raw nonsense, and I respect the commitment way too much. It's the kind of sound that makes you question if language was ever real to begin with. And honestly, I'm not mad at it. We've entered a new era where the bit is just becoming a cryptid for 6 seconds. At the end of the day, I can't even pretend this is normal, but I also can't say I hate it. Sometimes the internet hands you absolute garbage and somehow it still becomes art. That's kind of the magic of it, really, just total nonsense with conviction. I've got nothing else to say because there is literally nothing else here. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Valve allegedly says there's not going to be a Portal 3, and somehow that turned Bellevue into a live-action washing machine full of pissed-off goblins. It's like one bad announcement turned 400 people into flopping dicks at a fireworks stand. This is the article that kicked off the whole meat parade. According to this, Valve basically slammed the big red Make Nerds Feral button, and Bellevue responded like someone announced Oxygen was getting vaulted. And I get being disappointed, I really do. Portal is fantastic, but you can't hear no sequel and immediately go full baboon mode in public. That is a catastrophic failure of emotional plumbing, like your brain got replaced by a bag of wet socks and a novelty straw. Here's the main image from the scene, and yeah, it looks exactly as stupid as it sounds. A bunch of grown adults treating a missing sequel like Civilization just got unplugged from the wall. 400 injuries over a game that doesn't even exist yet is insane. That's a level of dedication usually reserved for medieval wars or Black Friday toaster discounts. If your reaction to Valve news ends with paramedics, you need to be tranquilized and dropped in a field with a Capri Sun. Right, we've got the holy fucking grail of internet topics here, a title made of exclamation points and nothing else. That's some next level commitment to saying absolutely nothing while yelling it, and honestly, respect. I found this out the same way I find out most things online, by staring at something stupid for way too long and wondering if I'm the problem. So let's break down this masterpiece of modern communication, because there's clearly a lot going on here if you squint hard enough and lower your expectations. It's minimalism but aggressive, like the message kicked down your door and screamed punctuation at you. And that's the whole event, really. Just pure unfiltered enthusiasm with no actual substance, which is kind of the internet's entire business model at this point. I can't even be mad. It's almost poetic. It's like if somebody typed a panic attack and hit send. No context, no explanation, just raw digital caveman energy, and somehow that's still more honest than half the shit people post. Honestly, this is one of the most powerful topics I've ever seen because it says everything and nothing at the same time. That's art, baby. That's probably the most profound use of exclamation marks I've ever witnessed. It's so empty it loops back around and becomes something weirdly meaningful, which is annoying because now I have to respect it. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and call this one exactly what it is, a bunch of screaming with excellent typography. And if that sounds harsh, trust me, it's not. I'm actually impressed. That's it. I'm out. Nothing was said, and yet somehow everything was. That's it. See ya. Right, so today we're talking about a question that has the raw, explosive power of a middle school boner in math class. Deadass is the exclamation topic command only for Discord. Sounds simple, but apparently it hit people like a truck full of expired dick pills. It's one of those questions that should take 2 brain cells and a handshake, but somehow still turns into a full expedition through the caverns of confusion. So this is the primary crime scene right here. The fake little support article basically saying, yeah, no shit, if the command was made for Discord, it's usually gonna stay in Discord unless somebody drags its limp body over to another platform. This is like asking if your Xbox disc works in a toaster because both sit in your house. Similar shape, wildly different job description. Commands like !topic are usually tied to whatever bot framework is running the show, and if that framework lives in Discord, then congratulations, that's its habitat. You can't just scream the same command into Slack, Twitch chat, or your grandma's Facebook comments and expect the software goblin to wake up and do a trick. There you go, that's the whole penis and potatoes version of it. You type !topic in Discord, the bot sees it, and it does the thing. If the exact same bot doesn't exist somewhere else, then the command has all the power of a flaccid pool noodle. A DAS. Yeah, usually it is only for Discord unless specifically made to work somewhere else. Mystery solved, case closed, dick holstered. What the fuck is this, man? I wake up and the first thing I see is some absolute nightmare fuel with penguins going full goblin mode on my eyeballs, and then it just gets worse from there. I swear the internet is powered by pure spite at this point, because somebody had to film this shit and think, yeah, this is the one. That is legitimately fucking insane, like if birds decided to speedrun a felony. The wild part is I'm not even surprised anymore, because this site has trained me to expect the dumbest possible outcome every single time. And then we pivot straight into whatever the hell this is, which is somehow even more unhinged than the eye-pecking footage. It's like the video editor was trying to make me question every choice I've ever made, and honestly, mission accomplished. They don't know who needed to see this, but I hope they're happy now because my soul is leaving my body. This whole thing is just pure internet rot, and somehow I'm still here absorbing it like a dumbass. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently today's news is me and SpongeBob having a full-on verbal cage match over who can yell fuck you louder, which is already the dumbest sentence I've ever had to say out loud. I'm not even gonna pretend this came from anywhere normal, because it didn't, and now I'm stuck narrating a cartoon-ass blood feud like it's breaking news.
User input. The prompt of the fours of does on sunset, if it one of is the element sunset. So when the element sunset.
Look at this shit, he's got that little square body rage going on like he just got banned from the Krusty Krab and I'm somehow the asshole in the situation. This is the kind of nonsense that makes the internet feel medically unwell.
Only of as a character, only idiom outfitter, only of character, had as a romatercidor, we use only get its dour, only a fuck.
And then I'm right there matching his freak like some kind of swamp goblin with a microphone. Because once somebody starts screaming dumb shit at you, the only real response is escalating like a complete idiot. Stupid, it's loud, and somehow it's still the most productive conversation either of us has had all week. Honestly, this is art in the most brain-rotted sense possible, because it solves nothing and makes everybody involved look deranged. But if you're gonna do a bit, at least commit to the bit like your life depends on it. That's my take, it's fucking ridiculous, and I respect the commitment. I mean, if you're gonna yell, yell with conviction and a full chest, you know? That's it, see ya. Alright, this is one of those moments where the internet sees a 2-second clip and immediately decides I've become a supervillain with a subscription to chaos. Let's just say I did a little throat/gesture for the camera and laughed like an idiot, and now everybody's acting like I assembled a hit squad out of drywall dust and bad vibes. Yeah, that's the clip. It's not a threat, it's me doing the world's lamest cartoon villain impression because apparently I'm incapable of just being normal for 10 goddamn seconds. If your first thought was, wow, he's gonna murder a Discord moderator, I need you to take a long walk and maybe touch some grass that hasn't been filtered through a basement window. This is the exact kind of internet brain rot that turns a dumb joke into a 14-part investigation with people playing detective over a shaky webcam video. I'm not coming for anyone, I'm not building a shrine to vengeance, I just made the face of a man who hasn't had enough sleep and thought it'd be funny to look like a budget Grim Reaper. So yeah, congratulations, we've successfully transformed a stupid little bit into a morality play. Nobody's in danger, nobody's getting hunted, and the only thing dead here is my dignity after watching that clip back. This is actually insane. A goth teen supposedly hacked Comcast cable TV because they hate cable, which is maybe the most teenager thing ever. Like, imagine dedicating your dark little diamond hands soul to taking down cable boxes. That's hilarious. That's art. That's a straight up nutsack level grudge. Look at this dude, just absolutely radiating I have not seen sunlight in 14 business days. And somehow this is the person apparently running the operation, which honestly makes cable look even more pathetic. The fake article just reads like every old person nightmare mashed into one. Teen in dark eyeliner uses laptop to destroy television infrastructure. Man, cable really got mogged by a hot topic Sith Lord. That error screen is doing more damage to morale than any actual hack ever could. Nothing says your service is cooked like a little red light blinking like a sad asshole in the corner. And of course the cable company response is just corporate mush. We take cybersecurity seriously, which is what every company says right before they get their panties yanked around by a teenager in black nail polish. This is one of the most absurd things I've seen all week, and I spend most of my time spelunking through internet sewage like a goblin with Wi-Fi. We've got a dude dressed like Scirocco Terror grinding out a nightmare round in a Roblox bomb game for 15 straight minutes, which is honestly more endurance than most marriages and definitely longer than the average penis joke I'd usually make, but don't worry, I'm still bringing the heat. This is the actual run everyone's talking about, the full Goblin masterpiece right here. Ryoka's out here moving like rent is due in 12 seconds, weaving through explosions with that Scirocco Terror fit like some apocalyptic anime tax collector. And look, intensity 10 in a Roblox bomb survival game already sounds like the kind of phrase invented by a guy whose diet is exclusively monster and drywall, but then you tack on escape mode and overtime and it becomes pure medieval torture. This isn't gameplay anymore. This is a core-tortured stress test. Every step looks like it should have killed him 3 business days ago, yet he keeps sliding around all this chaos like a greasy hot dog on a hospital floor. Even the fake article layout makes it look like this was a humanitarian disaster, and honestly that's fair. You could tell me 3 officials resigned after reviewing this footage and I'd believe you immediately. What kills me is how casually the fit adds to the whole thing. The Scirocco Terror look makes this seem less like a Roblox round and more like an anime side character being forced through FEMA training. 15 minutes of overtime in a mode called escape is insane, because if I'm escaping anything for 15 minutes, I clearly failed the first assignment. This clip is sweaty, brutal, ridiculous, and genuinely impressive. Absolute banger. And we're officially in the part of the timeline where the weird shiny water droplet shit is crawling out of the wallpaper and into real life. I swear every time I open my phone now it looks like a Windows Vista screensaver had a child with a fish tank. We found this because people keep posting these newer products and interfaces that look like they were designed by someone who got hypnotized by a soap commercial in 2008. That's the exact vibe I'm talking about. It's like a corporate website and a shampoo ad had a beautiful meaningless baby, and somehow this aesthetic is back with a vengeance, like nostalgia learned how to moisturize.
Experience the future.
This is the part where you realize we never escaped the shiny blob era. We just renamed it sleek and kept moving. I'm not even mad. Honestly, I respect the commitment to making everything look like a luxury aquarium. This shit is just Fruit Tiger Arrow with better lighting, and I can't lie, it does look kinda clean. The annoying part is now I want my entire life to be reflected in a wet glass surface for no reason.
Utilizing bioreverent hydrofiltration to its environment is resolving distilling the powers in source. Experience a breath of fresh air, naturally. The Viridia.
I've reached the point where design is just circling back to what if the internet was a car wash. And yeah, it's kind of working, because it hits that brain stem part of your skull that loves shiny garbage. So yeah, Fruit Tiger Arrow is basically becoming real again, and I'm not sure if that's progress or just a very elaborate prank. Either way, it's happening, and I'm weirdly here for it. That's it, see ya. Right, so I'm in jail now, which is already a pretty rough opening act for my career arc. But I remembered this one time at a zoo I saw monkeys chucking shit at a guard like it was the Super Bowl of disrespect, and I figured, hey, maybe that's the universal move, so I tried to recreate the ape masterpiece with maximum confidence and minimum brain cells. Turns out jail does not appreciate a performance reenactment, and apparently monkey logic is not a valid legal defense.
Hey!
yeah, that was the exact moment the room went from haha, funny zoo callback to oh shit, we are in federal territory now. The guard did not laugh, which I think was my first clue I had misread the situation, and then the judge hit me with a life sentence like I just committed tax fraud in 3 dimensions. Honestly, that's on me for assuming primate-based strategy scales to human society. So, yeah, huge lesson here, monkey behavior is not a cheat code. If you're ever in jail, maybe do literally anything else. That's it, see ya. Right, so here we are with a locked topics file, which is a pretty funny place to be if you think about it, because nothing says massive media disaster like a little digital padlock blocking the whole damn thing. I swear every time something gets locked it feels like the internet is standing outside a bathroom stall waiting for permission to breathe. You can't see the actual topic from that lock, so I'm kinda stuck at the front door like a feral raccoon with no snacks. If you want, drop the topic and I'll turn it into the full parody script with the image and video cues exactly how you want it. Right, so apparently I'm in the middle of one of those situations where people are just casually leaking my entire existence like it's some fun little hobby, which is awesome. Love that for me. Nothing says content like getting your credit card and exact location dragged out into the open by some goober with too much free time and not enough of a personality. Also, incredible work on the dick-shaped levels of security here. Really top-shelf stuff. But yeah, this is the kind of website design that makes you feel like the guy who made it has never once been hugged by a woman or a Wi-Fi signal. The fact that people think this is a normal amount of effort to put into being creepy is insane. And of course, the exact location part is always the funniest because these people act like they've hacked into Fort Knox and then it turns out they're just being a weird little troglodyte on the internet. Like, congrats, you found a place that exists on Earth, you absolute legend. This is basically the online equivalent of someone walking up to you, proudly pulling a ruler out of their ass and saying they know your whole life now. It's not intimidating, it's just sad and vaguely sweaty. If you're gonna be a creep, at least be a competent creep. Because this is embarrassing, you've got my card, my location, and somehow still no dignity. Alright, so apparently I've fully lost my mind and now I'm Conquest. Which is honestly a huge upgrade because if I'm gonna have a complete identity crisis, I might as well do it with a cape and a god complex. Don't know what kind of brainworm crawled in here, but it's got me pacing around my room like I'm about to conquer a planet and emotionally damage every square inch of it. And yeah, I did say the line. I said it with my chest. Stand ready for my arrival, worm. That's not a threat. That's a customer service announcement. Look at me. I'm majestic. I'm terrifying. I'm one bad decision away from turning a grocery store into a battlefield over expired milk and principle. This is peak villain performance. I'd explain my motives, but honestly, I think I'm just running on vibes and latent violence. That's the thing though, this is the most important part. I'm not asking if you're ready. I'm informing you that I'm coming. And if you hear ominous stomping in the distance, that's not a drill, that's my entrance theme and probably some very concerning legal issues.
Only the Jew attitude, all of the video, what I'm whopping up of my son's videos, it's only if the video only withens is 360.
I'd like to apologize to absolutely nobody. This is who I am now. I'm Conquest, you're the worm, and the arrival is imminent. Alright boys, I stumbled onto this absolute masterpiece, and I gotta say, the internet has once again found a way to make something stupidly simple way too funny. This shit is gonna live in my head rent-free for a while.
They foiled me again! Foiled! Foiled! Foiled, I say!
Dr. Jr. that is the kind of unhinged delivery that makes me feel like civilization was a mistake. There's no reason this should be that funny, and yet here we are. It's so dumb, so loud, and so aggressively committed that I can't even be mad about it. This is peak brain rot in the best possible way. And honestly, if this is what people are using to clip their favorite lines from shows, then yeah, that's a pretty solid future. That's it. See ya. Alright, so today we're asking the real hard-hitting questions, like why the dinosaurs got deleted from existence 66 million years ago. Wild stuff, massive meteor, volcanic chaos, climate collapse, the whole planet basically got speedrun into a dick-measuring contest with extinction and everybody lost. Ooh, ever think about how one giant space rock just rolled up and said my bad and erased the lizards with ambition? Absolutely insane. This is the classic asteroid theory. And honestly, it's hard to beat. The Earth got hit with basically a planet-sized fuck you, and everything started going downhill immediately. Dust in the atmosphere, fires everywhere, sunlight getting blocked out, plants dying, food chain falling apart, and then the dinosaurs are just sitting there like, bro, what did we do? And yeah, the site's acting like this is some deep mystery when really it's just nature bullying giant lizards with the most unfair weapon imaginable. Some dinosaurs probably had no clue what was going on, which is relatable, because if a meteor showed up tomorrow, most of us would also be cooked before we even finished our last meal and slash or doom scroll. Once the plants started dying, everything else got dragged down with them. No grass, no leaves, no snacks, no ecosystem, just pure starvation and the worst camping trip of all time. And to be clear, it wasn't only the asteroid, there was also massive volcanic activity and a bunch of environmental bullshit piling on top of it, like the universe wanted to make sure the dinosaurs were thoroughly fucked. So yeah, the answer is basically the Earth got hit, the climate got wrecked, the food chain collapsed, and dinosaurs got outplayed by geology. Absolutely tragic, unbelievably stupid, and somehow still less embarrassing than a lot of modern extinction level decisions. Right, so today we're talking about a man whose entire defense sounds like something you'd hear from a raccoon caught in a bakery, because apparently he was just there for the cupcakes, which is an insane sentence to have to defend in court of public opinion. Like, buddy, if you have to say that out loud, the ship has already hit the iceberg and the iceberg has filed a restraining order. Also, why is it always the most suspicious dudes acting like dessert is the only thing keeping them on the premises? That's not a real alibi, that's a frosting-flavored prayer. Look at this visual. This is not the face of a man who had a brief and innocent business relationship with cupcakes. This is the face of a man who got lost on the way to making a bad decision and accidentally ended up in a sugar-themed crime scene. And the whole "I was just there for the cupcakes" defense has the exact energy of a guy walking out of a jewelry store with diamonds in his socks saying he only went in for the free pen. The site layout is perfect too, because it looks like the internet itself is embarrassed to be hosting this excuse. You've got the screaming headline, the ugly ads, the breaking tag that means nothing, and a paragraph that somehow makes the whole thing sound even worse by existing in written form. Every time someone says "I was just there for the cupcakes," a lawyer somewhere loses 10 years off their life and a baker gets spiritually disgusted. This is the kind of evidence that can only exist in a sentence nobody should be proud to say. The cupcake is sitting there looking more innocent than the human being trying to use it as a shield, which is a brutal reversal because now the cupcake has a cleaner record than the guy making the argument. Honestly, if your excuse needs this much frosting, maybe just stop talking and let the silence do the heavy lifting. Man, it is genuinely incredible how some people can have this much free time and still choose to spend it being an absolute circus act. Like, bro, at a certain point you stop being famous and start being a professionally supervised dickhead. I'm begging you, please go outside, touch grass, learn pottery, collect stamps, do literally anything that doesn't involve broadcasting your own brain damage to the internet. This dude is sitting in the eye of the storm acting like he's the captain of the ship, except the ship is made of loose Scrabble pieces and bad decisions. It's like watching a man try to juggle chainsaws with his balls tied together, and somehow he's surprised when it gets messy. This is the exact kind of story where you read it and immediately know nobody involved has had a normal human day in years. The whole thing feels like it was assembled in a lab by guys who eat G Fuel powder with a spoon and think accountability is a conspiracy.
No way! Are you seeing this?
And that's the part that gets me, because every time one of these videos pops off, it's the same recipe: say something dumb, get clipped, act shocked, then pretend you're the victim of some grand cosmic dick conspiracy. It's like watching a hamster with a sponsorship deal try to start a war. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. You have to respect the commitment to being online 24/7 like it's a full-time oil rig job, except instead of drilling for oil, you're drilling holes straight through your own reputation. That's the whole deal, man. Get a hobby, get a dog, build a shelf, learn how to not turn every minor inconvenience into a county fair disaster. The internet would survive, your blood pressure would thank you, and your dick would finally get some peace and quiet. Alright, we're doing one of those topics that sounds like a middle school locker room accident. I'm gonna keep it light, because this whole thing is already wearing clown shoes, and I'd rather not turn it into a 3-alarm disaster. This is basically the perfect snapshot of online discourse. Nobody is talking like a human being, everybody's trying to one-up each other with the dumbest possible joke, and somehow the original point got buried under a mountain of ahahaha brain damage. That's the internet in a nutshell. One person posts something stupid, 5,000 people sprint in to make it dumber. And then suddenly you're reading a thesis on why jokes have become a threat to civilization. It's like watching a diaper full of fireworks.
My grandma knits sweaters for squirrels.
Honestly, I love how fast this stuff goes from lol to we need a public statement. It's never enough to just laugh and move on. No, somebody has to turn it into a whole morality opera like they're auditioning for court drama theater, and that right there is why the whole thing is hilarious. It starts as nonsense, gets treated like ancient scripture, and ends with everybody acting exhausted. Which, to be fair, is also my natural state whenever I open the comment. Right, I gotta address this because apparently the internet woke up today and decided I'm a fucking Saiyan now, which is honestly the least weird thing I've been called this month. I don't know who started this, but I'm hearing there's an Overlord Trump situation, and apparently the solution is me yelling at the sky and powering up like I'm about to blow up a Walmart. Yeah, this is the kind of bullshit I'm dealing with now. I've apparently reached the point where the only logical next step is a penguinz0 Kamehameha, which sounds stupid enough to work, and that's usually how the universe operates. And there it is, the technique in action, absolute fucking cinema. If you're gonna challenge the Overlord, you don't do it with diplomacy, you do it with a beam attack and pure spite. That's really all there is to it, honestly. The Saiyan announcement was inevitable, and the beam attack was the natural conclusion to this dumbass prophecy. Stand by it, I'm winning this with raw energy and terrible idea. If the world needs a savior, apparently it's me in boots and a cracked battle suit. That's it, see ya. This one feels like someone stuffed a USB cable into a gas station hot dog and called it a content strategy. We're talking about Michaela from Strata GPT and Doodle AI podcasts, which already sounds like two startups made by a guy who wears loafers with no socks and has the charisma of a haunted fleshlight. This one feels like someone stuffed a USB cable into a gas station hot dog and called it a content strategy. We're talking about Michaela from Strata GPT and Doodle AI podcasts, which already sounds like two startups made by a guy who wears loafers with no socks and has the charisma of a haunted fleshlight. This is the main circus tent right here, the big top of tomfoolery. It's basically Michaela hopping between Strata GPT and Doodle AI podcasts, acting like she's delivering the 10 Commandments when really it sounds like your phone autocorrect gained consciousness and started a business podcast.
Doodle AI is revolutionizing everything, and I'm the GPT is next level. My insights are untrust me, I'm always right.
I watched this and immediately felt my IQ file a restraining order. She talks with that ultra-confident cadence where every sentence sounds like it should end with a stock explosion graphic, but the actual substance is drier than a lizard's taint in a sandbox. It's amazing, really, because it takes real talent to sound that certain while saying absolutely jack shit. Then you've got this article glazing her like she cured male pattern baldness with a JPEG. Revolutionizing passive listening is such an evil sentence. That's not innovation, that's just admitting nobody actually wants to pay attention. This is the main circus tent right here, the big top of tomfoolery. It's basically Michaela hopping between Strata GPT and Doodle AI podcasts, acting like she's delivering the 10 Commandments when really it sounds like your phone autocorrect gained consciousness and started a business podcast. Personally, I think she's the final evolution of LinkedIn posting. Not evil, not genius, just aggressively corporate in a way that makes you want to staple your balls to a folding chair. I watched this and immediately felt my IQ file a restraining order. She talks with that ultra-confident cadence where every sentence sounds like it should end with a stock explosion graphic, but the actual substance is drier than a lizard's taint in a sandbox. It's amazing, really, because it takes real talent to sound that certain while saying absolutely jack shit. Then you've got this article glazing her like she cured male pattern baldness with a JPEG. Revolutionizing passive listening is such an evil sentence. That's not innovation, that's just admitting nobody actually wants to pay attention. Personally, I think she's the final evolution of LinkedIn posting. Not evil, not genius, just aggressively corporate in a way that makes you want to staple your balls to a folding chair. So apparently today I'm getting held up by a red-haired anime gremlin with a rifle because I don't have enough baguettes on hand, which is honestly a wild sentence to have to say out loud. I found out when this thing kicked the door open and started making demands like it was a hostage negotiation in a bakery. Yeah, that's Tito alright, looking like she escaped from a rhythm game and immediately chose violence. The weapon is comically overkill for a baguette robbery, but I respect the confidence, honestly. So now we're in this deeply stupid standoff where I'm trying to figure out if I should hand over bread or call the authorities on a Vocaloid-adjacent menace. And if this is what French diplomacy looks like, no wonder everybody's so stressed. I'm not gonna lie, the image is doing most of the heavy lifting here because she looks absurdly serious for someone making carb-based threats. But that's the whole charm, she's basically weaponized chaos with drill hair. Anyway, I'm not negotiating with the baguette cartel today, I'm just saying that's a very bold first move and a terrible long-term strategy. That's it, see ya! Right, so apparently I've been living in the same universe as Thanos, and only now I'm supposed to act surprised that the big purple dickhead maybe had a point. Like, yeah, man, when the population gets out of control, everybody starts acting like a squirrel fighting over one chip. It's insane, it's stupid, and honestly half the species could be deleted from the group chat and we'd probably still have enough weirdos left to keep the planet running. This is the exact kind of bullshit logic that sounds smart if you say it with enough confidence and a shiny glove. He's standing there like a dude who just discovered basic arithmetic and decided genocide was the edgy solution, which is honestly a pretty bold way to handle overpopulation if you're a complete fucking moron. And that's what kills me, because the whole idea is so unbelievably brutal that it almost sounds smart to somebody who has never seen a single spreadsheet in their life. Balance this, resources that bro just invents genocide like he's giving a TED talk in a tank top. Right, so apparently I've been living in the same universe as Thanos, and only now I'm supposed to act surprised that the big purple dickhead maybe had a point. Like, yeah, man, when the population gets out of control, everybody starts acting like a squirrel fighting over one chip. It's insane, it's stupid, and honestly half the species could be deleted from the group chat and we'd probably still have enough weirdos left to keep the planet running. This is the exact kind of bullshit logic that sounds smart if you say it with enough confidence and a shiny glove. He's standing there like a dude who just discovered basic arithmetic and decided genocide was the edgy solution, which is honestly a pretty bold way to handle overpopulation if you're a complete fucking moron. And the funny part is people always want to make this some deep philosophical debate, but no, it's just a giant purple ballsack with a PhD in bad decisions saying, what if I fix civilization by violently speedrunning the Holocaust? That's not wisdom, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. He was up on stage in this ridiculous stadium press conference, and somehow there were 8,584,473,748,584,858 people in the crowd, all of them looking like they'd crawl out of the seats and eat my kneecaps. Then out of nowhere this evil DVD comes flying in like it's got a personal vendetta against me, and I'm thinking, wow, that's not on the agenda. We ducked at the last second and the damn thing nailed my girlfriend right in the head and she just dropped instantly. The whole crowd lost their minds, started levitating like they got hit with anti-gravity malpractice, and immediately broke into the Macarena while screaming, have you seen my SpongeBob underwear? Was easily the worst audience reaction I've ever seen, and that's really saying something because I've had people say weird shit at me before, but when you combine Murder DVD, Airborne, Dementia, and the Macarena, you've basically created a cursed historical event. Honestly, I'm still recovering from the whole thing, because seeing that many people floating around yelling about SpongeBob underwear is just not something you forget. The whole press conference went from important public event to absolute war crime circus in about 2 seconds. So yeah, that was a brutal day, and I'm pretty sure I'm legally entitled to emotional damages from the universe. That's the kind of shit that sticks with you forever. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I woke up and decided the best use of my time was becoming a feathered domestic terrorist, which is pretty much on brand for the internet. I saw the clip, I saw the chaos, and now we're all pretending this is normal because apparently gravity is a suggestion. There it is. That's the exact moment I lost all faith in society, and honestly I respect the commitment. He's got the posture of a man with nothing to lose and the soul of a pissed off app icon.
Watch out! Hey! Hey!
This is the kind of thing you do once and then spend the rest of your life explaining to your landlord. He launches like he's trying to clear a castle wall, and somehow that makes perfect sense and zero sense at the same time. And that's really the core of it. He doesn't just get mad, he becomes a projectile with a grudge. That's efficient anger, that's American engineering, that's a man who wants results. If you're gonna turn into an angry bird, you better at least commit fully and cause a legal problem. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? Just cosplay with extra steps. That's it, see ya. We are officially living in the dumbest timeline because apparently sex got banned, which is an insane sentence to even say out loud. I found out and my first thought was, yeah, that checks out. Society does love solving problems in the most brain-dead way possible. So this is the kind of headline that makes you stop and go, wait, what the fuck did I just read? It's like somebody took a bad joke, fed it into a policy meeting, and then made it everyone's problem. And of course the article acts like this is some noble moral victory, which is always how you know it's complete bullshit. Anytime a site starts dressing up stupidity in fancy language, you can bet the entire thing is built on a foundation of nonsense.
Well, this is unexpected.
This is the part where everybody realizes this is not going to be enforced by logic, only by people pretending they know what the hell they're doing. It's the same old story, make a ridiculous rule, then act surprised when reality punches it in the mouth. We don't know, man. I think the whole thing is idiotic, and the fact that people can say this with a straight face is somehow even worse. If you have to ban something that fundamental, maybe the issue is not the thing itself, but the absolute clowns making the rules. But yeah, that's where we're at. Just another day, another monument to human stupidity. I'm not impressed. I'm not surprised, and I'm definitely not convinced this is going anywhere good. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the internet has decided we needed another unhinged visual, and now it's Trump making out with his own foot, which is one of those sentences that sounds fake until you remember this hell site exists. I saw this and immediately knew it was going to be one of those brain rot moments that just keeps getting worse the longer you stare at it. Yep, that's the image, and honestly the wild part is how committed everybody is to the bit, like nobody even flinches anymore when reality turns into a fever dream.
Hello, the land and the of. Was is hanged malprove that when you gan this prompt yording. Then,
and then when you add motion to it, it somehow gets dumber in the best possible way, like the edit is just insulting your intelligence on purpose. Anyway, that's the whole thing, just peak stupidity wrapped in a political skin suit, and somehow that's the timeline we're living in. We think the internet is cooked, but at least it's consistently cooked. This is exactly the kind of nonsense that keeps making people lose faith in humanity. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently my dick just fell off, which is a wild sentence to have as a headline and even crazier as a career path. I saw the title and immediately knew this was either going to be the funniest thing ever or the most unhinged bathroom emergency in human history, and honestly that's a tight race. If you laugh so hard you nearly piss yourself, that's not a joke anymore, that's your body filing a complaint. Look at that face, that is the face of a man who just realized his own bladder is in open rebellion, and my dick just fell off is such a perfect title because it sounds like the universe itself got clipped for content. The man went to a show to have a normal night and instead came back with his lower half trying to leave the chat. This is exactly the kind of story that gets blown up into a legendary disaster because everyone loves a near-miss bodily function anecdote. Like I almost peed myself is already funny, but saying it with enough confidence makes it sound like a heroic tale of survival. The show must have been so funny he was one laugh away from having to call a plumber and a priest. We respect the commitment, because at a certain point once you're laughing that hard, you're just along for the ride. Your body is no longer yours, it's just a meat vehicle with a failing seal. And if you're almost pissing yourself in public, that's not embarrassment. That's premium content. Right, Twitter just ripped out readers' added context and somehow managed to make people even more annoyed than usual, which is honestly impressive. I saw the backlash pop up immediately, and it's the exact kind of dumb platform move that makes everybody go, yeah, this place sucks! And yeah, that's the whole point. It was one of the few things that occasionally slapped a label on nonsense before it spread like wildfire. Now it's gone, so the idiots get to run free a little easier, which is just fantastic. This is the feature people are pissed about losing, and honestly I get it because it was one of the only times the site acted like it had a functioning brain. Removing that just feels like another move in the endless parade of making the app worse for no reason, like they're speedrunning how to piss off every user at once. I'm not shocked, I'm just tired of being right about this shit. And of course the article's full of people pointing out the obvious, which is that the feature was useful and its removal helps misinformation slide around easier. So yeah, impressive work as usual. They took something functional and made it worse for no real gain. That's the kind of product decision that deserves every bit of shit it's getting. They think people are right to be mad, because this wasn't some random cosmetic tweak, it was an actually useful moderation tool. Now it's gone, and the site is just a little more stupid than it was yesterday. That's the whole story. They removed a good feature and everybody hated it, which feels about right for Twitter. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I found this absolute train wreck in my own Discord and I had to talk about it because somehow a channel got turned into a full-on content farm moment, which is impressive in the worst possible way. I love when the internet takes something tiny and manages to make it feel like a cursed archaeological dig, so let's get into this and see how bad it got. Yeah, this is the part that already tells you everything, because nothing screams this is about to become a problem like a channel with a giant robot-looking number instead of a normal name. It's like the server equivalent of seeing a guy in sunglasses at 3 a.m. and knowing he's absolutely not there. And this is where it usually turns into pure madness, because once people notice a weird channel, everyone has to poke it like it's some kind of internet raccoon trap. You get one person doing something dumb, then 20 more people acting like they're witnesses in a documentary nobody asked for. This is the kind of thing that makes Discord feel like a basement full of people yelling into different corners, and somehow every one of them thinks they're the first one to discover fire. I respect the commitment, but only in the same way I respect a shopping cart rolling downhill toward a parked car. And if somebody actually tried to report on this like it was real breaking news, that would honestly be the funniest part, because the story here is not the channel itself, it's the fact that people can turn literally anything into an event. That's the internet in a nutshell, just endless confidence attached to the dumbest possible premise. So yeah, that's my cursed little discovery for today, and honestly it's pretty funny how fast a random Discord channel can become the main character. Never surprised anymore, but I am always a little disappointed in how committed people are to being weird. That's it, see ya. Right, I gotta address this because apparently the internet woke up today and decided I'm a fucking Saiyan now, which is honestly the least weird thing I've been called this month. I don't know who started this, but I'm hearing there's an Overlord Trump situation, and apparently the solution is me yelling at the sky and powering up like I'm about to blow up a Walmart. Yeah, this is the kind of bullshit I'm dealing with now. I've apparently reached the point where the only logical next step is a penguinz0 Kamehameha, which sounds stupid enough to work, and that's usually how the universe operates. And there it is, the technique in action, absolute fucking cinema. If you're gonna challenge the Overlord, you don't do it with diplomacy, you do it with a beam attack and pure spite. That's really all there is to it, honestly. The Saiyan announcement was inevitable, and the beam attack was the natural conclusion to this dumbass prophecy. Stand by it, I'm winning this with raw energy and terrible idea. If the world needs a savior, apparently it's me in boots and a cracked battle suit. That's it, see ya. Finally bought one of those weather alert radios, and yeah, I know, real riveting content here, absolute banger of a life update. I saw a storm warning and realized my entire emergency plan was basically look outside and pray like an idiot, so I fixed that. Honestly, I just wanted to see if this thing is actually useful or if it's one of those gadgets that exists just to make boomers feel prepared. It looks like a tiny government-issued brick, which is exactly what I wanted. If this thing starts screaming at 3 a.m. and saves me from dying in a tornado, then honestly that's a pretty decent purchase. The funniest part is how serious these things are, like it's not messing around at all. It's just sitting there waiting to ruin your sleep with extremely important information, and I respect that. So yeah, I'm into it, mainly because preparedness is cool and being caught off guard by weather is stupid. Plus now I get to pretend I'm way more responsible than I actually am, which is always nice. Moral of the story: buy the damn radio if you live somewhere weather can act up, because ignorance is not a fun emergency strategy. And if it never goes off, even better, that means it's just sitting there looking annoying and useful at the same time. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the topic today is my hair deciding to evacuate the premises mid-recording, which is honestly rude as hell. I found out because I looked in the mirror and it felt like my scalp had filed a formal resignation. Let's get into this bullshit. There it goes, just straight up falling out like it got a better offer. I'm not even mad, I respect the confidence. This is the kind of thing that makes you realize your body is doing side quests without permission. One minute you've got a full head of hair, next minute you're sweeping up evidence like a crime scene. Yeah, that's the money shot right there, just pure betrayal in 4K. I love how it looks like I got hit with a reverse shampoo commercial. At this point, I'm basically just watching my own scalp uninstall itself in real time, which is a pretty wild feature to have on a Tuesday. If this keeps up, I'm gonna need a helmet and a therapist. That mirror is now a federal witness. I've seen enough, and I'm not exactly thrilled with the evidence. I guess the bright side is I'm learning commitment, because this hair is committed to leaving. Anyway, this is fucking absurd and somehow still on brand. To think that's the whole story, my hair took the episode personally and vanished. I'm gonna go pretend that's normal and not a sign of cosmic disrespect. That's it, see? Was minding my own business, and then I stumbled onto some cursed-ass live stream that felt like it was uploaded straight from hell, and somehow it turned into a medical horror show in real time. I don't even know how you get to the point where that's the thing you're broadcasting, but here we are, and I regret having eyeballs.
Are you sure you checked everywhere? They're going to find out. Hurry! What about under the bed?
The insane part is everybody in the chat is acting like this is some dumb prank until it's very clearly not a prank anymore. It's just a fatal disaster with an audience. That's the internet for you, man. A front row seat to the worst decision a human being has ever made. And then you get the inevitable what the fuck did I just watch moment where your brain is trying to file it under comedy, but your stomach is telling you it's a crime scene. It's wild how fast stupidity can go from stupid to catastrophic, and somehow everybody involved loses. When the article starts sounding more sane than the footage, you know it was bad. I'm not saying the internet needs less access to cameras. I'm saying some people need to be forcibly separated from the concept of a live button. Anyway, that's the kind of thing that makes you stare at the wall for a second and reevaluate the species as a whole. It's fucked up, it's stupid, and it never should have gotten that far in the first place. That's it, see ya. Right, so the situation is apparently a situation, which is the kind of headline that tells me absolutely nothing and somehow everything at once. I saw this whole mess blowing up and immediately knew it was going to be one of those dumb internet spirals where everybody pretends they're a legal expert for 6 minutes. Yeah, this is basically the internet eating its own tail and calling it journalism. Nobody has a clue what's happening, but everybody's got to act like they've cracked the case.
I'm ready. So much.
And this is the part where it stops being funny for a second, because now it's just a bunch of people making a mountain out of a goddamn molehill. The clip says one thing, the replies say another, and somehow the truth gets buried under a pile of nonsense. That article design is exactly what I'd expect too, just maximum panic with minimum actual information. It's like they built the whole page to make sure you leave even dumber than when you arrived. At the end of the day, this situation is probably going to keep being treated like a situation until people get bored and move on. That's usually how these things go, and honestly, that's probably for the best. Nothing really gets solved, everybody gets mad, and then the cycle resets like a broken washing machine. That's the internet for you. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, apparently Elon Musk got caught smoking weed every day, and somehow that's the least surprising thing I've heard all week. I mean, the guy already acts like he runs on 40 espressos, pure ego, and a fucking asteroid belt of bad ideas, so this just feels like the final ingredient. Let's talk about how this came out because it's dumb as hell. This is the exact face of a guy who thinks rules are for peasants and discipline is for other people. If you're shocked, I gotta be honest, you were not paying attention. This is the part that kills me because it's never just, yeah, he smokes weed. It's always some weird billionaire nonsense wrapped in a PR disaster. The man could trip over a rake and somehow turn it into a stock movement. And, of course, the internet immediately did what it does best, which is dogpile meme and pretend they're deeply concerned while secretly enjoying every second of it. Honestly fair? My takeaway is simple. Dude's life is already a circus. This just adds one more clown to the tent. If this is real, it explains a lot and somehow also explains nothing. That's it, see ya. We're doing a full gourmet investigation here, and by gourmet I mean somebody is 1 second away from absolutely molesting this slice with their mouth. The NY hat, the I Heart Suit NY shirt, the gloves, the tiny battle-worn flatbread, this is the kind of photo that says I am one crumb away from becoming emotionally attached to lunch. Love the expression too. That tongue-out pose is pure menace. This isn't I'm eating, this is I'm about to commit a minor felony against carbohydrates, and honestly, respect. That bread looks like it survived a war, but so have I, and neither of us is getting out of here clean. That's exactly the energy. You can tell this tweet was written by someone who thinks one bite of slightly charred bread makes them a Michelin assassin. And look, I'm not judging, because if the crust is crunchy and the filling is decent, that's basically a 5-star experience in a plaza full of strangers and tax evasion. Honestly, that article would be correct. There's something about being outside in the cold with a messy piece of food that turns everybody into a little rat king of happiness. Anyway, this guy looks like he's 2 seconds from either taking the best bite of his life or dropping it on his lap and staring into the void. Truly cinema.
Dude, I swear every time I talk about King of the Hill, my voice turns into a slightly more depressed propane salesman. It's like the second I say yep, my throat gets a Texas zip code and my soul starts wearing a mesh cap.
That right there is the vibe, man. It's so aggressively normal that it loops back around into being hilarious, like the whole show is a joke told by a guy standing in his driveway holding a beer and a rake.
Well, Martha, the squirrels are at it again.
They're burying nuts, Harold. That's what squirrels do.
Seems an awful lot of work for a few nuts, don't it?
Yes, Harold. It does.
Guys, dude, I swear every time I talk about King of the Hill, my voice turns into a slightly more depressed propane salesman. It's like the second I say yep, my throat gets a Texas zip code and my soul starts wearing a mesh cap.
And the worst part is it feels natural, like your brain goes, yeah, this is the correct way to speak now, and then you catch yourself and realize you sound like a guy who has opinions on fence maintenance. That clip is basically the whole disease. You hear one sentence and all of a sudden your cadence starts walking funny like it got kicked in the ass by a lawnmower. It's honestly insane how one show can just infect your entire vibe. You don't even mean to do it, but suddenly you're talking like you've been chain smoking in a lawn chair since 1998.
Well, Martha, the squirrels are at it again.
They're burying nuts, Harold. That's what squirrels do.
Seems an awful lot of work for a few nuts, don't it?
Yes, Harold. It does.
Look at these people. Bro, this is not a cast. This is a committee on lawn maintenance. And somehow that's what makes it legendary because the show commits so hard to being boring that it becomes the funniest shit imaginable. And the worst part is it feels natural, like your brain goes, yeah, this is the correct way to speak now, and then you catch yourself and realize you sound like a guy who has opinions on fence maintenance.
Guys, so yeah, if I sound different talking about King of the Hill, that's just the show infecting my brain with propane fumes and dry humor. I'm not even mad about it either, because honestly that's a fair price to pay for peak television. Guys, so yeah, if I sound different right now, that's probably why. King of the Hill just crawls into your brain and replaces your normal voice with a barbecue-flavored warning label.
Well, I reckon this one's reading a little low. Needs a fill-up before the weekend barbecue. Don't go messing with it, Bobby. Propane's serious business.
That clip is basically the whole disease. You hear one sentence and all of a sudden your cadence starts walking funny like it got kicked in the ass by a lawnmower. I don't know what the writers put in that show, but it's definitely some kind of audio seasoning because it sticks in your head forever.
Guys, so yeah, if I sound different talking about King of the Hill, that's just the show infecting my brain with propane fumes and dry humor. I'm not even mad about it either, because honestly that's a fair price to pay for peak television. Guys, so yeah, if I sound different right now, that's probably why. King of the Hill just crawls into your brain and replaces your normal voice with a barbecue-flavored warning label.
I'm not proud of it, but at this point it's basically a medical condition. Anyway, that's it. See. Right, so apparently I've become a fucking video game now, which is honestly the least surprising career pivot I've ever had. I woke up, checked my phone, and people are telling me I've got a launch trailer, patch notes, and a deluxe edition like I'm some broken-ass RPG character. Yeah, that's the box art, and somehow it looks more expensive than my actual life. They really gave me the talk shit, low mobility, passive region build, which is accurate as hell. This is the part where the internet convinces itself this is real, and honestly I'd buy it before half the garbage they keep releasing. The trailers got more polish than most AA slop, which is insulting but deserved. Naturally, the replies are a war crime because every single one of you would absolutely play this for 12 minutes and then refund it. Still, if I'm gonna be a game, at least make me a competent fucking one. The stat spread is humiliating but fair. I'd probably have a broken special move where I sigh and the entire enemy team loses morale or some shit like that. Anyway, I think becoming a video game is a pretty solid endgame here, and I'm honored to be reduced to downloadable content by the culture. If nothing else, the boss fight would be annoying as hell, and that's all I've ever wanted. So, yeah, if you see my name in the store, wait for the discount. I'm not paying full price for my own ass. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Phoenix Wright is out here explaining why the Hippie Hill Discord server is the greatest digital civilization ever assembled, which is just an insane premise. I mean, if a Discord server is changing your life that hard, either it's the Holy Grail or you've spent way too much time arguing with unemployed goblins online. Also, best server ever is a wild claim. That's like saying your dick is the tallest building in town. There's a lot of competition and most of it is disappointing. Yeah, this is already some powerful bullshit because Phoenix Wright looks like he's about to cross-examine a terms of service page and somehow win the case. The second you put a guy in a suit in front of a digital community, the stakes become weirdly sexual and legally binding, which is honestly a pretty good summary of the internet.
Hippie Hill is the best Discord server ever!
The video really sells it because he's talking like this server cured every disease and solved world hunger, all because people in there know how to spam memes and survive a shitpost tsunami. I respect the conviction though. You have to admire anyone who can look that serious while defending a place where somebody probably posted a JPEG of a raccoon wearing sunglasses and called it literature. This article layout looks exactly like the kind of place where somebody would write 3,000 words about why a Discord server has better social cohesion than a medieval kingdom. And of course it has the fake expert tone too, because nothing says credibility like a web page with 5 emojis in the sidebar and an author photo that looks like it was generated by a cursed printer. This is the kind of place people defend with their whole chest while pretending they're not emotionally attached to pixelated role assignments and inside jokes that died 6 months ago. Still, if the server's got that much energy, maybe it really is special. Or maybe everybody in there just got collectively digmatized by the same community manager, which is a hell of a way to build loyalty. Right, so apparently today's episode is just me getting ambushed in my own house by Joe Rogan, which is already a sentence I never wanted to say. I'm just minding my business, existing in my natural habitat like a depressed sea slug, and suddenly the door opens and there he is with the energy of a man who's about to ask if my couch has a hunting license.
Wow, you've got quite the collection here. What is this, a shrine to nostalgia?
And Joe immediately starts doing that thing where he turns every object into a philosophy lecture. He looks at my lamp like it's proof of an ancient lost civilization. I swear to God, this man could find a spoon and go, dude, but think about it. Why is it shaped like that? Like, brother, because soup exists. That's the whole conspiracy. Keeps walking around my place like he's inspecting evidence at a crime scene, except the crime is me paying way too much for furniture. And I'm not gonna lie, it's weird having Joe Rogan in your house because you feel like at any moment he's gonna ask if my refrigerator has ever tried elk meat. Honestly, I respected the confidence. He came in here like a guy who thinks he can bench press the concept of privacy. But after about 10 minutes, it just becomes impossible not to laugh because Joe Rogan in a normal house is like putting a shark in a bathtub and asking it to be chill. That tweet is exactly right because that's what it felt like. It was less of a visit and more like a crossover episode nobody approved. Still, I gotta give him credit. The man committed to the bit harder than I commit to showering, and that's saying something. Right, so apparently Japan looked at the future and said, what if we made the sex robot thing way weirder? And now everybody's panicking because there's a robot with a womb in the conversation. On top of that, Kai-DE Robotics is out here selling a demon girl anime girlfriend bot with spicy mode and hot horns for some absolutely unhinged price. So yeah, we're in the fucking end game. This is the part where the robot industry stops pretending it's about productivity and starts getting insanely specific for no reason. And of course the public sees that and immediately goes, nope, absolutely not. This is how the apocalypse gets written. Then you've got Kai-DE over here acting like they solved loneliness by slapping anime demon aesthetics onto a girlfriend bot and charging rent money for it. Spicy mode is such a dumbass feature name that I almost respect it.
Introducing Kai-DE Genesis, the pinnacle of robotic companionship. Experience unparalleled realismized interaction and a connection unlike any other.
This is the exact type of product that gets made by a boardroom full of dudes who've never spoken to a woman without sweating through their shirt. They looked at a robot and said, can it be hotter, louder, and somehow more expensive? And then made that everyone else's problem. And look, I get it, robotics is advancing, but there's a point where the marketing starts sounding like a horny dungeon boss patch note. The whole thing is so absurd, it feels like a prank that escaped into the real world. So yeah, Japan's robotic scene is officially in its grotesque little experimental era, and I'm just watching from the sidelines like, please do not give these people more funding. Still, this is the kind of insane news that keeps the internet alive. That's it, see ya.
Me and Philly are out here doing the fucking most, screaming "What's up dialogue" like two idiots who got hit with a cursed energy drink. I saw the clip and immediately knew this was gonna be some brain-melting nonsense, because of course it is. Somehow this turned into a full-on handshake from hell situation.
What's up, dog? Dog! 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 Whoa! Dog! Dog!
And then it just keeps escalating like two middle school delinquents with a microphone, throwing up gang signs like they're about to drop the hardest diss track of 2007. It's so aggressively stupid I can't even pretend to be normal about it. I respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna be an idiot, you might as well go all in. The funniest part is how confident everybody looks while doing the dumbest possible shit, like there's some secret code here and I'm the only one not in the club. It's just yelling, pushing, and visual menace for no reason, which is art in its purest garbage form. Honestly, I can't even hate it. It's stupid, loud, and completely unnecessary, which is basically the recipe for a perfect clip. That's the kind of chaos that keeps the internet fed.
Yeah, me and Philly really said "What's up to Pradug" with our whole chest and then started cosplaying as problems. That's the whole story.
It was dumb as hell, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't funny. That's it, see ya. Man, this is one of those political brain rot stories where everybody's screaming and somehow the only thing getting smaller is the audience's IQ. I cannot believe we are at the point where people are pitching national decline like it is a lifestyle brand. It's like if a dude walked in with a tiny little trouser canoe and said, trust me, this is the future. So apparently Elena Voss is out here selling this whole Make America Small Again thing, which is a bold slogan if your entire platform is just shrinkflation for a country. I love how political messaging nowadays sounds like the world's worst dick joke, like don't worry guys, it gets smaller on purpose. And the funniest part is always the framing, because they act like this is some profound moral crusade when it sounds like a middle schooler got access to a slogan generator and a Marx book. You know it's bad when the policy pitch has the same energy as a guy trying to hide the fact that his junk is a pencil eraser. This is exactly the kind of thing that gets cooked instantly online, because the second you say small America, everyone's brain goes straight to, well, you know, tiny weeny territory. It is impossible to sound serious when your entire brand feels like a slogan designed by a guy who lost an argument and his pants in the same afternoon.
The people deserve to know the truth. We will not be silenced.
And the clip is doing what all these clips do, which is making the whole thing look even more absurd, because you can literally watch the confidence drain out of the room in real time. Nothing says commanding political movement like a crowd reacting like somebody just showed up with a thumbtack and a mission statement. Honestly, I respect the hustle in the same way I respect a raccoon stealing a Snickers bar, because at least there is intent there. But this whole pitch is so unserious that it feels like America got prank called by a philosophy major with a megaphone and a weird obsession with dick-sized metaphors. Alright, this one is wild. Logan Paul made a funeral for good judgment video, and of course the internet combusted. I mean, the guy apologized like head just tripped over a microphone and accidentally invented a national scandal. It's insane. Also, Dick Jokes' dude's apology voice sounds like a sad trumpet, and his remorse is about as stiff as my last boner in a cold shower. Alright, moving on. That's the frame everyone screenshot and used as a reaction face. It's literally the I fucked up thumbnail, like someone paused a YouTuber mid-sad and it became the new Mona Lisa, but with more remorse and less class. Also looks like he swallowed a thesaurus. Stares into the camera like he's trying to beam contrition directly into your skull, and you can almost hear the PR team off camera whispering, say the word accountability again.
I want to apologize for my actions. I was wrong, and I'm truly sorry for the pain I caused.
That's the apology video itself, the primary source, the whole "we filmed a guy in a forest and I regret a thing that happened" package. It's the video that set every podcast and Twitter timeline on fire. It's what you watch when you want to feel morally superior while also eating chips. The energy is weird, like someone reading the terms and conditions of a moral bankruptcy. And yes, I fucked up delivery is earnest but also P-trained. It's the emotional equivalent of a refund form. That's the Forest Side screenshot people dragged into every rant video. It's the thing that made the whole situation real and awful, like watching someone discover the cliff notes of bad judgment. It shows the moment that turned into 1,000 think pieces and 4 million apologies, and honestly it reads as I found a grenade and thought it was a squid. It's horrible and dumb, and why are we still talking about it? Because humans love disaster. That's the kinds of write-ups that shredded him and then sold you a hoodie in the next scroll. The site design screams outrage economy. Same people who crucified him also monetized the funeral. At the end of the day, it's a mix of genuine harm, performative remorse, and the internet being a trash incinerator of nuance. Learn from it and don't be a dick, or at least be a quiet dick. That's it. See ya. Right, I just got the weirdest fucking clip sent to me, and I'm still trying to process the fact that this is a sentence I have to say out loud. I woke up, opened my messages, and immediately regretted having eyes, because apparently the internet has decided I needed to see this shit. Yeah, that is exactly as horrifying as it sounds, and somehow also one of the dumbest things I've ever watched. Like, what the hell am I even looking at here? A cursed magic trick performed by a raccoon on meth. The funniest part is everybody in the replies is acting like this is a normal Tuesday, like bro just digests people now a new Charlie lore dropped. I swear the internet gets one little unexplainable event and immediately starts building a franchise around it. And look at the expression on my face, dude. That is pure regret, not fear, not surprise, just the realization that my life has become a punishment administered by God with no appeal process. Anyway, I don't know what kind of black magic stomach acid situation this is, but it's gross, it's bizarre, and it's exactly the sort of thing that makes me want to throw my phone into the sun. That's it, I'm done. This shit was unhinged, disgusting, and somehow still not the weirdest thing I've seen this week. If reality keeps going like this, I'm gonna need a fucking helmet just to check my notifications. That's it, see ya. Right, so this is one of those weeks where everything goes to absolute shit at once, because I'm broke, I'm out of weed, and I've got that special kind of dread where the fridge is empty and my brain is doing backflips. I found out the hard way, which is to say I looked in the stash and then stared at the wall like a wounded animal for 10 full minutes. And when you're already having a panic attack, the human mind starts pitching the worst possible ideas like it's some kind of evil startup. So yeah, today's plan apparently involves me wandering into the city and making terrible life life choices for cash, which is not exactly what they mean by entrepreneurship. This is the exact point where your brain starts screaming, "We are cooked," and honestly, that's fair. I'm standing there looking like a raccoon that got kicked out of a gas station, and I've got to somehow turn this into a survival mission. So I head out into the city like some broke-ass goblin with a mission statement: no food, no weed, no dignity, just vibes and a chest feeling like it's trying to file a complaint with HR. Yeah, that's the energy right there, just pure I have made every wrong decision that led to this exact frame. And if you're wondering whether this is a good idea, the answer is obviously no, but panic attacks are not known for their excellent strategic planning. I'm out there trying to act cool while internally I'm one bad breath away from becoming a cautionary tale. The city doesn't care though, it just keeps moving like, damn bro, that's crazy, and then absolutely leaves you to deal with it. And then you get to the internet side of it, which is somehow even more depressing because it looks like a website designed by a feral hamster. Every ad and listing is screaming rock bottom, and that's when you realize the whole situation has gone off the rails completely. At that point, it's less about the drugs and more about the fact that I'm in full caveman survival mode, trying to barter my way through a week like a dumbass on hard mode. The funniest part is that none of this feels funny while it's happening, it's just me trying not to spiral into the fucking abyss. This is the moment where it all catches up and I'm just sitting there like, yep, this is the consequence of my own bullshit. Real galaxy brain decision making, turning I need money into let's audition for the worst night of my life. But honestly, the whole thing is just a giant flashing sign that says I need to get my life together before I start selling organs for gas money. The bar is in hell and somehow I'm still digging underneath it. So yeah, that's the week so far, and it's been a masterpiece of poor planning and emotional damage. I'm gonna go fix my life before it gets any stupider, which is saying a lot. That's the whole fucking deal, and it's not great. That's it, see. Right, so I just wanted a sandwich, which is apparently too much to ask from the universe. I bite into it, and suddenly it's a goddamn clown birth canal, and now I'm getting jumped by circus adults. This is the most disrespectful lunch I've ever had. I don't know who built this sandwich, but they need to be investigated by The Hague. I'm getting hit by a guy with giant shoes and a painted smile, and somehow I'm still more offended by the lunch quality than the assault. This shit went from deli to nightmare in about 3 seconds. I'm done. If a sandwich ever makes eye contact with me again, I'm burning the whole kitchen down and moving to a cabin in the woods. I don't want lunch anymore. I want legal representation. Right, so apparently AI has decided it wants a career in stand-up now, which is always comforting because the last thing the world needed was a machine with a comedian addiction. I saw this clip and immediately knew we were in trouble because once a chatbot starts acting like it knows timing, it's already halfway to writing a shitty sitcom.
Analyzing your request, processing data, the implications of your inquiry are, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Ha ha!
That's the thing, it's not even intentionally funny half the time, it just stumbles into stupidity with perfect confidence, and that somehow makes it way better. It's like watching a goldfish discover sarcasm and then refuse to shut the fuck up about it. And of course, everyone immediately starts acting like this means the singularity is here, when in reality the machine just said something dumb in a funny way. Still, I gotta respect it, because if AI is gonna be alive at all, being accidentally hilarious is probably the least offensive possible version. So yeah, AI being funny is either the best thing ever or the first sign we're all cooked, and honestly I'm leaning both. It's dumb, it's weird, and it's honestly kind of impressive how consistently it can miss and still land the joke anyway. That's it, see ya. Hey, we need to talk about Asmongold, because this dude is either the final boss of internet gremlin behavior, or he's one bad haircut away from becoming a supervillain. And before anyone starts foaming at the mouth, no, I'm not saying he's literally evil, I'm saying the vibe is absolutely cursed. Every time this guy opens his mouth, it feels like a coin flip between reasonable take and how did we get here, why is there smoke? And somehow the internet treats it like watching a museum exhibit that just bit somebody. It's like, yeah man, the guy has opinions, but he delivers them like a wizard who got banned from his own castle for tax fraud. Look at this man. He doesn't just look like he lives in a cave, he looks like the cave pays him rent. And the funniest part is, whenever people call him evil, he's just sitting there like, I'm merely participating in discourse while wearing the visual equivalent of a hate crime against shampoo. The thing is, that's the whole game now. If you're online long enough, eventually somebody decides you're Satan because you said something annoying on the wrong day. And to be fair, some of the stuff he says does sound like it was written by a guy being audited by karma. But evil? Nah, that's too clean. This is just messy, sweaty internet nonsense.
But you're twisting my words! You're completely misunderstanding the context!
Elaborate!
That is so unbelievably dumb, and also kind of impressive. He really does have the rare ability to make the entire timeline stop and stare like he just kicked a hornet nest into a fan. Honestly, I respect the consistency. If nothing else, the man is committed to being the internet's least washable personality. Okay, so apparently we're doing a deep cut archival Goblin episode tonight because somebody dug up the copyright notice from the closing credits of a KYW-TV Philadelphia 11 p.m. newscast from September 10, 1995, and honestly that is some premium loser behavior in the best possible way. Like, yeah, let's all gather around and stare at legal text from 30 years ago while my brain slowly liquefies out my dickhole. Incredible stuff. This is exactly the kind of thing that only matters if you're either a broadcast nerd, a time traveler, or someone who's been personally bullied by a VHS deck. And I respect it because nothing says important television like the final tiny little copyright disclaimer after the anchors have already ridden off into the sunset with their giant broadcast cocks. Look at that, just pure legal ass at the end of the broadcast like the network is whispering, hey, don't steal our garbage. It's kind of beautiful in a pathetic fluorescent lit way like a corporate urinal cake with a union card. Also, I love how these old TV clips always feel like they were captured by some guy named Ron who had too much free time and an immaculate mustache. And of course the site looks like it was built on a potato using Netscape Communicator and the tears of 1,000 local news employees. That's the magic though, because this is not just a clip, this is a fossil. It's the kind of thing you'd show to a ghost, and even the ghost would be like, damn, that's some dry ass television. There it is again, the majestic ending text, the final boss of Please Don't Redistribute This. Honestly, I could watch this forever because it has the exact energy of a man in suspenders telling me my dick is too short for federal compliance. That's art, baby. That's local news art. Right, so here's the question nobody asked, and yet somehow we're all doomed to answer it. What if you dick? I mean, that's not even a thought, that's a crime scene with punctuation. And before anyone gets all philosophical on me, no, I'm not opening some ancient prophecy about the color spectrum turning into genitalia. I'm just saying the internet has once again found a way to make language feel sticky. Alright, so somehow I stumbled onto the most disgusting corner of the internet today, and I really wish I could unsee it. I was minding my own business, then this clip gets sent to me, and I'm like, no shot this is real. Unfortunately, it was real, and now I have to share this suffering with everybody else.
Alright folks, you asked for it. This is my juice. Oh my goodness, that is not good. Not good at all.
That's the kind of genius you only find after 3 broken brain cells and a dare from Satan. The chat is losing its mind, and for once I completely understand why. Don't know how you look at your life and think this is the legacy you want. This is not content. This is a cry for help wearing a live stream mask, and I want no part of it. Bro, What the hell is wrong with people? There are some lines you just don't cross, and this dude sprinted past them with a flamethrower. Honestly, I respect the commitment to being an absolute menace, but that does not make this any less unholy. This is one of those moments where you just mute your soul and move on. Dude, Brazil is absolutely losing the plot right now. I swear every time I look at the news from there it sounds like 3 governors, 4 militias, and a monkey with a grenade all decided to go halfsies on a civil war. And somehow the only thing getting more hard than the tension is everybody's temper. Trying to understand how a country can be this huge and this locked in on pure chaos, like it's running on spite, caffeine, and a deeply unhealthy amount of testosterone. This is the kind of situation where even the guy with the biggest dick in the room is probably just standing there confused. Yeah, this is one of those situations where you can't even tell if it's about ideology, power, money, or just pure national tradition at this point. It feels like every faction showed up to the meeting with a different plan and the same exact problem, which is that nobody's really in charge. The scary part is the internet always makes it look even more insane than it already is, which is saying something. By the time the clips and headlines get done cooking, it looks like the whole country is one bad decision away from somebody firing a tank into a convenience store for no reason. I'm not saying it's funny, because it's definitely not, but it does have that weird political train wreck energy where every update feels like the next episode is going to be even more ridiculous and somehow even less solvable. Human beings are impressive in the worst possible way. Anyway, I hope it calms down before it turns into a full-on disaster, because that's the sort of thing that stops being a headline real quick and starts being everybody's problem. And honestly, at this rate, even the strongest dick energy in the room couldn't fix that mess. That's it. See ya. Woke up today and decided the internet had gone too far, because somehow my toilet has become the subject of a heroic quest. I opened the lid and immediately felt like I was staring into the abyss, which is fitting because apparently the abyss now has plumbing. We're going in, boys. This is a fucking expedition. This is where the legend begins, in the dampest goddamn dungeon imaginable, and I'm already questioning my life choices. The toilet water is swirling like it knows something, and I'm not gonna lie, I respect the commitment to the bit. If there's lost diarrhea in here, I'm bringing it home.
City of Flush!
Okay, first thing I see is a filthy pipe maze that looks like a sewer made by Satan after 3 energy drinks, and I swear I heard something whisper cursed. I'm pushing through anyway because that's what adventurers do, and also because I have terrible impulse control. The smell alone could kill a medium-sized horse. There it is, the legendary lost diarrhea, sitting in a cracked chamber like some ancient relic that should have stayed buried. Honestly, I thought it'd be bigger, but that's how every myth goes, all hype and no payoff. Still, I found it, and that makes me a goddamn champion of the underworld. I've learned 2 things today. 1, toilets are more mysterious than the government, and 2, I should never be left alone with a thought for more than 10 minutes. This was a journey, a tragedy, and a sanitation violation all at once. I'm proud of the work. Anyway, the legend is real, the quest is complete, and I'm never looking at a bathroom the same way again. Those find gold, some find glory, and I found whatever the hell that was. That's it, see ya. Oh great, because apparently condoms were too damn oppressive and needed ventilation. I just saw this and my first thought was, who the hell was sitting in a lab going, yeah, let's improve the airflow on the birth control sleeve. That's not innovation, that's a cry for help. This is the kind of thing that sounds fake until you remember somebody somewhere got paid to make it real.
Introducing Airflow Tom, the revolutionary condom with enhanced ventilation for maximum comfort and breathability. Experience the freedom of Airflow TMs? Airflow Tem, breathe easy.
That ad would need a body count disclaimer before it even hits the air. The replies are doing the Lord's work because everybody immediately understands how catastrophically dumb this is. Don't know who asked for this, but I'm pretty sure the answer is nobody with a functioning brain. I swear, every time I see somebody go online and act like they're the main character of Earth, I just know we're about to get some absolute bullshit. South Park syndrome is basically when someone watches one too many both sides are bad clips and decides that makes them a philosopher instead of an annoying prick. I found out about this one from a bunch of comments, and every single one of them sounded like they were one podcast away from becoming unbearable. That right there is the exact type of person I'm talking about. The dude who says the dumbest shit imaginable and then acts like he just delivered the cure cure for cancer. It's always I'm just being honest, which is internet code for I have no social skills and I need attention badly.
I don't take sides, I just tell it like it is. I don't getting at a political event. Miss Dumb Hat, how can you say that? Myth Jiminy Facts, how can you say that?
Perfect. That little masterpiece is the whole disease in one clip, zero self-awareness and maximum confidence, which is honestly a terrifying combo. You can't fix that kind of person, you can only mute them and hope they get a hobby. And then the articles come in acting like this is some deep cultural moment when really it's just another guy saying nonsense for clicks. Everybody wants to be the wise asshole in the room until they realize nobody actually invited them to speak. So yeah, South Park Syndrome is just weaponized annoying behavior dressed up as insight, and it's exhausting as hell. If you feel the urge to explain it away as just jokes, maybe that's your sign to shut the fuck up for a minute. That's it, see ya. So I went in for a normal haircut and somehow came out looking like I got drafted into the bald Navy, which is already a phenomenal start. I swear every time I trust a barber, I'm gambling with my fucking identity, and this one had a very different idea of just a trim. This is me at the beginning, still optimistic, still believing in civilization, still thinking my hair would survive the day. Spoiler, it did not, and the scissors were apparently loaded. Yeah, that's the exact moment I realized the barber had crossed the point of no return and was now just speedrunning a felony against my scalp. There's always that 1 second where you can feel your life quietly leaving your body, and this was mine. And then there it is, the final form, the finished product, the skinhead special no one ordered. I looked less like a man and more like a before picture for chemotherapy, which is not ideal branding. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed in a way, because it takes real talent to fuck up a haircut so hard it becomes an event. My head feels colder, my dignity feels lighter, and somehow I'm still gonna have to pay for this bullshit. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is one of those stories that sounds fake until you read it twice and realize it's somehow even dumber than you thought. Apparently the police chief got taken out in some intruder sneak attack situation, and now the officers are out here crying like this is the final scene of a budget crime drama. I found out about this and my first thought was just, damn, that's grim as hell. So this is the guy at the center of it, and you already know the whole room is about to turn into a mess the second that news drops. It's wild how fast a serious situation goes from routine department business to everybody's emotionally imploding in public.
We're live outside the city police headquarters where authorities have confirmed the tragic death of Police Chief Robert Davies. Details are still emerging, but sources indicate Chief Davies was found this morning at his home. The investigation is ongoing and we will continue to provide updates as they...
Yeah, that's the kind of footage that makes the whole thing feel way more real and way more fucked up at the same time. But the weird part is always how these stories get packaged like a true crime sandwich with extra misery on top. And, of course, the article is written in that super sterile way where it sounds like a robot is trying not to get sued. You can almost hear them tiptoeing around the facts while everybody involved is probably losing their minds behind the scenes. At the end of the day, this is just a horrible situation and a lot of people are clearly shaken up by it. You can clown on the way the story gets presented, but the actual event is obviously fucked. Still, the way these reports get rolled out with the most emotionless wording imaginable is insane. It's like the news is trying to be respectful while also accidentally sounding like it was written by a toaster. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about George W. Bush, and yeah, I know, that sounds like a history class that got drunk and lost its shoes. I stumbled onto this whole thing because people keep bringing him up like he's some ancient internet relic, and I had to see what the hell was still floating around out there. Thus, the classic Bush look, like he's one bad sentence away from starting a national incident. This is the part everyone remembers, the man saying something with absolute confidence and then the sentence just fucking evaporates. That's honestly the whole vibe, executive dysfunction in a navy blazer. Anyway, the wild part is how much people still quote this guy like he's some oracle of chaos, and honestly that's fair because every clip feels like it was stitched together by a cursed intern. But at the end of the day, it's just one of those political eras that got memed into permanent brain damage. They think the legacy is basically confusion, accidents, and a lot of material for people to make fun of forever. Not exactly a flattering resume, but hey, history's a bitch. That's it, see ya. Right, Right, so today we're talking about Blubbert, a human-shaped felony speedrun who apparently looked at the criminal code like it was a Cheesecake Factory menu and said, yeah, I'll have one and everything. This man's rap sheet is so bloated it's got more girth than a truck stop dildo. It's actually impressive in the worst possible way. This is Blubbert, the sentient gas station bathroom key of the internet. Just looking at him, you can already tell there's a hard drive somewhere begging for witness protection. Apparently, Blubbert has been accused of basically every crime you can name, which is such an insane achievement it loops around from horrifying to almost cartoonish. It's like if a supervillain got concussed and forgot to specialize. Here's the article laying it all out like a buffet of dog shit. Fraud, arson, theft, tax evasion, probably stole a Twix from a Walgreens, the whole 9 yards. This dude's resume reads like Satan's LinkedIn. And the craziest part is the sheer volume of it. Like, normally you hear one or two awful things and that's enough, but Blubbert apparently heard don't do crimes and took it as a personal challenge. He's like the Pokemon master of being investigated. This is basically where all roads lead, the world championship stage of Dumbassary. If being a menace was an Olympic sport, Blubbert would be draped in gold medals and ankle monitors. Alright, so I found this meme and it looks like somebody took a perfectly normal studio photo and then fed the caption through a busted wood chipper. I've stared at it for way too long and I still feel like I'm missing a secret layer of brain damage. This is the most fucking confusing meme because it feels like it's supposed to be profound, but it also sounds like an alien trying to order soup in a dead language. The blank expression on the left and the leaning in guy on the right make it look like a breakup, a confession, or an insurance commercial gone horribly wrong. And that's why it works, because there's no way to decode it without becoming part of the problem. It's nonsense with confidence, which is honestly the hardest genre of meme to beat. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we've got one of those stories that sounds fake until you realize it's happening in real life, and then it just gets depressingly worse from there. New tolled highways in Indonesia are sparking a ton of outrage because they're basically being carved through neighborhoods and overriding people's homes, which is an incredible way to make everyone involved immediately hate your guts. And that's the whole problem right there, because development is such a shiny little word politicians throw around when they want to bulldoze a community, and then act surprised when people aren't thrilled about it. If your progress requires turning somebody's house into a crater, maybe your progress has a moral deficit, just saying. This is exactly the kind of image that makes you feel that special combination of anger and helplessness, like you just watched a landlord eat somebody's rent in front of them. People don't live in these homes because they're decorative, they live there because it's their actual life, their stuff, their history, their whole world stacked in a few rooms. And yeah, no kidding, people are mad. If the government is going to flatten homes, they better show up with compensation, transparency, and a plan that doesn't look like it was written by a guy who gets off to maps. Otherwise, all you're doing is creating a highway straight through public resentment.
Below, and the and of before and of the cover of phone of the set of number.
The wild part is how often this gets framed like it's just an unfortunate side effect, like, oops, we accidentally erased your home while building a giant money lane. That's not an accident, that's a choice, and if people are getting steamrolled for a toll road, then the toll includes their patience, their trust, and probably their entire faith in whoever signed off on it. Right, so apparently everybody has lost their minds over this whole find woo thing, and I gotta be honest, I have no idea how we got here, but I am absolutely here for the chaos. Yeah, this is one of those internet moments where nobody even needs context, they just hear a phrase once and start screaming it like they've been struck by lightning. That's the beauty of the internet. Complete nonsense can evolve into a religion overnight. This is exactly the kind of image that makes me feel like I missed a meeting, like everybody got an invite to the joke and I was too busy eating something questionable in the corner. Still, it's funny as hell, and that's how it always goes. One person makes the joke, everybody else piles on, and suddenly we're acting like the fate of civilization depends on locating some mysterious dude who probably just wanted a quiet Tuesday. Honestly, that would get me every time. Not because it's clever, but because it's so aggressively stupid that it loops back around into genius. That's basically the internet's entire business model. The fact that this can become a whole detective story is what sells it. You can take the dumbest sentence in the world and dress it up like a conspiracy thriller, and people will treat it like critical media literacy. That's the payoff right there. No resolution, no explanation, just maximum commitment to the bit. And honestly, that's way better than actually finding whoever the hell we were supposed to find. McDonald's just recalled over 1 million apple slices because people said they taste like poisoned apples, which is honestly the most fairy tale-ass fast food scandal I've ever heard. We finally found the one item at McDonald's that can speedrun you into a medieval coma instead of just disappointing you with soggy health vibes. It's like Snow White got hired in quality control and clocked in with a grudge. So this is the article laying it all out, and it reads like a rejected grim fairy tale sponsored by a drive-thru. 1 million apple slices getting recalled because they allegedly tasted poisoned is such a violent description. Not rotten, not weird, not a little off, just straight up, yeah, this tastes like an assassination attempt in a Happy Meal. And obviously when you hear poisoned apple, there's only one thing this references. Snow White, the original victim of fruit-based terrorism. That movie really ruined apples forever by making them the only produce item with lore. Nobody hears poisoned pear and panics, but poisoned apple? That shit has legacy. Here's the actual menace right here. The little bag of fruit that apparently tastes like it was enchanted by an old woman near a forest cottage. This is the healthiest thing on the menu and somehow it found a way to sound more dangerous than the McRib. That's what makes this so funny. If someone said the nuggets tasted like poison, people would just call that Tuesday. But the apple slices, those are supposed to be the safe pick, the item moms buy when they want their kid to eat one molecule of nutrition before diving face first into a puddle of fries. Instead, they got the Disney villain sampler. That's about it. See ya! Right, so I stumbled onto this absolute dumpster fire of a history take, and it's one of those videos where the title alone basically screams I'm about to piss off half the internet. Some dude named Mora History went on a whole rant about cavemen being the dumbest humans of all time, and now everybody's losing their minds like this was some sacred museum exhibit getting kicked over. I saw the discourse and immediately knew I had to talk about it because, holy shit, this is exactly the kind of stupid little cultural war that turns into a week-long religion online. Yeah, this is the video, and it's doing that classic internet thing where the thumbnail looks like a felony. The whole point is basically listen to me before you call me an idiot, which is usually a bad sign. And honestly, I kind of get the argument, which is the part that's probably going to make people seethe. If you're going to survive freezing temperatures, predators, rocks, and being one bad berry away from death, you're still not exactly inventing calculus, you know? Ancient humans were built different, but also incredibly stupid in the way all early humans had to be.
They call themselves cavemen, but they are not men. They are rudimentary. Their understanding of agriculture, of societal structure is non-cetescent. They grunt, they smear mud, they worship rocks. Is this the foundation upon which—
This is the actual clip that set everybody off, and it's just pure bait in motion. The energy is basically I'm saying something offensive, but academically, which is a very internet way to start a war. And the reason people got so mad is because history nerds hate when someone talks about ancient people like they were props instead of actual humans, but at the same time, the second you start ranking humanity's intelligence across 10,000 years like it's some esports leaderboard, yeah, people are gonna clown on you. This is where the whole thing tries to dress itself up as a real debate, and that's always funny to me. You get one side acting like this is a serious historical analysis, and the other side acting like you just insulted their grandpa from 30,000 years ago. I'm not saying ancient people were useless, obviously they weren't, but come on, the average caveman was not sitting around doing advanced geometry. They were surviving off instinct, luck, and pure caveman stubbornness, which is respectable, but it's not a genius manifesto. So yeah, that's my take. I think people are way too precious about this stuff sometimes, and the internet loves turning a dumb historical opinion into an emergency, but at the same time, if you're gonna call half of human ancestry stupid, you better be ready for the smoke. That's just how this works. Anyway, I hear him out. I'm not mad at it. I just think everybody involved needs to go touch grass and maybe read a book or two. That's it, see ya. Right, so this anti-Christopher Hunter system is one of the most insane phrases I've ever heard in my life. It sounds like a government program designed by a guy who got rejected by a mall security job and now wants revenge on the entire planet. I mean, if your system needs this much attention, there's probably some real deep dickery going on behind the scenes. Wow, look at this. It's like someone took every bad idea from a spy movie, glued it to a laptop, and then told it to go fuck itself in a subway station. The level of over-engineering here is wild. This doesn't look like a system. It looks like like a cry for help in HTML form. This site is doing that classic thing where it tries to sound smart while accidentally admitting the whole thing is batshit insane. I love how every paragraph reads like the author is one coffee away from smashing their keyboard and asking why anybody would build a hunter system for one guy. Yeah, this is the exact vibe of a room where nothing productive has ever happened. Just endless paperwork, a dead-eyed employee, and some dude named Christopher Hunter becoming the most overanalyzed human being on Earth for reasons nobody can fully explain without sounding insane.
This is it, the culmination of years of tireless research. The anti-Christopher Hunter system is live, and it's unlike anything you've ever seen. We're tracking, analyzing, predicting every move, every interaction. Nothing escapes our watchful gaze. The stakes are higher than ever. The future depends on—
The funniest part is always the confidence, like they're presenting this as if it's the fucking Apollo mission and not a bunch of losers clicking buttons while sweating through their shirts. I can't even blame the system, it's just the kind of thing that happens when one guy gets too much power and everyone else gets too much paranoia. Of course, the forum is full of people acting like experts while clearly not understanding a single fucking thing. It's just page after page of dipshits confidently speculating about Christopher Hunter like they're solving the JFK assassination with a toaster. And that's the whole joke right there. The system wants to look terrifying and professional, but all it really does is advertise how much of a mess the people running it actually are. Anyway, that's a spectacular amount of ass pain for one name to be attached to. Right, so apparently we're doing the old pull-up 182 fingers thing, and honestly that sounds like either a medical emergency or some stupid internet dare that should have died in a ditch. I saw this clip and instantly knew it was going to be some absolute brain-rotted nonsense, which, yeah, that's pretty on brand for the species at this point.
100, 101, 102, 180, 181, 182.
This is the kind of shit that makes me feel like the internet needs adult supervision, because there is no world where this should be a sentence anyone says with a straight face. Still, the commitment is kind of impressive in a deeply concerning way, and that's really the whole appeal of modern dumpster content. Look at this nonsense. It's so aggressively stupid that it loops back around to being art. I respect the dedication to the bit, even if the bit itself has the intellectual value of a wet sock. So yeah, 182 fingers is officially certified internet slop, but at least it's the kind of slop that makes you laugh out of pure disbelief. Dumb, it's weird, and it somehow works, which is basically the story of the whole damn internet. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I woke up and decided I was going to go out and terrorize a claw machine like some fucking goblin with a mission. I shoved multiple dildos in there like I was feeding coins to a cursed little gambling shrine, and yeah, it got stupid real fast. This is one of those ideas that sounds genius for about 4 seconds, then immediately turns into a public nuisance. The machine is just sitting there like, please stop, and I'm like, nah, we're doing science. Look at this bullshit. I'm basically trying to bribe a box into giving me my own damn dough back. It's not even skill at that point, it's just me committing financial violence against a machine. The best part is every time I think, okay, that's enough, I immediately go, nah, one more. That's how you end up standing in an arcade for 30 minutes looking like you've lost a bet with God. I love how this becomes a whole event just because I can't leave dumb enough alone. I'm not saying it was smart, I'm saying it was definitely content and probably a minor safety hazard. Stand by it though, because sometimes you gotta make the claw machine earn its keep. If it can't handle the doughs, it doesn't deserve the damn prizes. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're diving into one of the weirdest little book history gremlins I've ever seen, because apparently people need to know exactly when Magic Treehouse #1 Dinosaurs Before Dark was written before July 28, 1992. Which is already hilarious because this is the kind of question that sounds like it was asked by a man who has lost a court case against a calendar. Also, very odd phrasing, very I need the dinosaur dick timestamp, but sure, let's get into it. So the big thing is that before July 28, 1992 is the cutoff, which means we're basically looking for the last possible point before that date that the writing could have happened, and honestly that's about as close as this gets to a scholarly-ass investigation. If you're trying to pin down the exact month and day and year, you're in the land of publication drafts, copyright filings, and people pretending they've got the ancient scroll of children's literature buried in their pants. The site would probably be one of those annoying we consulted multiple sources pages where the conclusion is somehow both super specific and also completely useless, like it was completed sometime in mid-1992, possibly earlier according to available records. Which is internet speak for we have no idea, but we made a confident-looking rectangle about it. And that's the whole joke, because people want a clean answer like month, day, and year, but sometimes the historical record just bends over and says not today, buddy. If you're asking for the exact writing date before July 28, 1992, the safest answer is that it was written no later than that date, and if someone claims a more exact day without a solid source, they're just doing literary fanfic with extra steps. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the 2026 Enid, Oklahoma tornado might have actually been an EF5 and not an EF4, which is already insane because storm chasing is just nature deciding to whip out the biggest dick imaginable and start swinging it around town. If that turns out to be true, that's one hell of a screw up because yeah, this house got deleted by a weather penis is not exactly a small clerical error. This is the kind of storm damage that makes the entire debate feel less like meteorology and more like two guys arguing over whether the wrecking ball was medium-sized or absolutely gargantuan. Like, if the researchers are right, then the tornado didn't just go hard, it went full corporate downsizing on the entire neighborhood. And this is where the whole thing gets goofy, because if you've ever looked at tornado ratings, it's basically a bunch of incredibly smart people trying to measure how violently a sky dick can ruin your week. The difference between EF4 and EF5 is apparently a huge deal, which means if they were off, that's not just a technicality, that's the difference between very bad and biblically disrespectful. And I gotta say, every time these reports come out, it sounds like the storm was personally offended by the concept of a building existing. Like the tornado looked at the town and said, nah, I'm gonna take that structure, fold it into a ball, and throw it into the sun. If the evidence really points to EF5, then that's not just strong winds, that's an airborne hate crime. I think the wildest part is how casually these conversations happen too. You'll have researchers in the most dry academic voice imaginable saying further evidence suggests the tornado may exceed prior assessment, and what they really mean is, yeah, this thing came through like a pissed off god with a grudge. Either way, if it gets upgraded, that's a pretty big deal for everyone involved, especially the poor residents who got flashbanged by the atmosphere. So yeah, if this ends up being confirmed, it's one of those stories where the science matters a lot, but also the raw takeaway is simple: the tornado was apparently a massive dickhead. And that's it, see ya. SMG4 is one of those internet rabbit holes that feels like getting kicked in the balls by a Nintendo lawsuit while a meme from 2016 screams in your ear. It's insane, it's stupid, it's weirdly impressive, and somehow it all looks like the digital equivalent of a dick drawn on a bathroom stall with actual lore attached to it. This is SMG4, the Kingdom Hearts of Mario shitposting, where every frame looks like it was forged in a lab specifically designed to overload 12-year-olds with dopamine. It's basically Nintendo-flavored brain rot, but with enough effort behind it that you almost feel bad calling it that. And I mean that as a compliment, by the way. This dude built an empire off taking Mario, throwing him into a blender with memes, ragdoll physics, and crackhead editing, then serving it up to millions of people like it's a 5-star meal made entirely of expired Hot Pockets and penis jokes. This fake article is basically the whole story. SMG4 stuck around because he understood early that internet attention spans are shorter than a shrimp's dick, so every video has to feel like a concussion with sound effects. It's loud, fast, stupid, and honestly kind of genius. What makes it even crazier is that this wasn't just some one-off meme channel that got lucky. It became this whole animated mutant beast with original characters, arcs, fanbases, merch, and the kind of community you usually only see around games or shows, not Mario getting folded like laundry for 10 minutes. So yeah, SMG4 is absurd, but it's the successful kind of absurd. It's like if a dick joke got a production budget and learned storytelling, and somehow, against all odds, it worked. The 6-7 thing has gotten completely out of hand, like we went from one stupid little joke to an entire generation acting like their hips are possessed. It's everywhere, people are yelling it, doing the little hand motion, and somehow this is now a social disease with a lower IQ than a wet napkin. This is the kind of trend that makes you question whether humanity should be trusted with internet access, because once one idiot starts waving their hands like they're trying to summon the spirit of a discount DJ, everybody else is in on it. It's like a dick joke got franchised. And the worst part is nobody even seems to know why they're doing it anymore. They're just locked in by pure monkey brain momentum. That's how you know a meme is powerful, when the meaning dies and all that's left is rhythmic pelvic adjacent nonsense. It's always this exact type of thing too, where the internet takes something mildly funny and turns it into a full-time personality trait. Next thing you know, people will be announcing the time by doing jazz hands over their belt line like it's some ancient fertility ritual. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed at how efficiently this stupid little motion has infected every corner of the culture. Truly a majestic display of collective brain damage, and honestly, that's pretty on brand for us. Right, so I somehow stumbled onto this absolute fever dream of a trend where people keep making these cursed zero clones, and I gotta say, the internet has really outdone itself this time. I was minding my own business, then boom, I'm looking at a lineup of knockoff versions of me like it's a damn multiverse audition tape. First up is Polar Bear 0, which is basically me if I were built to survive a blizzard and make worse decisions in a colder climate. It's kind of impressive how instantly stupid this premise is, because now I'm imagining a whole council of fake versions of me just sitting around complaining about content.
New subscriber, FrostyFan123.
Seriously? Another Frosty fan? But wait! There's more! We just hit 10,000 subscribers! Thank you, thank you!
Then there's Santaz0, who looks like he got hired by a mall to explain why your gift is late and why that's somehow your fault. That's the exact energy, and I respect the commitment to the bit. The funniest part is these clones all feel like they'd have the same voice, same posture, same complete lack of shame, just with different gimmicks stapled on top like a bad patch job. And of course there's an article about it, because when the internet gets bored it starts documenting its own brain damage. This is the kind of site design that screams we had 10 minutes and a caffeine problem. Honestly, I think the whole thing is hilarious because it takes something as stupid as a recurring name joke and turns it into a full-on ecosystem. That's the beauty of the internet. It can manufacture lore out of absolutely nothing and still act proud about it. I've got no idea how far this is gonna go, but I'm already weirdly invested in which Curse Z0 variant shows up next. If there's a version of me made out of soup or something, I need to see that immediately. That's the whole deal, really. It's dumb as hell, but in a way that actually works. The clones are stupid, the concept is stupid, and somehow that makes it kind of perfect. So yeah, if the internet wants to keep expanding the Z0 cinematic universe, I'm not stopping it. I'm just here to laugh at the mess and watch it get worse. That's it, see ya. Right, so I'm just minding my own business and then I hear this gross-ass growling outside my house like somebody mixed a pirate and a sewer rat and taught it hate. I look over and somehow Captain Clark NPC has spawned in my damn living room, which is about the least convenient patch note I've ever seen. That's him. And yeah, he looks exactly as cursed as you'd want from a guy who's about to ruin your whole evening. He's not saying shit either, just making these stupid throat noises like a haunted drain pipe. This is the part where I realize he's actually trying to chase me, which is bullshit because I pay rent here and he's the one trespassing like a rotted up Disney villain. Also, I gotta respect the commitment because this dumbass broke in with full pirate conviction. Look at that face, man. He's got the energy of a guy who got banned from 2 different theme parks and still thinks he's the main character. I'm not fighting a pirate mannequin in my own house. That's how you end up on the news looking stupid as hell. Anyway, he's still groaning outside my room and I'm not about to test how fast a haunted peg-leg bastard can move. If I survive this, I'm billing him for the door and the emotional damage. Captain Clark NPC is one ugly motherfucker and I want him out of my house yesterday. That's it, see ya. Man, Family Guy Gmod cutaway gags every 30 seconds is just pure brain rot sorcery. Like somebody looked at a perfectly normal episode and said, what if we kept slamming the same 4 physics props into the wall until the viewer's soul detached from their body? It's obscene, it's stupid, and honestly it's kind of impressive how hard it commits to the bit, which is also how I describe my own dick on a good day. That's the exact vibe, just an episode where every 30 seconds the universe says, and now, here's a pointless cutaway like a guy with no self-control and a monster dong made of timestamps. The whole thing feels like a haunted DVD extra that got drunk and learned how to animate. And the article would be like experts are baffled, which is insane because there are no experts for this, just people watching a cartoon get molested by source engine jank. Every commercial break is basically a hate crime against pacing, and somehow the curse keeps getting stronger. This is where the hero comes in, staring at a candle like it owes him money, trying to break the curse by destroying the last Gmod cutaway trigger, and if he fails, the episode just keeps spawning random nonsense forever, which is honestly the most Family Guy thing imaginable. Right, this one is pure concentrated internet brain damage. I opened this topic and my IQ folded like a lawn chair, then did a swan dive straight into a kiddie pool full of expired yogurt. It's somehow dumber than a dick wearing another smaller dick as a hat, which is honestly impressive. So this is the big beautiful disaster we're working with here, exclamation topic in all its raw unseasoned glory. It looks like something that would ask to borrow your charger and then somehow steal your social security number with the same hand. I don't even know where to begin because every layer I peel back reveals an even stinkier layer underneath, like an onion grown in a septic tank. The whole thing has the energy of a guy confidently doing a backflip into a ceiling fan. Here's the article covering it, and it reads like it was written by a raccoon that got access to Grammarly Premium. Even the headline feels out of breath trying to keep up with how stupid this whole thing is, and somehow the article still undersells it, which is like calling a volcano a little warm. Every quote attached to this thing sounds like it was workshop tested in a Discord server full of concussed dolphins. Then there's this angle which somehow makes it even worse. This is the visual equivalent of hearing someone unzip their pants during a job interview. At the end of the day, exclamation topic is just another reminder that the internet is a lawless carnival run by sleep-deprived goblins. It's spectacularly dumb, weirdly confident, and about as graceful as a boner in sweatpants at a funeral. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Right, I got this one dumped into my lap by the algorithm like some kind of cursed VHS tape from 2007. Apparently this is American Dad Stands Revenge WMV, which already sounds like it was uploaded by a guy whose desktop has 900 icons and one folder labeled Final Real 1. They don't know why, but whenever something has revenge in the title and a WMV extension, I assume it's either fan-made, horribly edited, or about to be the most unhinged thing I've ever seen. So this is Stan, and he looks exactly like a guy who'd file a complaint with the government because his steak wasn't cooked with enough authority. The whole vibe is already screaming I'm about to do something insanely petty, and because this is called his revenge, I'm expecting the type of scheme that starts with a misunderstanding and ends with property damage, emotional trauma, and at least one absolutely deranged monologue.
This simply will not do!
Yeah, that's the energy right there. It's got that weirdly intense I'm not mad, I'm just deeply offended animation cadence where every scene feels like it's building toward a lawsuit. And honestly, that's what makes this shit funny because the show treats the dumbest possible revenge plot like it's a national security event. This is the kind of site that would absolutely have a headline like why Stan went toe far with 3 ad blocks fighting for their lives on the side. It's giving internet journalism before everyone realized they hated internet journalism, and the production credits on this thing make it sound way more official than it probably was, which is always funny to me, because half the time the actual result is just chaos with better branding. He's got the exact body language of a guy about to ruin everyone's evening because he got mildly disrespected at breakfast. That's the whole joke, and it works because he looks so damn sincere about being miserable. American Dad has always been best when it leans into that absurd, hyper-committed rage where nobody is acting like a normal human being for even 1 second. That's the kind of clip where the soundtrack should be some giant orchestral war music, because the show is treating a petty domestic problem like the opening salvo of World War III. And I'm not even complaining, because that level of commitment is exactly why dumb animated revenge plots end up being more entertaining than they have any right to be. So yeah, this whole thing is basically proof that if you make a furious cartoon dad in a suit and give him a revenge plot, I'm already on board. It's stupid, it's loud, and it fully understands the assignment. You respect the dedication to being this petty for no reason at all, because that's where the best comedy usually lives. That's it, see ya. So apparently God got tired of regular rain, normal disasters, and all the boring apocalypse options, so now the Earth is getting absolutely nuked with soda, which is already insane enough. But The weird part is every time somebody drinks it, they start talking like their keyboard got possessed, and they're yelling suadadada da after every sentence, so this is just complete fucking chaos. Yeah, this is the point where you realize the end times were written by a guy who was really into soda machines, because this is not a flood, this is a carbonated war crime, and I gotta know who looked at the concept of Judgment Day and said, what if Dr. Pepper won?
Soda da da da.
Suda da da da! Suda da da! Suda da 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 da! Suda da da!
This is the exact kind of bullshit that makes me think the world is secretly a prank show, because once you say the magic soda words, you're basically cursed to sound like a malfunctioning choir, and honestly that might be the most annoying punishment imaginable. The article's doing its best to pretend this is normal, but if your official reporting includes victims have been speaking in syrupy nonsense, then I think the situation is already beyond saving, like we're fully in the stupid apocalypse now. So yeah, if God's throwing soda at us and every sip turns you into a broken jingle machine, I don't know what the lesson is here besides maybe stop trusting fizzy beverages during divine punishment. Just saying this is one of the dumbest possible ways for civilization to end, and somehow it still feels weirdly on brand. That's it, see ya. Oh my god, I found the dumbest shit imaginable, and I'm already losing it before I even get to the best part. Somebody sent me this clip, and it is pure brain rot in the most beautiful way possible. I can't believe this exists. This is fucking stupid in the most